the national practitioners and to look at environmental rights and also climate related issues, including the reduction of the national framework, and also to look at the individual actions and collective actions of lawyers. And this is a way to show that we are determined to actually face the challenges of climate change. I would like to thank Taiwan Bar Association, and also I would like to thank the Environmental Rights Foundation and College of Law at National Taiwan University Policies and Law Center for Environmental Sustainability. Before we do so, we would like to invite all distinguished guests to the stage for a group photo. Thank you very much. Please return to your seat. And we will take another group photo while you are at your seat. Thank you.
We're taking another group photo. 非常谢谢各位贵宾。
Thank you very much. Next, we would like to invite our distinguished guests to give us some opening remarks. Now, in order we would change the order of the opening remarks. We will first invite the Minister of Environment, Peng Qiming, to go give a opening remarks, and then we will ask the President of Taiwan Bar Association and then the Acting President of Judicial Yuan. First, let's invite Minister Peng Qiming of Environment to say a few words.
Welcome the guests from international society, and I'm sorry because I try to use English, but you know it's very important for me, especially talk to the lawyer. So I prepare an article. It's my first time to talk to the lawyer, especially there were lots of the people here, the 理事长，然后院长，还有我们的叶老师哦，最尊敬的叶老师，还有副理上在座的律师，大家好。
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited to the seminar and also the announcement of the declaration. The announcement of the declaration is actually closely related to us, because I know that in May you have already passed, Taiwan Bar Association have already passed the climate declaration. I'm happy to see you take actions and face the climate crisis altogether. I'm from the civil societies, and now I'm serving at the government. I think climate change itself is definitely not a burden. It is indeed an opportunity. It is closely related to the social dynamics. In the past, when we didn't have a carbon pricing, it was like a moral action, but now it is closely related to all industries and businesses. I know the work of a lawyer is very important because you are closely related to every one of us and every industries and businesses. So I do hope that you will can work with us and promote this together. But of course, extreme climate events are very frequent in the past few years. For instance, there is a solar power panel crisis, and also in the past 2 weeks we've been dealing with this, but then we have another things coming over. It takes another 1 year or two. So all those are caused by extreme climate events. Taiwan faced 2 extreme events in 1 month, and one in wind and one by flood. So I also read a report on the international report, and I found that the number was quite shocking because international climate litigation from 2017 to 2023, the number of these litigations have already achieved 2,000, and it has grew from a couple of them to 65 jurisdictions. In Taiwan, we also have climate litigation cases, mainly on the large energy consumers, and also how the goal of energy transitions. So these are greenwashing activities, and of course that needs to be scrutinized by the general public. Regardless of the results of the litigation, some people say that this is only for show, but I don't believe so. But regardless of the outcome, I think climate litigation is not just about proposing critiques or just prosing comments. It is a claim based on science and legal basis. And I think this is slightly different from what we face because climate change indeed has its uncertainties within. So for the carbon reductions or our designs of the legal framework, this actually shows a scrutiny for our design. But of course, another way to look at it is from the human rights perspective, the right to health, safety, and water resources and water sources, and also a stable climate. These are fundamental rights and should be protected, and that's also related to intergenerational justice and the core of intergenerational justice. Every actions and choice we make would affect our next generation's opportunity to enjoy equal justice. And the role of law is that role is not just a back-end support. It needs to intervene in the front end. And that's why I'm here. Even though I have other events I need to attend, but I still want to attend this. I need to go to Yangmingshan later. But I have to be here. I feel that as the Minister of Environment, we also need to rely on laws and regulations. And in fact, internationally, many of the ministers actually come from a legal background. I understand, even though I'm not a legal professional, the importance of lawyer. So we need to realize and it promotes how we need to do in climate change. You may question the positions of the ministry, because people will worry that if we have faced too many litigations, we will be too busy. However, the Ministry of Environment respect these force and power of oversight, and this would also be a driving force for us to continue to make changes. So don't worry. Even though there have been a lot of environmental impact assessments, and sometimes we're caught in between, and there have been a lot of controversies, and many of the colleagues will feel that you're under a lot of pressure, but I feel that for climate litigations, we're actually looking at it in a very positive manner, and this is an intergenerational decision. From we are looking at it from what we have all the way to 2050. So the college students by then would be at our age. We already have senior high school students joining us. In the past, we focused mainly on people in their 20s or 30s, but we now have teenagers coming here and participating in climate events like this. So I do feel that Taiwan is quite promising in that regard. Now, you all know that the Climate Change Response Act was passed 2 years ago. After the act was implemented, there has been a lot of enforcement, including 18 subordinate legislations that needs to be changed and amended. I would like to thank Su Wenzhen, who actually went back to school, but as a politician, I envy her, but at the same time, she also helped me quite significantly. Now, we have made several progress at the Ministry of Environment level. What I the presidents and also the premier want us to do more. So our goal for carbon reduction by 2030 in the President Ma's administration, it was 20%. But now President Tsai is 24, whereas President Lai will become 28, minus and plus and minus 2. But our expectation is that there may be great changes in the international politician sphere. So that's why we have an additional 1% uncertainty. We don't know that will be added or not because it's a dynamic environment. But we want to achieve 28 plus minus 2 by 2035. So currently, we have 20 actions for carbon reduction. And I have to be honest, we also are facing budget strengths and budget pressure because in the future, because of the powers, separations of powers, of course, at the central government level, we focus very much on climate change, but I don't know the position and attitude of the local governments. So we are also worried whether or not we'll be able to realize our plan. But my role as a minister is that I want to be as transparent as possible so that everyone knows that do not see climate change as greenwashing or do not see climate change, sustainability, or the government and say that, oh, you are environmental friendly and you get this good reputation. That's not the goal. Let's make the information transparent and let's look at it and oversee what we have been doing. We have green color, talent, cultivations, and also, of course, there's carbon pricing. During carbon pricing formulations, I really like to thank Professor Ye for giving us all these different insights. Carbon pricing has been something that we focus a lot in the past few years. Since I took office in May 20th, I was worried that the system would fall apart. But of course, legal background is still very important. That's a solid foundation. I visited all these different large-scale companies. I calculated their carbon pricing and impact for them. And by the end of last year, we finally had a final version. And I would like to thank my supervisors, of course, because there's also pressure from the social society thinking that our economic is not performing very well. Maybe we would just talk about it in a few years when the economic situation is getting better. But we cannot stop because climate change will not stop. So it's a special story. There are a lot of ups and downs, but we have to visit every companies. But finally, there is a 150 NT dollars. This carbon pricing currency, there is 252 companies listed, and 90% of them are willing to reduce carbon, and they are even more progressive than the target set by the government. So please be confident in our confidence, because this is also good companies will need to achieve 40% of reductions based on SBTi standards. For some poor performing companies, they will feel that they are already losing money. Do they still need to pay for the carbon price? Well, our attitude is very firm. We will continue to move forward, and I look forward the support from all lawyers, because it's not an easy road. When we were communicating with this, I have to wear two hats. My premier gave me a hard task, but then we have the tariff impact. We have good performing companies, but there are more poor performing companies. So that's the tough situation that we are in. But I know that there are companies that are struggling. Governance may still be able to provide assistance, but they still need to do what they need to do, because climate change is there to stay. So rest assured, we will definitely implement the carbon pricing. We will also have a DTS, that is a system that actually control and manage the total emission. We invited several companies to go to Berlin, and we will understand the first-hand ETS. So we're not the only one learning it. We also invite think tank and also companies to come along with us and learn together. I believe that in the future there will be a lot of technicalities that requires the support of the lawyers, because ETS systems is not just like buying shares. There are a lot of delicacies and a lot of details that we need to look into. So carbon pricing will definitely need to continue. That's the basic thing. And then afterwards, we will face ETS.
And also for CBAN, by 2026, we will be actively taking actions to make it connected. However, at the moment, the political situations are changing around the world, so we have to be careful. I have to say climate change is a science that require a lot of dedication and integration. So in my ministry, I mean, for litigations, of course, you can sue us, but among all the 15 departments, I have to say we have the minimalist budget and also the least staff. So we are shouldering a lot of pressure. And however, when it comes to press exposure, even though we have really little budget, but we have so much more exposure and we are taking a lot of blame from the media, I need your support. Allow me to make some examples. Last year, since I took office in May 20th, I always believe what Pope Francis said, it's a sin to destroy or to take harm actions of the environment. So that's what I always tell my staff. So anyone who is destroying the environment is committing a sin. So, for example, we have been taking litigations. I mean, for those crimes committed, it's 6 billion already. I mean, we have received, I mean, by litigations, received 6 billion of penalty. That's what we have issued since I took office. For example, for solar panels, when I was involved in the situation, I mean, eventually, there were 120,000 solar panels that were affected. It was really one of the biggest scale around the world. Of course, I can be involved, but it's the responsibility of the manufacturers. They have to take responsibility to get rid of the debris. So eventually, the penalty reached to the amount of 9 million. And however, in retrospect, if I did not take a firm place to issue this penalty, I mean, the situation could not be done or solved at this speed. Certainly, we can wait for a few more years that we can have better law and enforcement, but there will be a responsibility left for the administration. However, there's another case in southern part of Taiwan, Meinong, and there's a garbage being dumped in empty land. So it's under my responsibility. I mean, it's me and my staff. I mean, we spend a lot of time, and yet we try to send press release, but no media was interested. And in just past a few months, the environmental ministry and also Ministry of Interior, we established a platform to deal with the debris from house building, etc., manufacturing. So we ask local cities and municipalities to build a platform. They need to do audit of the debris, and that is that's related to the 9 million penalty and also the crime committed by dumping debris in empty land around Taiwan. Discovery is one thing, and how to enforce and demand the person who committed the crime to get rid of the debris. And we are very familiar. There are different measures to, for example, you can leave the responsibility behind. There are a lot of measures that even though we discover there's debris or there's a crime being committed, but we need to amend the law so that we can have better enforcement. And also we have a recycling promotion act, and also we are trying to amend this law so that in the future, when we are dealing with those who are illegally dumping the debris of, for example, from building or other manufacturing, they will face more penalties. So as we're amending this act, once we are sending these amendments to Legislative Yuan, I pledge for your comments and recommendations so that we can have this act and also amendments passed so that we can deal with these situations. And I would say this is a problem. It's not happening now. It's actually accumulation. It's something that has been going on for decades. And for any new construction projects, you are seeing that the dump debris, I mean, it just grow. So we have to rely on collaboration among departments, Ministry of the Interior, also the environment, the Ministry of Environment. We are making amendments of the Debris Solution Act. So last but not least, I wish you the best result of today's conference. And I hope that so the presentation and all the declaration can be well done. And I would like to have a copy of that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for the opening remark. Now let's welcome Ms. Florence Lee, President of TWBA. Thank you. So, Mr. Environment, thank you for making an announcement of the law amendment. Distinguished guests, Professor Ye, and friends from the academia and from the Bar Association, my fellow lawyers, good morning. Today we are here in Formosa, a wonderful Treasure Island, discussing this issue. And I have to say, climate change and related issues is not a traditional topic. And today we are to issue a declaration. And also we focus on net zero and cross-country actions. I would say this is not just a conference, it's also a symbol, it's a paradigm. And that means TWBA, we are the pivot of the legal circle in Taiwan. We are showing our stand, and we are making a commitment to take more proactive role in climate change. It is not a problem of the future. It's something that has been going on. And for cross-country governments and also global responsibility interweaving, I mean, this is really a complicated legal issue for everyone. So in this world, when the structure of everything is changing all the time, as a lawyer, as part of the circle, we are not just advocates of law, we are creating new paradigm, new system. And that's why TWBA, we are echoing the declaration from IBA of climate change crisis, and we are part of the climate change platform. And IBA has been encouraging bar associations around the world to build a platform like theirs. And this time, I mean this year, in TWBA, our committee has drafted a declaration of climate change. So this is not just showing our stand, it is the beginning of concrete actions. We are now covering climate change in our formal legal education and also future discussion. And also we've been following and tracking developments in law stipulation and future enforcement. And with all these actions being taken, it's a good step forward to to have the lawyers and also people from legal circle to be part of the society. We are not just practicing law, we are confronting the unfairness in the system, in the structure. We are trying to secure a safer future for our children, also for Aboriginal people, and also for different corporations. How do we make sure they fulfill their responsibility in net zero? That all takes our efforts and commitment, I mean, in the legal circle. So what can be done? First of all, we need to provide guidance internally in the circle. We need to guide the corporation and also our clients to remind them and guide them in a committee fulfilling the responsibility of net zero. And second, for international exchange, we need to make more exposure and we need more support from global network. Number three, we also need the central government, also local government to stipulate related laws so that we can have more comprehensive structure to make sure things can be well done. My fellow participants, climate change is a challenge for everyone. It is cross-generational and it is destructive. And we do not have room and time to evade. We have to confront this challenge. And from today on, let's take more actions, not just be part of the global platform. Let's make sure this is a value that is embedded in all the actions taken, all the cases were involved. And last but not least, I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you very much.
非常谢谢。
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Thank you, President from TWBA, for the opening remark. The third opening remark speaker is Acting President of Judicial Yuan, Mr. Xie Mingyang. Ms. Lee from TWBA, Professor Ye from National Taiwan University, the distinguished guest, good morning. I'm very honored to be here to attend Net Zero and Transnational Action Seminar. I'm very happy to be here, gathering in this hall with friends from afar, so that we can discuss more topics on law, on climate change. Also, I'm here to be a witness, seeing TWBA issuing the climate declaration. And actually, in July, we just saw a advice from from International Court on Climate Change. Very clearly, it reveals the responsibility of national government around the world, and also those international practices are being adopted domestically. And I think that's a milestone because that further reinforces the value and importance of climate change, which is a issue of large scope and thorough complexity. Not only it's cross-national, but also it's cross-disciplinary. And we can discuss this issue from national sovereignty, how we are committing sovereignty value to protect the personal right. So how can the government protect its people from the threat and destruction of climate change? Not only the government, but also departments have to take action. The judicial authorities is also very important, especially when climate change is changing from advocacy to litigations, when it's taking real place in the court. Then as a lawyer, as attorney, whichever role you take, we have to enhance the discourse so that we can break through the current restrictions from current system. For example, in litigation, what are the rights we can leverage? And the responsibility, how do we determine the scope of this responsibility for the government, also the corporations? And what are the obstacles, legally speaking, if we are taking climate litigations? And certainly in practice, we have to think, how can we at the same time balance the constitutional rights, that at the same time we protect human rights so that we can respond to the climate litigations at the same time. In Taiwan, we have 2 climate litigations at the moment.
First is 2021, which brought by Greenpeace and Environmental Rights Foundation, which is regarding the large-scale electricity consumers. And this case was actually announced by the Supreme Court as rejected and dismissed, and currently this is still ongoing. And the other one was brought by Environmental Rights Foundation, representing 13 citizens of different backgrounds, and to look at how these climate change actually impact the fundamental rights of the citizens. And this is a constitution interpretation case, and this is still under the Constitutional Court. It was brought in 2024, earlier that year, and that case was also discussed by grand justices, and it was also valued by those grand justices, which either was retired or is still there. But however, constrained by the current constitutional court requirements, currently the operations of the constitutional court is still impacted. Now, if there can be some breakthrough through the constitutional court procedures, then in the future we will definitely deal with it, deal with this case. But compared to the litigations in Taiwan, countries around the world have seen litigations earlier. According to a research institute, so far we have seen already 2,900 climate litigations worldwide. There have been, of course, cases of winning or cases of milestones, and but even though the legal systems and jurisdictions may not be the same, however, facing the issue of climate change, states over the world. All over the world, we are seeing that through climate change, through litigations and advocacies, we are seeing progress, and that's something that worth our consideration. So with the seminar organized by Taiwan Bar Association, we have participants from different backgrounds. We have participants from academic background. We also have international lawyers joining us. So I believe that today's seminar would definitely be fruitful and inspiring. And I wish this event success. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, acting presidents, for your guidance. And I'll just to briefly share with you the rule for today's seminar. So for each sharings, you will have each session, each speaker will have 15 minutes. For the final 3 minutes, we will raise a hand mark to show you. In the final 1 minute, then we will have 2 rings. Then after, when time is up, we will also raise the card and then show have 3 rings to show you that time is up. And during the Q&A session, there will be 20 minutes, so welcome to raise questions if you have any questions. When you ask the questions, please make sure to constrain it in 2 minutes. We will raise a hand and actually raise ring the bell to remind you. And when time is up, we will ring the bell twice to remind you again. All right. So we're very honored to have Professor Ye from National Taiwan University to give us a keynote speech. Professor Ye is focusing on the global governance and also climate law and governance. He has been dedicated in academic research and has also been served at the government level, has become not only the minister without portfolio, but also Minister of Education and others. So a round of applause for Professor Ye Junrong for today's keynote speech.
理事长，谢谢院长。
President Li, Acting President Xie, Professor Lin, many colleagues from the legal and academic background, lawyers all around the world, thank you.
Use some of the guests from abroad who just participated a very fascinating roundtable discussion yesterday at the College of Law, National Taiwan University, where we talk about the impact of the ICJ's advisory opinion and also Trump version 2.0 and what's the consequences of that. Thank you very much for all the participation, and thank you so much for Taiwan Bar Association, with your initiative, we were able to have that excellent discussion. But now, today, the main focus is the Taiwan Bar Association's climate change declaration. I think this is the big thing to celebrate and also to be noted. I would like to provide some of the backdrop significance of this declaration. To be honest, I thought this is somewhere between preaches and the declaration. As I look into the declaration, it also has some preaches. Bar Association would like to commit itself to climate change, not only in ESG application or climate or net zero sort of goal implementation, but also as a bridge to the international bar system and try to play a role that sort of bridge Taiwan to the world in terms of the climate change initiative. This is very good, wonderful. But what I'm going to say today is to link this declaration to two things. Number one, of course, about Trump. Number two, about ICJ. Geez, so different. One, US president who has been making lots of news. The other one, a very credible international court who never talk loud and at some point say something which is going to be influential, if respected. So we are talking about two happenings as the backdrop of this declaration. That began with Trump. Okay? Trump probably is the first national president who sort of play around multilateral mechanism at will. You know, at some point, it sort of pull off US from multilateral mechanism, like WTO, and this time, Paris Agreement. It's not the first time. 2017 was the first time. Although at the time they encountered some sort of technical issues that the Paris Agreement would hope that anyone who preached to sort of pull off this mechanism would have to wait for some years, you know, and that has explained some sort of technical complications behind that kind of maybe bold political announcement. And comes the second one. On his inauguration into office, he signed into the executive order and announced that he's going to pull off Paris Agreement again. So what is the future of Paris Agreement? Not only Paris Agreement, I think most of us understand that Paris Agreement is the culmination of serious international negotiation, starting from UNFCCC, open for signature in 1992 at Rio de Janeiro, at that Earth Summit, where I actually participated. I was there. I was there witnessing that big international event. More than 100 national leaders participated, and that's why it was guarded. You know, they were all guarded, you know, to protect their security at that time. But there was a hope. There was one very, very strong hope that from then on, we have had the legal mechanism meaning treaty, legal mechanism to push forward this climate crisis that otherwise has been deemed as pure technological issue or scientific issue. That was the time when a lawyer like me began to sense, gee, every dog has its day. No. Now, we are going to play a role. So when I go back to Taiwan, I'm going to tell my lawyers, all the lawyers at home, this is the time, and we better prepare for it. Prepare not only in the classroom. For sure, I taught environmental law, and I began to talk about international environmental law, inform our students, our future lawyers about that. We thought of capacity building, starting from then. And then at the same time, I try to convince my peer lawyers, they're about my same age or even senior. But that's more difficult because it's almost impossible to convince them there is room for you. And welcome, to this new issue. This is your future. People will respond to my, hint in a way like, well, silence. And it lasts for quite a long while. And then we have that Kyoto Protocol been released thanks to Kyoto, this city. They hosted that one. And we have Kyoto Protocol in this city's name. And that's why we have UN FCCC and then Kyoto Protocol. And after long years of debate and negotiation, we found that Kyoto Protocol couldn't be fulfilled. And after so many years of discussion, upset, frustration, fight, particularly marginalized actors, and they began to welcome Paris Agreement. And that served as the legal foundation. I would say legal rock for climate change issue. And we, people in Taiwan, and I would say particularly from the perspective of law or lawyering, we are actually part of it. And that's why, inspired by this Paris Agreement, our Congress passed that law, the new law, climate change response law. And since after, we have lots of happenings, and that's why our environment minister got lots of to say just now. Ministry of Environment tried to do this, do that, do this, do that. Sorry, not very well, but we have been doing. Criticize us, but we continue to do that, and let's work together. This is the situation. So, this happening, this legal regime, if you agree with me, has been partially disrupted by Trump. Not because one single nation pull off. United States is not a single nation. It's the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Also, at the same time, United States hold a strong mechanism in terms of raw material, the flow of resources in the international trading market, and has been one of the strongest power in the world. Has lots to do with climate issue, because climate penetrates into energy, penetrate into trade, penetrate into daily life, penetrate into transportation, penetrate into actually state power and human rights. So when Trump moved on for the MAGA, Make America Great Again, that has transformed the international dialogue or rhetorics about climate change, which has lots to do with justice and human rights, at the same time lots to do with the future of the environment and also the well-being of the mankind. We have never been able to see an issue which is so long-standing and so comprehensive, so massively influential in human history. It is so far the largest scale of issue that we human beings have ever encountered. And we lawyers are here. We are here to see our role. Finally, today, I have been waiting for our Bar Association to do something just like this. And after so many years, after so many lonely discussions, I have done lots of presentations like this in Taiwan and in other parts of the world, and I have done so much. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I have found our Bar Association is doing something right. Maybe it's just the beginning, but I think this one deserves our applaud. Would you join me by applaud our Bar Association in doing this? Thank you so much for giving us some confidence notwithstanding this troubled world. Then we move to the second issue. That is, in July 23rd, ICJ released this advisory opinion in responding to a request from United Nations General Assembly, a request from National Assembly for two issues. Number one, state obligation of climate change prevention and mitigation. Number two, the consequences of omission or negligence in fulfilling state responsibility in dealing with climate change issue. These two issues. Well, you see, although UN General Assembly is a representative body, it's not a legal body. But when they have that request, they tailor the issue into the rhetorics or framework of law. So these are two legal issues, to begin with. So ICJ, after 2 years and 4 months, released this advisory opinion. Lots of us talk about this advisory opinion yesterday at the law school, and we have identified also features, right? And we look into, actually, when you see me take a pile of paper like this, don't worry, this is not my paper to read, and this is ICJ advisory opinion, and thank you, this is my colleague, Professor Chang, printed this for me, so that I have a chance to hold this. This is comprehensive, but very easy to read because it's so organized as a lawyer. It's so easy to read because it follows legal terms, follow legal system. I'm sure this is completely in legal terms. Of course, it deals with some sort of climate change issue, but I regard this advisory opinion as a pure legal document. So they have in some way, in some way, relieve the problem or the pressure that whether ICJ will overstep its boundary to respond to the issue, which otherwise should be resolved by political actors. But also it comes with the problem. With this legalistic, legal interpretive model exercised by ICJ, and I think my colleague Justice Shea must appreciate what I just said. It has something to do with court strategy and mindset. In fact, in my opinion, ICJ play a very, very sort of safeguard. People may say, gee, you see, ICJ declare that every state should have a responsibility to deal with climate change and also need to deal with the harm. If you exercise any legal reasoning, legal doctrines that develop from, for example, torts or administrative law, international law, you look into all the legal sources. And actually, ICJ did this very well, including treaties, including customary international law, including any legal principles related to climate change, for example, precautionary principle, polluter pays principle, equal but differentiated responsibility. All the principle was named. Actually, ICJ referred to all the possible legal sources and come up with this legal opinion. It is so easy to confirm that every state has a state responsibility to deal with climate change. I have no doubt about that. This is not my surprise. This is only my expectation. The second one is a little bit, forward. That is, when you fail to exercise your duty or due care, they borrow tort law idea. You have a duty or due care, and you fail to exercise that duty, and then you have to pay. You have to deal with that. But once again, only legal argument. When I say legal argument, is it right? It's okay. Because most of the legal cases are like that. And if you look into the request, National Assembly requests just like that. But I found out that ICJ lost a golden opportunity from the perspective of legal institution, international legal institution. Particularly when we put climate change into that kind of multi-level governance. Today, we have the International Court. International Court, for the first time, deal with the issue in an autonomous way. Of course, ICJ has done lots of advisory opinions in the past, requested by General Assembly or by special committee. This is not the first time. But this is the first time deal with an issue, as I just said, that our human society never encountered before. So, should we or shall we expect ICJ to do something beyond that? Yesterday, my colleague, Professor John, made a very interesting and brilliant point about human rights. ICJ seems to be an environmental court rather than human rights court. Of course, ICJ is not an international human rights court. There are regional human rights court and international human rights court. But it really depends on how you see climate change. When you see into climate change, you may see property and emission trading. the other hand, if you see climate change on the other hand, you see lots of victims, lots of justice issue. Particularly nowadays in the world, the modern technology, let's say in Taiwan, semiconductor, has occupied, like, for example, 80% or 70% of all the productivities. Anything that is going to, like in terms of tariff, in terms of this kind of international measures, they are going to suffer a lot. As Minister Peng just said, any carbon fee imposed to the society, you may want to look into those people, the impact to their daily life. But at the same time, this is not going to be the excuse to a general policy, particularly toward production and manufacturing sector, and also the general economy as well, at large. So we are dealing with an issue which is very different before, than other issues. I want to move quickly into the role of the court. Not ICJ only, but generally, like our constitutional court, our administrative court, like national court or international court. Court is an institution. It's a legal institution. Most important legal institution also bear constitutional significance. After all, it's one of the three powers and need to be put into check and balance formula. So important. We are not only talking about law. We need to talk about court. What is court? What can we expect from court? When we see a judge, what can we expect that judge to perform well? This is a very important issue. It has been debated, has been talked about, and in the era of climate change, this becomes even more important because there has been thousands of cases pending in the court about climate change. And there were 267 cases reached into the apex court. That means Constitutional Court and Supreme Court. Notwithstanding so many cases, but more than 200 cases related to climate change has reached Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court. So number one, are all courts there for us? See what happened in Taiwan. Our Constitutional Court is now handicapped. Is that an issue? Well, that's politics. No, it's about climate change. When you see climate change, when you see law, you also need to understand legal institution and how they got played off. Suppose our Congress is not functioning. Would that be something bad for our climate change policy? Of course. Of course. If we choose the wrong political party or we will choose the wrong president, just like what happened in the United States, it's so extreme. Does that have something to do with climate change? Of course. Of course. So democracy, the function of democracy, the function of court, and the nature of civil society, where the civil society is remain engaged, like our Bar Association is actually the core of our civil society. We used to say Consumer Protection Foundation is the core of our civil society. But I want to encourage everyone, Bar Association is really the rock or the very foundation of civil society. Not only in theory, I can prove that, as in Taiwan, but I don't have time to talk about this. I only have 3 minutes left. I want to say court used to be expected as an institution only deal with dispute between two parties, only take up existing statutory sources to apply into the concrete case, only to produce a scenario, making judgment, to produce a winner and a loser, and only happen into the future. This is a traditional view about our court. Now, General Assembly, which is a representative body, requests the ICJ, which is a court, to provide advisory opinion. What is an advisory opinion? You can have two versions of reading that. Advisory meaning no binding. So got to be not important. On the other hand, advisory, that means it's not judging. It's not hammering out a situation to produce winner and loser. It's not a way to break into two parts of the world to show you a judicial determination. Because it's an advisory opinion, which is a new concept, of course. It doesn't not only happen in international court, but also in some national court as well. So with that advisory nature, the court could do something because it's not binding, but at least you can talk about something. You can reflect your expertise in law. If you learn law and study law and your legal training is good enough, it's dynamic enough, not the kind of black letter law, you should understand and respond to climate change according to its nature. Something is missing there. Something is missing there. Some language, some rhetorics, which is going to be touched, which is going to be touching, I'm sorry. And people or citizens, global citizens, may pick up those and continue to put those into the politics, into the campaign, including bar association. My time is up, and let's wrap up my talk. And my conclusion is very, very simple. That is, good job. We will give you a go and continue to work on that. And also, this is a time that we find our colleagues, our networking, not only in the area of law, but in every corner of Taiwan, to deal with climate change issue. Notwithstanding, this is a democracy, established democratic constitutionalism. We have election. We have sent our representative to work in the parliament. We have our judge in the court. Not only that, we citizens still need to work hard. This is exactly what I call, and I have some constitutional thesis on this, civic constitutionalism. That civil society would never hand out all the future of the nation to representative body or to the executive or even to the court. On the other hand, civil society, including bar association, not only including but with bar association in the center, would do the job. Together, we will make today as a very good kickoff for our climate change initiative. Thank you so much.
接下来是本次全绿会气候宣言全球近邻转型脉络的应对发表场次，让我们邀请主持人全国律师联合会副理事长蔡顺雄律师，以及发表人全国律师联合会环境法委员会主任委员简凯伦律师一起上台。
林林大理事长，还有叶老
President Lee, Professor Ye, dear colleague professors, distinguished guests and lawyers from abroad, and also all lawyers, legal practitioners, and other friends who care about this issue. Good morning. I am Vice President Vincent Tsai from Taiwan Bar Association. I think the issue of climate from early on in the 60s and 70s, which is regarding soil, water sources, sun, and air, and also the restoration and of tort, and also ultimately to the advocacy of environmental rights. And also 30 years ago, when I was a student of Professor Ye, you actually were in my oral debate in my thesis. So anyways, I listened to your lecture, and he was talking about two important things. One is sustainability. Second is the fairness of intergenerational resource allocation. That is, if in our generation have destroyed the environment, what's left for our next generation? So it's like cutting an apple. If you cut an apple in half, the second half would be left for our next generation, and yet you leave the bigger part to yourself, a bigger half to yourself. I think that had a great impact in me. So whenever I go to a reconciliation event, I always say that if you cut the apple, you cut the apple, I will be the one picking the apple. In some way, that would be a way to ensure fairness. Well, and now when we talk about climate change and net zero, I'm also grateful for Chairperson Jian. Kellen actually invited me to see a film regarding a climate litigation, and it was quite inspiring. In the past, we thought of us as only as a neighbor, and it has nothing to do with us. But then it is also related to the fairness, temporal fairness in terms of intergenerational justice, all the way to the space fairness in the planet. I think many climate issues are getting wider and broader, and they are also interconnected. And I think that's a good phenomenon. 2 days ago, I was talking to a non-legal professionals, and I said that I'm going to participate in this seminar. And he said and asked me, and what does it have to do with you lawyers like you? And he felt that, well, this is only related to, non-professions. But I said that lawyers can actually do a big part. You know, that founder of Costco, one of them, Jeffrey Boltman, is actually a lawyer in Seattle. So lawyers can not only lawyering up in court, but can also founded Costco. Not to mention, Paul Harris is also from Rotary Society, is also a lawyer. So if you look at it from a perspective, we can actually implement and also turn something abstract into something actionable, and that's something that we as lawyers can do. We can turn something intangible to something tangible. So I told my friend, well, lawyers are not just there for litigations. We are able to actually make the world a better world. And under that sense of mission, in May, without any controversies and debates, we actually anonymously passed this declaration. And Kellen will share with you more detail regarding this climate declaration, regarding, for instance, the origins and also what we plan to do and the role that Taiwan Bar Association is about to play in this declaration. As a round of applause for Kellen Jian.
各位先进，各位先。
Good morning, everyone. President Lee, Vice President Tsai, and also Professor Ye, and many dear colleagues and also friends joining us online. Good morning. I'm here to share with you the climate declaration. Actually, after this declaration was passed in May, we have put it on our website, so you can already see our declarations on our website. So if I'm only reading out these climate declarations, it would seem pointless and very, quite frankly, boring. So I still want to look at it from the current situation we are in. We are in the context of global net zero, so I want to share with you this declaration in that context and want to combine the background and our declaration. Now, from the overall framework, basically, in principle, I would divide it into three parts. First is the introduction part. And second, I would say that this declaration talks about three core pillars in terms of three important pillars in net zero transition and also the action part for us as a bar association. Introduction part, of course, if you go online and look at our full declaration, you will find that it, in the very beginning, acknowledge the reality of climate change and that climate change does exist. And Taiwan, as a mountainous island country facing the cold ocean, we are facing the actual risks of climate change. Now, acknowledging and recognizing these facts would negate the skepticism of climate change. So this is what we've recognized in the very beginning. And since we are recognizing these basic facts, we are able to have the follow-up actions and follow-up pillars. And this is the three pillars that I talked about. These are the three core pillars. Now, with the three core pillars, what it shows first, of course, is the recognition of the principles of international climate governance. And of course, I will still have to go back to what we said first. When we talk about global net zero campaign, then of course we need to look at COP29. COP29 actually achieved some very important commitments. Now, I can only extract a few of them. First is regarding the financing. So the new collected quantified goal for NCQG, frankly speaking, is to say that developed countries need to make commitments and say that what amount of money they need to provide to fund and for developing countries to mitigate or adapt climate change. So this is to follow up the Copenhagen Agreement, which says that it's 100 billion every year. And that, of course, is achieved. That in 2022, that goal was achieved. And then follow up in COP29, this further increased 100 billion to 300 billion. And also, according to the Paris Agreement, especially Article 6.2, it tries to build actually a global carbon market. But of course, this has to do with your carbon credit. Whether your carbon credit would be double counts or there will be other technical issues, and that's why it's pending for a long time. But then in COP29, we are seeing technical requirements. It also includes 6.4, which is regarding the market systems. So, and also provide technical assistance so that developed countries can further help developing countries.
And also, like Minister Peng mentioned, it's the NDC 3.0. And by the end of 2025, all countries should present a new version of NDC. And Minister Peng has said currently the Ministry of the Environment is getting ready of a new version of NDC of Taiwan. And for this project, even though it will be extended to 2035 to accomplish the preliminary goal, so we will have public hearing for that. So whether it's NDC or the Paris Agreement, all these measures are to build up a global carbon market. And the purpose is to implement, to follow up with the Paris Agreement. That is limiting the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade. And whether it's 6.8, Article 6.8 in Paris Agreement or other measures, that relates to what Professor Ye just mentioned. It's in the context UNFCCC. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities which means that all countries have the responsibility, but depends on the level of development and historical emission, there will be some difference. If you have a longer history of emission and you are better developed, that means you will have to take more responsibility, for example, providing more budget and technology responsibility to support the underdeveloped or developing countries to mitigate the emission of carbon dioxide. So following the central principle of Paris Agreement, we are acknowledging and implementing the content of this agreement. Last but not least, Taiwan's climate governance framework should be based on the constitutional democratic processes, the rule of law, the protection of fundamental rights, and the principle of just transition. That divides this principle into two parts. Certainly, the protection of fundamental rights and the principle of just transition can be dealt with later. However, as we are confronting the just transition, let's not neglect the role of democracy. In Taiwan, our Climate Change Act, according to it, we have to host public hearing for stage by stage implementation, even though we are building up this framework, this institution, this system. And by Climate Change Act, we have to deliver net zero by 2050. And that's the first goal. And the second goal, we need to deliver the phase by phase emission goal. But what is the foundation of in these different goals when it comes to legal discussion? So we have these different goals, and step by step, brick by brick, we're delivering our 2015 net zero goal. It's very important that we look at carbon pricing. At the moment, Ministry of Environment, we're referring to the Swedish model that we have the carbon tariff and the CBC. However, if we look at international experiences, it's a very powerful institution. Also, cap and trade. When it comes to cap and trade, that means inevitably, when you enter the system, those different goals at different stages, you have to align these smaller goals to the ultimate goal. With this alignment, that means we can follow with the carbon tariff and also NDC 3.0. It's all together, bit by bit, element with element. And if we look at core pillar 2, climate adaptation, institutional resilience, this is also very important. Let's look at the backdrop, the background first. So in the sixth measurement of IPCC, in its report, there's one very important table, as I show here. It talks about if we are to deliver the goal of Paris Agreement, meaning limiting the the temperature rise within 1.5 degree, then how much is left in carbon emission? And if we exceed the budget, then that means we cannot deliver the 1.5 degree goal. So on the left of the slide in IFCC, we see a historical emissions from 1850 to 2019. However, if you look at the right, you look at the piles, you can see if it's under 1.5 degrees centigrade, if you want to control the scope of temperature rise within scope, that means we only have 500 giga carbon emission left. That's carbon dioxide only. And if we have set the goal at within 2 degrees centigrade, then that's about 900 giga carbon dioxide. And if you exceed this budget, meaning that exceeding 2 degrees centigrade, then there's 83% of possibility that we cannot hold temperature rise within 2 degrees centigrade. So following the estimate, if we continue to emit carbon dioxide like business as usual now, then it's very possible that the maximum emission will exceed the current goal. And if you look at the lifetime emissions from fossil fuel infrastructure on the bottom left, it means that following the current life cycle and also expected life cycle that we do not take any change, that means the carbon budget of 2 degrees centigrade wouldn't be possible. Then what will happen if we cannot maintain the budget? Then according to a lot of scientific reports, that means we will be running into a catastrophic result that is totally irreversible. So can we stay optimistic at all? No, of course not. Therefore, in the 6 reports, we see that IPCC, they spent a lot of time and effort discussing climate resilience. So how can we make adaptations? In COP30, there are 3 key issue areas. All these 3 areas focus on resilience building and adaptation. The first area is about climate finance and forest conservation. Second being adaptation to sustainable implementation. Third being nature-based solutions and energy transition. Certainly, they are trying to align the global goal and the national adaptation goal. And for nature-based solutions, it means confronting extreme weathers. Who is most capable? Certainly, it's the natural ecosystem itself, whether it's restoring forests or protecting the wetlands. These are the things that people or human beings can leverage when confronting extreme weather. So within such context, in our declaration, we clearly state that we believe adaptations extend beyond engineering projects and early warning systems to include comprehensive, community-based, and indigenous people-based climate adaptation policies and measures within the legal framework. That means we identify the localization, the feature of climate change. Whether you are in the forest or you are by the sea, you are standing on wetlands here in the urban area, wherever you are, you have to be prepared. You have to build this resilience. It's community-based, or it could be minority-based. You have to make sure you have the adaptation. You have to have them ready. Also, the risks posed by climate change are structural in nature. We urge the Taiwanese government to promptly conduct a comprehensive review of the current legal and regulatory framework, including laws governing land use, energy industry, disaster response, financial supervision, transportation, and infrastructure. And especially in spatial design, for example, in urban zoning, in projects like this, can we effectively prepare for future climate change, that we cover the possible changes, so the resilience in our project, so that we have better policies for national land and urban development. So with this framework, as we align our project, our constructions with this framework, I mean, this is very important perspective. And core pillar 3, judiciary as the ultimate safeguard of climate human rights. I would like to respond to what Professor Ye just mentioned. He is trying to connect the dots in two ways. The first dot is the ICJ's advisory opinion. And in this document, in ICJ's advisory opinions, precisely it mentions all countries, all states, including UNFCCC, all these international laws, they have obligations under international law, including the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, to protect the climate system and prevent significant harm to present and future generations. These obligations must be a response to climate change, and the standard of conduct required is one of due diligence, which must evolve over time and reflect the best available scientific knowledge and capabilities of each state. Failure to meet these obligations may result in legal responsibility, including for harm suffered by other states, peoples, or ecosystems. So for these 4 bullet points come from the press release of ICJ, and the original document, like Professor Ye mentioned, yes, it's a thick copy of 160 pages, and the summary is as long as 40 pages, but I would say it's a worthwhile read. And at this point, if we look at Trump 2.0 in his second term, it's a reverse of climate change and zero transformation. However, the legal society has taken its role. And if we look at the climate declaration, TWBA, first of all, we affirm a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a universal human right. And this is just not a play of words. How we define clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Well, it's in effect, in reality, part of human rights. And like I said, it's part of the advisory opinion of ICJ. And like Professor Ye mentioned, ICJ has referred to international human rights, environment rights, and also other projects. It integrates all these references and presents these words. And such rights for all people, a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, it's a core bridge as we talk about climate change. In addition to affirming that, there's another issue which is very important. If we only look at the right, then it's a right on paper. But as we confront the obstacles and challenges, who takes the responsibility of implementing all these rights is the legal society. I mean, it's on everyone here.
And this would involve access to justice. Facing climate change, especially facing the government's inaction or insufficient action, can nationals or citizens have a way to access to courts to actually get remedies? Or if we can actually allow courts to actually become a context and to actually form maybe an important contact window for maybe the government and the citizens. But of course, access to justice is something that we need to be established first. And that's why within our climate declaration, we very clearly say that we advocate that both the public and private sectors in Taiwan review the litigation system, access the judiciary's accessibility to individuals, and even to consider a chapter in the Climate Change Response Act, a public interest litigation. And then afterwards, we as lawyers need to, of course, lead the transition, be it in industrial practices and sustainable transformation. And because all companies, if they found legal consultants, are lawyers. So lawyers play important role in companies. And then secondly, we as a bar association, we also claim that we will foster climate awareness and develop legal capacities. We will also look at our own carbon footprint assessments and also provide our own carbon reduction plans and specific measures. And we will also actively participate in the monitoring of this. And we will also organize seminars like this to actually cultivate and train people's awareness on climate change. So this is Taiwan Bar Association's climate declaration. Thank you. Next, we'll take a short break, but we're a bit delayed, so we will only have 5-minute break. We provide snacks outside the venue. Welcome to enjoy the snacks. Thank you. Sorry about that. And the forks and also the plates are recyclable, so please, if you after you use them, please put them in the same place and do not throw them away. Thank you.
基本上我们后来办活动，大概主要是有同步开放现在的话，大概有2/3都会跑步，1/3才会跑步。我这么太张美，
2、3，1、2、3，1、2、3，1、2、3、4、5。你帮我讲个话。1、2、3，1、2-3，1、2-3-4-5。1、2-3，哈。一直都没有变。Nice to meet you. So, welcome. We support, yeah. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。It's a little rainy, as usual, but it's good. There's a lot of lights, fire, so yeah. I would say a lot of like international visit barristers, solicitors.
Local issues themselves? Yeah, I mean, there's been some, yeah, like the net zero plan, there's been talks of around 2017. Yeah, so there's more like implementation issues within the yeah, so this is, I mean,
actually we don't. It's like we don't count members, but we. Yeah, actually, maybe 10, around 10 for my constitution litigation. So, because one of the Zoe, yeah, national, our state's failure to enact even the path to 2050. Now the case is pending. Yeah. I do a lot of climate change related issues. So some of them may be clients cases. More cases that you can social engagement public interest.
Our next session is about to begin. Please be seated. Thank you.
Now we will start with the first panel discussion of the day, and it's climate litigation, legal barriers, and procedural challenges, litigation strategies, and legal standing. Now let's welcome our host, Professor Lin Chunyuan, Associate Professor at National Taiwan University. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say hello and extend my sincere welcome to our panelists from afar. And the topic for this panel discussion will be climate litigation, legal barriers, and procedural challenges. If you've been paying attention to legal litigation, you might have noticed there are some progresses in cases around the world, aside from ICJ's advisory opinions. In many countries, there are human rights courts and also climate courts. We are seeing, for example, agenda in the Netherlands or the Constitutional Court in Germany, or the European Human Rights Court, and also the constitutional litigations in Korea. So as we look at the so-called successful cases, I mean, they grab our attention. However, many failing or not so successful cases are not seen, are not noticed. However, there's a key in all this. Every climate litigation, even though we have the same goal. However, in different countries, different states, there are different contexts. In legal system, also different attitudes of the court. So it's an honor to have panelists from Japan, from Korea, and also locally in Taiwan. We're here to discuss in the journey or the process of climate litigation, what are the obstacles and challenges we face? Are there strategies and experiences that we can share? So first of all, I would like to introduce our speakers. On my right, Mr. Koide. He is from Japan. And he is member of Japan Youth Climate Litigation Legal Team. Thank you for coming all the way. On my left is Joy Udell. He is from Climate Litigation Network. A sincere welcome to you. He is a legal associate, Climate Litigation Network. And we have Li Jianfei, Jeffrey Lee. He is a chairperson, Constitution Litigation Committee of TWBA. Last but not least, we have Xie Meng Yu. He is also from TWBA. He is a chairperson of Indigenous People Law Committee. And he will be sharing with us different perspectives and experiences. Let's welcome him. Because our panelists, they all have prepared slides. So we will have our panelists return to their seats. And now let's have the floor to Koide-san.
Hello everyone. Konnichiwa. I'm from Japan. I'm Kaoru Koide and a member of Japan Youth Climate Litigation Case Legal Team. And I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to speak at this seminar. The theme of this panel is legal barriers, and I will discuss several barriers to climate litigation in Japan. Actually, there are several severe barriers, but we have to overcome. Okay. Okay, first from here, this map shows Japan's major power generation companies by region. 9 companies were established during World War II, although electricity market was liberalized 30 years ago. These 9 groups essentially continue to handle power generation and distribution in each region. And regarding climate litigation, the main climate litigations in Japan are shown in red. First, a litigation was filed concerning the coal-fired power plant in Sendai, here, and followed by litigation filed in Yokosuka, here, and Kobe. And now, currently, a youth climate litigation is ongoing in Nagoya. Okay. These climate litigation cases all challenge coal-fired power generation and can be broadly divided into 2 categories. administrative lawsuits and civil lawsuits. In the administrative lawsuits in Yokosuka and Kobe, plaintiffs sought a revocation of the final environmental impact assessment approval notice. This is because the EIA serves as a prerequisite for establishing the power plant. Meanwhile, in the civil lawsuits in Sendai and Kobe, plaintiffs sought injunction to halt the construction and operation of the power plants. Beyond the distinction between administrative, this one, and civil lawsuits, another important perspective is that while the lawsuits in Sendai, Kobe, and Yokosuka each targeted a single power plant, the youth climate litigation challenges the aggregate emissions of 10 major power generation companies. This is an overview of the coal-fired power plants. The description of Sendai as the Sendai plant operates at subcritical pressure with an output of 0.11 gigawatts, while the Kobe and the Yokosuka plants operate at ultra supercritical pressure, each with an output of 1.3 gigawatts. Okay. And then a little bit technical story, but first regarding administrative litigation, what were the key issues and how did the court rule? A primary point was whether the confirmation notice for the Environmental Impact Assessment EIA report constituted an administrative disposition subject to cancellation litigation. This point was not extensively addressed in the power plant cases, but both the Yokosuka and Kobe courts recognized its dispositional nature. So it was this point it was admitted. Next, the issue arose as to whether the plaintiffs had standing to challenge the illegality of this confirmation notice. Both the Yokosuka and Kobe courts denied standing on this point. And it also denied the legality of the confirmation notice, this one and this one. Oh, too much words, but the following, about standing, the following is a partial excerpt from the Yokosuka court's ruling regarding standing. The court determined that considering the intent of the law and the nature of the harm, the interest in avoiding harm does not encompass the protection of individual particular interests. This means that individuals claiming harm to interests not protected by the law cannot bring suit. However, the reason the law fails to consider such harm is that it has not kept pace with the reality of the climate crisis. It is clear that statutes need updating. Furthermore, regarding causation, the comprehensive impacts of the realities unfolding on Earth should be taken into account. And regarding civil litigation, in Kobe lawsuit, neither an injunction based on personality rights nor one based on the right to peaceful living was granted concerning the construction or operation of the power plant. In the youth climate litigation, an injunction is being sought based on a different legal framework, namely tort law. And about injunction based on the personality rights. What judgment did the court issue? This ruling has two problems. One is the framework for judging concrete danger. Climate change causes diverse harms. Couldn't the constraint of being unable to go outside due to heat be considered harm already occurring? The other is that by the time concrete danger is being debated in court, it is too late. Climate change countermeasures become too late. It places too much emphasis on the freedom of economic activity, leaving more important human rights behind. And the next problem is causation relationship. And then there is the issue of causation. The lawsuits in Kobe and Yokosuka focused on a single power plant. Consequently, the courts denied causation, arguing that the CO2 emissions were minimal. This is classic drop in the ocean argument. However, it is clear that pushing this argument further would lead to no one taking responsibility. We need to grasp the characteristics of the climate change issue and comprehensively rethink it. Okay. And now I introduce the characteristics of Japan's judicial system. Most barriers come from here. Japan, there is no explicit environmental rights. The Constitution enacted in 1946 without explicit provision for environmental rights remains unamended. And there is no constitutional court. Constitutional reviews only through concrete cases. And there is no total emission cap by law. Climate change laws lack regulatory approaches such as total emission caps. And there is no obligation for corporation, explicit obligation. So the more legislative inaction there is, the harder it becomes to hold the government and corporations accountable. But is this acceptable? Now, in our youth climate litigation, the 10 largest power generation companies are named as defendants. Why were these defendants chosen? The reason is the scale of their CO2 emissions. While Japan has hundreds of power generation companies, these 10 alone account for approximately 1/3 of Japan's total energy-related CO2 emissions. By suing the entire group of major emitters, we believe we can avoid disputes over causation. And this is strategies and future challenges use case. Strategies, as I said, to avoid causality debates, the lawsuit targeting companies with large emission shares as defendants. And to demonstrate concrete danger, young people, teens to 20s, with extremely high lifetime risk of harm exposure became plaintiffs. And future challenges. Defendant companies deny both plaintiffs' rights are being violated and that they bear emission reduction obligations. it is necessary to demonstrate that this stance lags behind global standards. And it is necessary to have courts adopt international jurisprudence that recognizes proportional liability regardless of small emission shares and establishes causation based on the certainty of future harm even without immediate temporal danger. Finally, we believe we must witness more of the damage caused by climate change and become aware of its impact. We would be honored to advance this journey together with all legal professionals. Unfortunately, climate change has continued to worsen even after the ruling in Yokosuka and Kobe. The changes over just the past years or two are sufficient to shift the court's stance. And international discussions like today's seminar provide momentum for solutions in my country as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the wonderful sharing. Next, invite our second speaker, Joe Udell, Legal Associate from Climate Litigation Network.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Joe Udell. I'm Legal Associate with Climate Litigation Network, or CLN, based in London. Today, I wanted to talk about standing and other procedural issues in government framework cases. So before I get into that, I'll just give you a little bit of insight into the work that CLN does. We were established in 2015 by the Urgenda Foundation following its landmark win against the Dutch government. And this case marked the first time that a court ordered a government to reduce its emissions by a specific amount to protect its citizens. And so CLN works with communities and organizations who are challenging government's insufficient climate action, otherwise known as government framework cases. And so the work that CLN supports, it's primarily in three different areas of government framework cases. They're either cases that challenge government's weak mitigation ambition or the ambition gap, cases that challenge government's insufficient implementation of their existing climate commitments, otherwise known as the implementation gap, or cases that challenge the transparency of government's net zero targets, otherwise known as the integrity gap. And so the focus of this presentation is on cases outside of Europe, focusing on some of the positive aspects of like ways in which courts have overcome standing and procedural barriers. And so Urgenda alone was cited by at least 17 courts around the world following from the periods 2017 to 2022. And so even though the focus of this presentation is on cases outside of Europe, outside of Asia, there can still be some very persuasive jurisprudence from these cases. In many instances, their government framework cases, they are the first of their kind in a particular jurisdiction. And so the judges in those cases very often look at other successful cases for guidance. And so this is just one example from one case of how that can play out in different jurisdictions. And so I wanted to focus on three common barriers to standing. And so these barriers concern the separation of powers, the widespread nature of climate harms, and the future nature of climate harms. And so I'll start first with the separation of powers.
And so separation of powers considerations frequently arise in several different stages of government framework cases. It could be in the justiciability stage, the recognition of a duty or right, the establishment of a breach, or the determination of an obligation. And so standing falls under justiciability, which also concerns other procedural issues such as admissibility or time limitations on bringing forward a claim. And we can compare here two different courts' approach to separation of powers considerations at the standing stage. And so both Juliana and Mather are constitutional challenges to insufficient government climate action. Both of these cases feature youth plaintiffs in common law jurisdictions, the United States in the Urgenda case, and Canada or Ontario in the Mather case. And so in Juliana on the left, the court acknowledged that the plaintiffs had an impressive case, but ultimately it said that the case was essentially one for the government to decide, not the courts. And then on the other hand, Mather on the right, the court of the Mather case said that courts actually do have an obligation to decide on constitutional matters, even if they're complex, even if they're contentious, or even if they're laden with social values. So even though Juliana failed due to separation of powers considerations at the standing stage, it's a really good example of how cases that lose can still have positive impacts, even if they're somewhat indirect. And so Juliana has gone on to inspire numerous youth-led climate cases around the world. And its legal strategy focusing on how climate inaction violates the constitutional rights of young people has resulted in 2 landmark victories in the United States. So the first achievement is in the Navahine case in Hawaii, and that case marked the first settlement in a government framework case in the global north. The second achievement, it's in the groundbreaking win of Held versus Montana, which I'll discuss in just a second. But that was the first constitutional case to go to trial on the merits. And that brings us to the next common barrier to standing, which is the widespread nature of climate harms. And so this is an issue because climate change affects everyone, but yet the fact that it affects everyone, this causes a real challenge for plaintiffs to establish the fact that they have a direct impact due to climate change. And this creates a bit of a paradox in the climate context, and which is that climate change is so widespread, the harms affect everyone, and yet, because it affects everyone, that really lowers the ability of individuals to bring cases against governments. And so this paradox has really caught the attention of scholars, of lawyers, of activists, and they proposed a few solutions to address this issue. One of them is that courts could allow, they could waive or lower standing requirements in meritorious climate cases. And 2, promote mechanisms that essentially allow individuals quick access to the courts, such as the tutela in Colombia, which allows people to file a constitutional claim and have a court review it in a quick time span. And I'll just add, there was a landmark case known as Future Generations in Colombia, which resulted in the Colombian Amazon to be recognized as a subject of rights, and that was brought forward under a tutela claim. So although the widespread nature of climate harms, it remains a challenge for plaintiffs, I wanted to highlight some of the wins and some positive jurisprudence in this particular area of law. And so the first is the Belgian Klimaatzaak case. And this was filed in 2015 by the Klimaatzaak NGO and 58,000 citizens against the federal government and 3 regional governments. And the plaintiffs argued that the authorities were in breach of their obligations under Articles 2 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which protect the right to life and the right to private and family life, respectively, as well as the Belgian Civil Code. And so the plaintiffs argued that these rights were violated because the government authorities had failed to adopt adequate emissions reduction measures. After granting standing to the NGO and the 58,000 individual plaintiffs, the first instance court granted declaratory relief to the plaintiffs. 2 years later, the Court of Appeal issued a specific emissions reduction order. And here, the first instance court on the left, it said that the plaintiffs could not be denied standing just because others will experience similar climate claims. Similar climate harms. And on the right, the Court of Appeal, interestingly, it said that it's actually the widespread nature of climate harms that gives the individual plaintiffs an interest in this case. So this is a good example of one jurisdiction's a flexible approach to addressing the widespread nature of climate harms. And this brings us to the second case, Held versus Montana, which I highlighted earlier in the context of Juliana. And this case challenged a Montana law that barred the consideration of emissions when approving fossil fuel licenses. And so the 16 youth plaintiffs in this case were granted standing, and the Montana Supreme Court ruled that the constitutional right to a healthy environment includes a stable climate system. And so although this is not a framework case, the outcome is quite groundbreaking, especially given the fact that it is in the United States, which has historically been a jurisdiction where standing is a particularly large obstacle for plaintiffs, as evidenced by the Juliana case and others. And so the dissent in this case was actually against granting standing to the plaintiffs due to the widespread nature of climate harms. And so interestingly, the majority opinion directly addressed the dissent, as well as that paradox that I mentioned earlier. The court said that denying standing here, just because climate change affects everyone, would essentially mean that government action could not be challenged by anyone. And so this, again, an especially good example of how a court in a jurisdiction with strict standing requirements has responded to this barrier with a pretty flexible approach. And that brings us to the last common barrier to standing, which is the future nature of climate harms. And this barrier prevents plaintiffs from demonstrating standing because there's not yet current harm caused by government conduct. And I should add that bit of a paradox, it may become less of a barrier to standing in the future, but that's just because climate change will continue to affect individuals and communities around the world. And so one of the cases that first addressed this barrier was the Urgenda case, which I mentioned earlier in the context of the founding of CLN. And this case focused on the insufficient climate policies of the Netherlands, again, under Articles 2 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, as well as the Dutch Civil Code. And the Urgenda Foundation was granted standing, and the first instance court ordered the Netherlands to reduce its emissions by 25% by 2020 compared to 1990 levels. This finding was confirmed by the Court of Appeal in 2018, and again by the Dutch Supreme Court in 2019. And the fact that the most serious climate harms would not occur until the future did not stop the Urgenda courts from granting standing. Here, the Supreme Court acknowledged that it's clearly plausible that the current generation of Dutch citizens will have to deal with climate harms in their lifetime if GHG emissions are not reduced around the world. And so moving on to the regional court level, I thought I'd highlight some relevant developments from the European Court of Human Rights. And as some background, this court oversees cases concerning the European Convention on Human Rights, which I just mentioned earlier, often Articles 2 and 8 in the climate context. And its jurisprudence binds its 46 member states, so it has quite considerable influence in Europe. And so many of you may have heard of the Klimasignorinen case. This was the first climate case decided by the European Court. This dispute involved a group of Swiss senior women and an NGO who claimed that Switzerland's insufficient climate policies violated their human rights. They argued that as elderly women, they were especially vulnerable to climate-induced heat waves. The court agreed with them, finding a violation of Article 8, which again protects the right to private and family life, and said that Switzerland must put in place a regulatory framework that's actually capable of addressing climate change. And so this was a very groundbreaking decision, and I should flag here that in order to bring a case to the European Court, you first have to exhaust all domestic remedies. The Klimasignorinen plaintiffs were actually denied standing at all levels in Switzerland, and the Swiss Supreme Court did so in 2020 because of the future nature of climate harms. So here we have a good example of how a case can experience early and consistent procedural issues such as standing and still prevail in the end. The European Court denied the 4 individual standing. It set a higher bar for plaintiffs bringing cases, climate cases under Article 8. Moving forward, individuals now need to show that they were personally and directly affected by climate change through a high intensity of exposure to climate risks that requires an urgent need for protection. So this goes back to the widespread nature of climate harms being a barrier to standing. And the court here is really worried about opening the door for everyone to bring forward cases. Nevertheless, although it's more difficult for individuals now to bring climate cases at the European Court of Human Rights level, the court actually set a lower threshold for organizations by granting the Klimasynerinen NGO standing. And under this new criteria, NGOs bringing Article 8 climate cases now need to show that they're lawfully established, have an objective of defending human rights against climate harms, and are genuinely qualified to do so. So looking ahead, a really important climate case with respect to standing considerations is Molnar versus Austria. This case is currently pending before the European Court of Human Rights. And this case, like Klimasynerinen, also invokes Article 8. However, it features just a single plaintiff who suffers from multiple sclerosis and Uthoff syndrome, and this affects his muscular control as temperatures go up. And so due to temperature increases caused by climate change, Mr. Molnar is often confined to his home during warmer months. And so this case should really provide some crucial standing guidance for individuals because if the Molnar plaintiff can't satisfy that higher individual standing threshold, then it really begs the question, who can? So to summarize, key outcomes, key takeaways. Positive outcomes in framework cases can really serve as persuasive guidance to courts around the world. And even negative rulings can have positive indirect impacts, as we saw with the Juliana case, and then ultimately leading to a settlement in the Navahine case out of Hawaii, as well as the Held versus Montana case. Separation of powers considerations and the widespread and future nature of climate harms also have not acted as a barrier to standing in a number of climate cases around the world, as I've highlighted today. And standing in Article 8 claims under the European Convention on Human Rights remains an evolving issue after Klimasynerinen. That is, higher individual thresholds, lower threshold for NGOs. Nevertheless, overall, this development is not expected to be a barrier to government framework cases, but the Molnar versus Austria case is one to watch. Thank you so much for allowing me to present today to learn from you all.
Thank you, Yuda, for your presentation. Now let's welcome the third speaker from TWBA. Let's welcome Mr. Li Jianfei, Jeffrey Li, Chairperson, Constitutional Litigation Committee of TWBA. Distinguished guests, scholars, fellow lawyers, thank you for coming, joining me in this conference. I'm very honored to share with you the limits of judicial power in reviewing government injection, where individuals cannot compel agencies to enact rules on the situations in Taiwan. So let's look at the judges or the court attitude. I think, like Joe mentioned, he has discussed the barriers and obstacles we are confronting, and also he discussed the principle of separation of power, and that is why the threshold for personal lawsuits is higher than the institution. And as we refer to the experiences in Japan, and if we look at Taiwan, we look at the barriers and challenges. Actually, we are still at beginner stage. If you look at the categories, actually, I mean, when it comes to climate litigation, we are not able yet to discuss what are the rights that people are losing or the causal effect, because our courts at the very beginning, I mean, in the very preliminary stage, they deny the right of the people to raise or to establish a lawsuit, litigation against the government in administrative law. Now let's look at the situation in Taiwan. Actually, a few years ago, as we look at news media reports, the Taiwan's first climate lawsuit is Greenpeace loses over ineffective large electricity consumer clause. And as you can see, the summary of the act is on the slide. For those so-called big consumer, they have to set up certain percentage of green power generation, or they have to acquire certain amount of green power generation. However, from Greenpeace, a NGO, they ask that the design of this system or this limitation is not good enough. That's why they raised this administrative lawsuit, saying that the government is not fulfilling the demand of climate change. And the logic of the Supreme Court is quite simple. There's only one reason, just one sentence. That is, people in Taiwan, individuals have no rights to request the enactment of specific administrative regulation. And this is something that has existed since 2 decades or even 3 decades ago, meaning saying that people have no rights to request the enactment of specific administrative regulation. So when I was a student in law school, this is something I remember. So as I look at the court announcements, I've been asking myself why it's been 2 to 3 decades. So now I have questions, big question mark over this sentence. I mean, for me, it's not easy to find the answer. I don't know where to look for answer. And for the first climate lawsuit, even though the Supreme Court shared their references, but still there's no rights for the people to request the enactment. So let's look at the reasoning. In light of the principle of separation of power, that's the first sentence or the first key point by the Supreme Court. So they say whether an administrative agency has failed to act or acted inadequately in this regard lies within the scope of legislative oversight by the legislature. And moreover, under current legal provisions, administrative agencies are not legally obliged to exercise the administrative legislative power in a specific manner upon request by individuals. So the logic is simple. In light of principle of separation of powers, the judicial power is not to intervene the power of legislation, and the other is administrative agencies are not legally obliged to exercise administrative legislative power. So if you look at these 2 aspects and how come it's forbidden by laws, the relevant provisions do not explicitly prohibit individuals from requesting the enactment of subordinate legislation or administrative regulations. If you look at the administrative procedures, if the people, they are not happy with certain results or certain implementation of the government, yes, the people have the right to make complaints. And also in the administrative law, people have the right to make complaints or petition. And for the Supreme Court, they say, since we already have allowed you such rights, then you have no rights to request for an enactment. So this is a strange logic. We have a lot of questions because there's no law specifically states that it's a forbidden right. I mean, it's forbidden by laws that people cannot raise such questions or to have such climate litigation. It says that people can raise this question or raise this complaint, but then how come it's forbidden for the people to request the stipulation of certain law? So based on law, the agency, they have to make an administrative decision, and it's their responsibility. However, when it comes to petition or making request, then it's forbidden. I think it's impossible. Logic-wise, it doesn't work. It doesn't mean that when you are allowed to make complaints, then you are denied to requested stipulation of certain law. Well, the logic doesn't work. So the constitutional rights to petition, administrative appeal, and litigation, are they mutually exclusive, or do they operate independently? Well, from this aspect, the administrative court, they say their first reasoning doesn't work because these rights are not mutually exclusive. And if we look at separation of powers, I mean, the principle as they mentioned, I have to say, courts may review the legality of subordinate litigation based on the principles of clarity, whether it's fitting to the legal scope as it was given, and when the agency is against or failing its legal responsibility, how come the people do not have the right to request for judicial review? So in the reasoning of separation of powers, as the Supreme Court explained in the Greenpeace case, I mean, this reasoning doesn't work. It's not intervening the power of legislation at all. And if the court cannot review, then how can the legislation review? Because legislation is in charge of making the law, then you are asking the legislation to also review the law. For me, that's contradictory. So if we look at other constitutional references, in Taiwan, I have to say, the Constitutional Court has been reviewing the inaction of legislation. For example, by constitutional rights, the legislature has to deliver certain goals, so they have some responsibility to fulfill. And if they fail to fulfill, then the judicial power, I mean, they can intervene and review. For example, same-sex marriage, because in our constitution, there's no specific law saying that the same-sex couple can get married. Actually, the judicial power, as they intervene, they explain the standard. Certainly, it says there's a separation of power principle. However, in order to protect the basic rights of the people, then the judicial power has to intervene and review the inaction of the legislation. So that's an example of the Constitutional Court in Taiwan. So there were past cases of judicial power intervening the legislation due to their inaction. So if they could have done so, how come in administrative aspect that the judicial power cannot review the inaction of administrative agencies? So that doesn't work. This logic doesn't work. So is constitutional courts, is it able to review the administrative inaction? So if it says the courts, whether it's Supreme Courts or just general courts, do not have that right, then I think it's impossible that the people's rights can be protected. And from Joe's presentation, he introduced the cases in North America. That's recent cases. However, I would like to refer to a 2007 cases. That's Massachusetts versus EPA, 549 US 497. So the logic, or if you look at the standing and reviewables, meaning that the harms associated with the climate change are serious and well recognized, and EPA should make laws or policies related to this aspect and protect the rights of the people. So for the federal courts in its states, different from local courts in Taiwan, they couldn't ask the administrative agency to review their law. But eventually, in this case, the federal court asked EPA to measure scientifically with scientific approaches to measure whether they are fulfilling their responsibility as demanded by the administrative agencies. So in this case, I want to ask local courts or administrative agencies in Taiwan to think about in the harm of climate change. For everyone, it's instant, urgent, and it's right on the spot. And isn't it enough for people to go into the court and raise litigations?
没有依照法
Second is whether or not that is judiciable, that is reviewable. And of course, it is reviewable because the Act expressly permits review of such an actions. So I'll just give you a brief conclusion. The conclusion is that for instance, in our climate declarations, we hope that the legislation can actually enact a legislation regarding climate change. But if we look at whether administrative order conforms with the legislation, I think even without legislation, our existing legislation did not prohibit and even grant a person to actually file for that, and which is Article 8 of the Administrative Litigation Act. It clearly says that a person may initiate a performance claim, and it didn't say whether it's payment or non-monetary performance against a central and local government agency on the basis of a public law. So I think this is not limiting to any specific measures. It is only that our administrative court used this to exclude people from actually claiming for the order or the administrative order to comply with the legislation. So through these many different questionings and arguments that I have, I feel that they are not reasonable and also is unfounded. So since we have Article 8 of the Administrative Litigation Act, and also taking into consider that climate change have already been meant as an advisory opinion of ICJ. These are urgent and immediate risk faced by the citizens. And how is it that we cannot actually put the first step or have a starting point? And even with recognizing the right doesn't necessarily mean that the plaintiff has the standing requirement or mean that the inaction is automatically unlawful. All those are still debatable, but we have to at least have the first step in order to actually look at it, because I don't think it is reasonable for us to deny people's access to court just because of this. Thank you. Thank you, Jen, for the wonderful sharing. Next, I would like to invite our fourth speaker, Chairperson of Indigenous Peoples Law Committee at Taiwan Bar Association, Xie Mengyi. Thank you.
好，快吃饭了。
All right, we're approaching lunchtime. After a morning sessions, you may be a bit drowsy, but it's all right. I want to take it easy and share with you a few examples about litigations and obstacles and procedural challenges we face. I want to look at it from the perspective of indigenous people's lens, because many of you already mentioned climate change impacts, of course, widely and broadly to everyone. However, among which indigenous peoples are really hit it hard. Be it the rise of sea level, and also the cases that you mentioned, for instance, the Daniel case. Daniel actually lived along the coast, and he is actually an islander in the Torres Strait Island. So the rise of sea level definitely will impact their survival and their living. And also in Sweden, if you set up a power station, that definitely would affect their livelihood and their survival. In Taiwan, even though our indigenous peoples, some of them live in mountainous areas, some live in urban areas, some along the coast. But of course, that would definitely impact them as well. I will talk about that later. So I want to recognize first one thing, that is the climate declaration of Taiwan Bar Association says that it needs to depend on different areas and even depends on individual cases, because it had a different level of impact on different groups of people. Now, before I go into this discussion, Jianfei has already talked a lot about. This is a good follow-up, because he talks about Administrative Procedure and Litigation Act, and I talk about constitutional I would talk about the Constitution, because even without that basis of requirements, we will not be able to have climate litigations going into a normal or a administrative court. If that's the case, we will not be able to resort all measures, and that means that we will not be able to file for a litigation case in the Constitutional Court, and that would keep us in a dilemma. And of course, Zoe Huang would talk about that later, and how she tries to break through these dilemma. Next slide. I share with you this photo not just to show you that this is what I looked like 10 years ago, but when we talk about indigenous people, look at this. I want to wish you Mid-Autumn Festival. We are approaching Mid-Autumn Festival. Well, this means that we have to eat pamelo, right? Pamelo, where is it produced? In Taiwan, it is produced in Mado. You all know where it is. But Mado is actually Mado is actually an indigenous language, which means eye. And why would it be called an eye? Why would this location be called an eye? Because it is actually a special terrain where it's, if you look at it from above, then it looks a little bit like an eye, and that's why we call Madai as the name of this location. Now, this also relates to the determination or identification of indigenous peoples. Now, I won't talk too much into that because that would take too much time, but this would be the agenda. I would want to talk about 5 different things, and especially focus on 2 different areas. That is the rights protection of climate litigation and indigenous people, and also the conflicts of rights for indigenous peoples and renewable energies. We all know that we want to pursue sustainable development goals, but between those different goals, some of them may support each other, may be complementary. For instance, we take a lot of climate actions which would allow our survival to be sustained, our culture to be sustained. However, on the other hand, when we are taking these actions and we want to have affordable clean energies and we go green, the location we select sometimes and all too often are the territory of indigenous peoples. Now, if without their consent, we then develop relevant, be it thermal power plants or solar power plant or wind power plant and other power plants, and we arbitrarily change indigenous people's control in their own territory and land, that in some way also lead to discrimination and infringement. So I want to look at it from these 2 different perspectives. First is on climate litigation and the rights protection of indigenous peoples. Of course, we want to first focus on procedural issues. I won't talk about the merits. This is the slides that was being talked about as the Daniel Bailey versus the Australia government. So the basic idea is that this group of indigenous peoples in 2019 actually filed for a petition to the Human Rights Committee at the UN level. The Human Rights Committee actually made this opinion in July 21st, 2022. So there are a group of 8 indigenous peoples living in the Torres Islands. They are actually living in different areas. Now, when they propose this petition, they are not only adults, but also their own children, so minors. This is a claim. The claim says that they feel that Australian government failed to actually adopt appropriate mitigation measures. So that's say the government actually participate in the Paris Agreement, but failed to actually reduce carbon emission and reduce to the use of fossil fuels. They are actually a major producer of fossil fuels, and the government also fails to adopt appropriate adaptation measures and also build infrastructures to protect the life and livelihood and also lifestyle of the petitioners, so to prevent their household and culture from the impact of climate change, especially on the rise of sea level. And that's why they claim that this violates their rights to be protected under ICCPR, including their right to survival, including their rights to privacy, including their children's rights and also their cultural right. So that's let's look at the first thing. The Human Rights Committee, can they accept this case? They would look at the Article Protocol and other. Article 1 says that you have to, first of all, be a state party. Second, you have to also, under the regulation, if any individuals have to first resort all remedies in the domestic level, that is, so you have to go through all these different remedies before in your domestic jurisdiction. Also, this case cannot be filed in other international procedures either. So this also means that you have to resort all measures. Now, because of time constraints, I will go into the conclusion first. Australia, of course, is a state party. And the committee also confirmed that it is not also filed in other international investigations and resolution procedures. But the problem lies on the last two things, that is whether or not they have resolved all domestic measures. My own understanding is that they didn't file for any litigations in their domestic jurisdiction. They filed directly to the Human Rights Committee. But then since Australia didn't provide data, then says that in the same period of time they have effective and available remedies. This means that the petitioners, of course, can file for such petition. And also they are vulnerable groups, vulnerable to the changes of climate. So that's why their rights under ICCPR has been infringed. So let's very briefly look at all this. These two very important procedural arguments and on how the opinion actually says about this. The applicants, of course, said a lot of things. The applicants said that, first of all, under the Constitution of Australia, they don't have a list of fundamental rights. Secondly, he also mentions that their Supreme Court also does not think that the government has the obligation to do so. And correspondingly, they cannot leverage such procedure to claim that they actually can file for complaints to actually restore their tort. So the committee also understands that the Australia said that the committee recalls the requirement under Article 5, Paragraph 2 of the articles, namely the Communications Committee must have exhausted all available judicial, and the state parties also didn't disagree. So since the state party didn't provide any information to show that there are actually ways available, measures available domestically, since the state party failed to provide so, the committee decided that they can actually accept and take this case. And the committee also thinks that since the applicants, as the indigenous peoples, also people living in the island, they would be vulnerable to these climate crisis, and their life and culture rely very much on natural resources and the environment that they live in. That's why the committee said that indeed, since there are still all these different disadvantages happening, and that is no longer a theoretical possibility, that can become and amount to a practical possibility. So that's why they also take this case. So let's come back and look at Taiwan's case. This was represented by Zoe Huang, and on the January 30th of 2024, we have filed for this Constitutional Interpretation Court. Now, the biggest barrier we face so far is that we don't have enough number of grand justices now. We only have 8 of them. We need to have 15, so there is 7 lacking. So this means that this case is stalled because of that. So this is the biggest procedural barrier that we have, but it's difficult to overcome. Now, before we go into this case, I want to share with you the indigenous peoples in Taiwan so that you have an idea. According to the Basic Act of Indigenous Peoples refer to 2 types. First is the people that are existing in Taiwan, and they are the traditional ethnicities that are under the jurisdictions of the state, or the other that identify themselves as indigenous peoples and have been identified and determined and proved by the central government. Of course, there are different ways whether or not and how this determination is correct, but that's the current rule. But currently, there are 16 identified indigenous peoples, and that is also a way for you to determine which age group you are. Sometimes I will talk to other groups and say that how many groups of indigenous peoples do you think? If you are more senior, you will feel that there's only people in the mountainous area. So back then, there is no such word as indigenous peoples. They use mountainous comrades. But if you are at my age, if you ask them how many indigenous peoples there are, we will say 9 of them, because that's when I learned in our educational system. And that's why there's an entertainment park called the 9 Indigenous Peoples Park. But if you are born after the 90s and 2000s, then you will remember there is 13 indigenous peoples. If you are born after 2000s, then you will know that there are actually a total of 16 indigenous peoples. So there is a time evolution there. But in any case, in addition to these 16 different groups, the reason I want to show you Mato is because these Hilaya indigenous peoples, because this is where Hilaya people lives. Hilaya people actually filed for this constitutional court. The conclusion is that you cannot only divide indigenous peoples into mountains areas and also the 16 indigenous peoples. All those Austronesian groups in Taiwan should be identified as indigenous groups. It just may have different determinations, but this shows you whether or not you can actually file for a climate litigation based on these based on their identity.
好，我们会都看到这个声。
So if you look at the petition, so actually it's carefully drafted, and there are two indigenous people. Also, there are farmers, children, fishermen, and also general people. So these are all citizens. If we go back to the presentation, our first panelist, and let's look at community-based petition. Because for different people, different community, the impact of climate change will be different. So for attorneys, for lawyers, when they are explaining or illustrate how the defendants are affected by climate change, these impacts may be different depending on their role and their community. So, for example, the indigenous people, they are from Pingdong, from Lukai, and also from central Taiwan, from Alishan. So let's look at the target. If you look at the constitutional law, for people who want to raise cases according in the constitutional law, then they have to they have to exploit all possible means, then they go to the Constitutional Court. However, under such circumstances in climate change, we look at the Climate Change Act, Article 10 and 6. Actually, at the stage of stipulation, actually, it has invaded the right of the people because it fails to build a general standard. And, well, due to time constraint, in this petition, in constitutional court, it doesn't allow people the right to raise the petition. And when it comes to right, if you look at the core principles, in this case, there's no remedy at all. So that's our argument. So we need to go to the constitutional court. And if you look at the right, speaking of cultural right, it's in the Constitution, and for indigenous people, they have this constitutional right, and also in IPCC AR6 report. Climate change, when it comes to indigenous people, they rely on the original culture. If they could not adapt to climate change, and if climate change brings a impact as big as destroying their community, and they are forced to evacuate, that is an impact we have to look into. And due to Murak typhoon, a lot of indigenous people in southern part of Taiwan, they were forced to evacuate. They have to leave their community, and their culture could not become a legacy. They have to be moved to another place. And even though they are living in other places, their culture cannot be moved. And if you look at the picture, Mr. Lee, one of the indigenous people, in the petition, the community, in the red circle, that was the original location. That was 2004, according to the Formosa satellite. And after the typhoon, the community disappeared all of a sudden. So you can see there were houses, etc., but now it's all in gray. And the orange part, so that is the church. So it's 2009, after Typhoon Murak, that's the only thing left, the church in orange. And all the other is covered all of a sudden. So that is impact of climate change. And if you look at Mr. Chen's case, there were 6 bridges. And during Morakot typhoon, all the bridges were broken. How about school? On the left, you can see the soldiers. They are helping the elementary schools to clean up the debris and also the floods, the settlement. And as you can see, all the houses, they were built, they were destroyed in their foundation. So that is how severe the impact of climate change is. But time is up. If we have time, I can share with you further, and I believe you all have my presentation. I have the slides. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Please stay on the stage. And now let's have the panel discussion. It's a Q&A session of this part. Thank you, our dear panelists. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and also experiences and references, cases sharing. So from the 4 presentations from Mr. Joy Udell, we see some key issues in global climate change cases and also local progresses in different countries. However, in Japan and Taiwan, the obstacles and barriers we are facing are far away from the global stage. For example, in Japan and Taiwan, the court, they still resort to legacy or really old traditional law. It's outdated. And Mr. Koide, like he mentioned, he pointed out, behind the court, there's a whole system. For example, the lake, the failure of environmental rights of the people, whether it's restrictive to the government or the government agencies. Now, we have limited time here, so allow me to explain that we do have 2 questions submitted from the audience. So allow me to share the cool questions first. It's for Joy.
第一个问题是说
The first question is, in climate change cases in Europe, the number of plaintiffs is more than tens of thousands. How did you collect all this petition or the signature for so many people? So how did you allocate the resources for all this, that having enough people to deal with so many plaintiffs? And the second question is for Professor Ye. From Professor Ye, that is for people to sue global companies. Is it possible to establish such cases? For example, suing that global company failed to deliver their responsibility in due diligence. So the loss of rights. And is it possible? Maybe we can have some time for Joy to answer this question. And how about anyone from the audience? Any question from the floor?
One for Karu and one for Joy. My question for Karu is that so this year we have another case on RWE case. In that case, although the plaintiff lost the case, but the German court actually recognized the causation and attribution of RWE's emissions, historic emissions. So I wonder how do you think that case could impact your case working in Japan. And my second question to Joe is that you make a comparison on Juliana and Montana case, but I recall that in the Montana case, it's actually a case about the environmental impact assessment provision. So I wonder whether you think specificity on the claim could affect or impact the result of the case.
So I have some questions for Jeffrey Lee and also Meng Yuxue. So in a referendum in the fourth nuclear power plant, we have a collective case of the stakeholders within the 8 kilometer of the nuclear power plant, but the case was returned by the court. So how about, I mean, in the future, if we are trying to define the stakeholder, for example, limit the people living around such a facility within 8 kilometer, I'm just worried that maybe such definition wouldn't be received by the court. They may be send it into appeal again. I'm from Kaohsiung. My name is Xu Wenying. For the damage, the uncertainty of damage cases and also the administrative department, the inaction of the administrative agency as we are taking up litigations, these are all barriers and obstacles. However, in criminal codes, for a public threat in its definition, it doesn't require an actual damage to take place. However, in administrative litigation, can we refer to that? And also, like you mentioned, like Xie, Mr. Xie, you mentioned the indigenous people and also Haochacun, the cases in southern part of Taiwan after Typhoon Murak. So if in the future, in climate change cases, if ever the government does any positive amendment, however, global climate change is a global issue. How can we refer to, for example, some more global cases, the damage request, and globally speaking, there may be some foundation and other other support resources. But for Taiwan, in the future, is it possible that we can also resort to these approaches? Well, we have limited time. I'll stop question collection here. So these are the questions we have. So maybe you can start answering the question as a host and allow me to leverage my privilege. It seems like we have more questions for Joy. So you have 4 to 5 minutes to answer the question. For all the other 3 panelists, please answer the questions in 3 minutes. So Joy, you have 4 to 5 minutes. So maybe we start with Mr. Koide.
Thank you for your question. From RWE case, that court precedent should have a positive impact on our litigation as well. After all, emissions in Europe or worldwide affect farmers in Peru. So that's the same thing happening in Japan. And beyond that, I believe it comes down to how well we can visualize the damage suffered by the plaintiffs as the end points. That's the next problem. So I will overcome that next problem. Thank you.
Marcel answered the question that was proposed online, which had to do with the number of plaintiffs in the Belgian case. And so just to clarify, so CLN does not bring cases in our own name. We support local teams that are bringing cases challenging government's insufficient climate action. And so My understanding of this case is that it's similar to sort of like a class action in the sense of, I believe it might have been a web page that allowed individuals to sign up, registering the fact that they had suffered injury and wanted to be named a plaintiff in this case. And so it's kind of an example of how like technology may be able to help like allow access to the courts for individuals. As far as the second question regarding Held versus Montana, absolutely right. It's not an apples to apples comparison. Held is not a framework case, but it is addressing the EIA process at the state level. And so I think you're right that there may be some issues. Like there have been a number of framework cases that have failed due to standing separation of powers considerations in the United States. I would say that to that point, change happens very incrementally, and so the fact that the plaintiffs were able to not only have standing granted to them, but were able to prevail in their claims, and the court was able to directly address the widespread nature of climate harms. I think so that was a win, and so perhaps that'll continue to move the standing considerations forward in a progressive way in the United States. The other thing I would say is that the plaintiffs brought their claim on a constitutional right to a healthy environment. And we've seen there have been a number of landmark cases that have invoked this right. South Korea, Colombia, Nepal, these are cases all around the world. And so I think one of the takeaways here is that where there is a right to a healthy environment enshrined, whether it's at the state level in the United States, which it's not enshrined in constitutions statewide across the U.S. It's one of, I believe Montana is one of a few constitutions which addresses the right to a healthy environment. But where the right is enshrined, and it really does provide plaintiffs with an opportunity to access the courts, and has resulted in a number of very important framework case wins against government's insufficient climate action.
Thank you.
First of all is Mr. Yang's question. Well, indeed, in the past, we actually had a lot of litigations involved. I personally may not be directly involved in it, but I think recently the case, this requirement is still 8 kilometers regarding nuclear power plant. Now, of course, in the future, if we are continue to have such regulations, we will definitely be restricted by existing jurisprudence. But that doesn't mean that we cannot challenge that, because in the past we have also had several EIA cases, and that determination criteria is also inconsistent. So if we can collect more cases or more scope of its impact, I do believe that we can propose new materials and information to persuade the judge and say that it's not that only they have 8 kilometers response scope. Not to mention that the Chernobyl actually follows around over 200 kilometers impact. If climate change actually lead to maybe a flooding and others and lead to impact of nuclear power plants, I think we can propose different scenarios and bases to actually try to persuade. Of course, in terms of litigation strategies, in order to ensure this case will be admitted, we need to at least find some part of it inside the 8 kilometers, the other part outside of the 8 kilometers. So strategy-wise, this is something that we can do to ensure that at least this case will be accepted in court. Like you said, in indigenous people's development case, when we are fighting for the case, we will not only file from an indigenous people's individual, we also use the tribe as a whole as a plaintiffs. And the court also say that the tribe itself has the standing to actually file for such litigation. Ms. Xu also asked this question. I think for the offenses against public safety, I look at this in the criminal code. I think it's a bit different from what we've said, because the offenses against public safety covers a wider scope. But what we need to persuade is to let the courts know that this widespread impact or this harm is not that futuristic or forward-looking. It's sort of like you are cooking something. something. It is happening, it is continuous, and it is cumulative. So I think that is the perspective we need to put on the court. We need to let the judge know that the danger is not something that will happen in the future. It is an ongoing and present and existing danger. So I think that way we can actually persuade and to let the court see that this is not a future case, but already a current and existing case. Also regarding international response, I'm sorry, my research doesn't cover those international studies, so I will not be able to make recommendations. Thank you. I think Meng Yu already answered all those questions, so I'll just briefly summarize. I think all the questions in the Q&A session mainly regards how should we try to persuade our courts, and that was originally what I wanted to ask other practices worldwide, but we don't have enough time, so I just have one observation and one reflection. I feel that courts need to recognize that there are other jurisdictions and their practices, and also internationally, ICJ now had these advisory opinions, and they also need to recognize the timeline that we face in climate change, and that's something that courts and judges need to understand and bear in mind. But if we currently look at the awareness of the court, I would feel that they are not that much aware of these timeline constraint that we have, or the international jurisprudence that we already see. If you attend this issue, and if you are participants here, you must at least know and have a certain level of sensitiveness. You are actually quite sensitive in these developments. You know that we are lagging behind. We sometimes we are even too late already. But a lot of people are at the other side of the spectrum. They are not even aware of the urgency. And take Taiwan situation, for example. Our nearby countries, South Korea and others, have already had constitutional ruling, and yet we're still stuck at the very basic and fundamental. That is, our people may not even have the right to access to court regarding climate litigation issues. So I think this mindset issue is because the court failed to understand the urgency of climate change. I would have to say that 2050 is really close and near timeline, and Taiwan is at the risk of being impacted. So we don't want the court to think if. It's not just about an if situation. An island is being immersed or flooded. That's something that is irreversible. Compensation or monetary compensation is irreversible, but we don't want something that cannot be restored. So I want to share this concern and this urgency to the court so that more judges know about this urgency. I think that way we would then be more able to persuade the court to be more liberal and more progressive in this regard. Thank you. Okay, because of time constraints, I'll just summarize this session. From what we've seen, be it Japan or Taiwan sharing, what we can see is that at least in Taiwan and Japan, the challenges we face mainly come from two sides. First is that the court and its awareness of climate change and whether or not it recognizes climate change. Or the court would just feel that, I don't know how to deal with it, don't come to me. So that itself is the first thing, the mindset of the courts. How does it understand and recognize this issue? And secondly, we'd like to thank Mr. Koide and also other speakers. Thank you for also mentioning that behind court, it's a even wider and more complex judicial system and complex. Sometimes these judicial structures already set a lot of rights to access or not to access. So that is also something that we need to respond. And in our very brief presentations, I just want to summarize. I think I heard 3 points that we are working on, and we heard some possibilities as well. First of all, be it theoretically or in international jurisprudence, we will find that even under the same legal framework, legal interpretations can be changed. Legal interpretation can be diverse. And maybe with new facts and new understanding of the issues, these legal interpretations can change accordingly. That's something evolving. So we need to continue to challenge courts' interpretation. They should abandon those outdated ways of interpretation. Second thing is that we're also very grateful for all those groups working on climate litigation cases, because what we see is that lawyers, when facing this legal interpretation and the rigid interpretation, lawyers are working very hard in different fronts. They try to reshape the question. They try to leverage more scientific evidence to clarify exactly what's the current situations of climate change, and that way we can challenge the existing interpretation. What we also see is that lawyers, when they are participating in the climate change campaign, they are also connecting globally and also mobilizing the society. And I think that's something that may not be directly related to climate litigations, but they are the force that can drive the development of climate litigations. Last but not least, what we see is that a lot of the cases are facing domestic conservatisms. So they skip the domestic legal systems altogether and actually go directly to the international route to overcome the barriers faced domestically. So even though some domestic courts may be more conservative, but international courts may provide some opportunities. And these are the three opportunities that we see. In addition, there are also two reminders. The first reminder is that I would like to thank lawyer Xie for reminding us that even though if we look at climate change in a universal perspective, but in every different countries, there are different groups of people living within, and they are facing different level of barriers and difficulties. So when we're facing climate issues like this, we also need to look at people who are most impacted. Second thing is that from a lawyer perspective, it is very possible that we see the litigation as our core. However, from all those sharings, you will also understand that sometimes courts has its restraints. It may not be able to deal with all these different issues. They may be bounded by these individual cases, and they will not be able to do more. So while continue to work on these litigations, at the same time, we also need to look at what we need to do to change the public discourse, or what we need to do to maybe do some legislative lobbying and others. These are also something that lawyers can also do and should also do, and we should also work with the academia to do so. Once again, I would like to thank Taiwan Bar Association for organizing and inviting us and for leading us to have a discussion on these transnational litigation. Well, I hope that this dialogue can be continued, and with today's declaration, we will also lead the lawyer and the NGOs here in Taiwan to actually have more discussion on climate litigation and to actually have more actions and more collaborations. Once again, thank you, everyone. This sums up today's our session today. Thank you. This concludes the morning session of our seminar. Please take your lunch ticket and go to room 302 and room 307 for lunch. And we've also actually provided you utensils that can be recycled. So please return these utensils after lunch. Thank you.
下午场次预计
Our afternoon session will begin at 1:30 sharp, so please return to the venue after lunch. Thank you.
我这边直接讲话就可以了吗？OK。
Hello, I hear you fine.
Hello, Rhoda. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, great. And can you share your slides now?
Yes. I will say hello and I will share my slides. Hang on. You have to let me again.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Do you see this now?
Yeah, I can see your slides. Great.
Okay, wonderful. So here we are.
Okay.
Good morning.
For us, it's noon now.
I know. For me, it's very early in the morning. I just watched the sunrise.
Thank you.
So do you want me to switch this off again?
We now we need to test the interpreter.
Okay.
So please wait a second.
This is English channel testing. 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 Okay, great. This is English channel testing. Thank you. English channel testing. But at this point, I cannot hear you. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Great. How?
In the morning here in Germany, I am sitting here at my desk. Everybody else is asleep. Okay, do you need me to keep on rambling? Yeah, I'm sorry to have missed you, but I couldn't get up any earlier. I've been working on important papers until very late yesterday. I'm currently filing several lawsuits, so I have been very busy, and I couldn't listen to everybody else, which is sad, because normally you would want to listen to the people who are speaking before you. I will keep on speaking. Do you need me to speak more? Oh, hello? Hello. I don't hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me? If we have QA session. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll mute myself now. Do you want me to stop my video or the presentation?
Hello, Rhoda. Can you hear me?
It's wonderful. All good.
Nice. Oh, okay. Now the test is done, and the section will begin at in 13:30.
We will resume.
Wait.
We will resume in 8 minutes.
You want me to stop my presentation or do I leave it on? Hello? Do you want me to stop my presentation or do I leave it on?
这样。
Okay, I don't hear you saying anything, so I'll stop it now, and then I'll resume it later on.
Hello, Rhoda, and you can keep the slide sharing.
Okay.
Thank you.
对啊对啊，因为我
we will start the section in 10 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Speak to you then.
Thank you.
各位与会的贵宾，大家好。我们下午
Our afternoon session will begin in 2 minutes.
欢迎各位贵宾回到我们今天的研讨会。
Welcome back. We'll now begin our afternoon session. The first session in the afternoon is also a topic discussion, and the topic is about procedural and substantive requirements for national reduction targets. First, let's welcome the moderator of today's of this session, Professor Zhang Wenzhen at National Taiwan University.
大家好，那今天很
Good afternoon, everyone. Very honored to be able to host. Monitor this session, and also today the Taiwan Bar Association also announced the climate declarations, leading all lawyers and legal practitioners to actually do our effort in saving planet and our humanity. I'm here moderating the second session of our discussion. The topic for this session is on procedural and substantive requirements for national reduction targets. This year is 2025, and it's a very important year. The Paris Principle passed 10 years ago in 2015, so this year marks the 10th year. This year, every country also need to propose and submit their targets. The morning session also mentions that ICJ actually issued a very important advisory opinions and setting the temperature increase to be within 1.5 degrees Celsius as the target. All countries, be it a member of the climate change framework and Paris principles, need to actually have these statutory and also obligation to follow. And that's why this year, when countries are actually proposing their reduction targets, they now have a obligation among the international law, so that procedurally and substantively, how should this country to realize and fulfill the obligation become very important. And of course, I believe this is something and this is why Taiwan Bar Association want to have a topic that specifically discuss on this issue. And we are more happy that we have 4 important panelists who's going to share with us on this topic. Our first speaker is will join us online. This is an early morning for her, and he's joining us. He's a judge at Hamburg Constitutional Court, the Honorable Dr. Vehian. Dr. Vehian is also a lawyer, and then since 2021 has been serving as a judge at the Hamburg Constitutional Court. And I believe that with experience as a lawyer and also as a judge, our judge would definitely be able to give us a lot of sharing experience. Our second speaker would be lawyer Sejong Yang, president of Plan 1.5. He is the main a lawyer at the South Korea law, and he successfully filed a constitutional litigation case. And we are now moving on into the second step, which is that South Korea will currently set the temperature increase at 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is he is currently the president of Plan 1.5. So we are very grateful for him to come here to join us. Our third speaker is the science and law lead at Climate Litigation Network, April Williamson. April, just like the morning session, he's also from the Climate Litigation Network, CRN, and CRN has been assisting local organizations in filing litigations in different countries, and we're very happy to have further exchange from the organization. And coming last, also of great significance is Zoe Huang, Deputy Chairperson of Environmental Law Committee of Taiwan Bar Association. Zoe has been devoted and dedicated to climate litigation here in Taiwan, but also facilitating the exchange with not only Taiwan, but also international connection and solidarity with lawyers worldwide. So we're very happy to also have Zoe here with us. Because of the venue constraint, so we will ask each of the panelists to come here one by one. We will give the presentation first.
Rhoda Vehian to share her thoughts and insights. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm very happy to be with you. Can I hear whether you can actually see my slides, please?
No, we can't.
You cannot yet? Okay, just bear with me.
Dr. Honorable Vahina, we have some problems of the sound, but let's try.
Okay,
can you hear me?
See the slides? I can hear you fine. I can hear you, and I was able to see you. Can I go on now? Can you hear me now?
So you can hear, but we don't have the sound in the conference hall.
Okay, so I'll wait a minute. Okay. You want me to speak so that you know when you will hear
Okay, so that's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, and for those wearing earphones, you can hear all right? Okay, apologies.
No worries.
Yeah. Now, maybe could I ask you to go back from the very beginning?
I am on my first slide.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, I'll start now.
Okay.
So I greet you very warmly from Northern Germany. I'm happy to be with you. I declined coming to be with you because I normally don't fly for such events. I just try to reduce my own personal carbon footprint as much as possible, but I'm happy to share my insights, obviously. As was said before, I'm a lawyer. This is my law firm, and I'm also a judge at the Constitutional Court. We normally say we're a member of the Constitutional Court because it's actually not a full-time job, but an honorary position. So what I will share with you today is most of all my experience as a lawyer from having taken the Neubauer case in 2021 and many other climate litigation cases. So I will walk you through this, and I focused on the budget. As you will see. So I'll just try and actually move my presentation here because, ooh, now that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? I don't know. That is very strange. I cannot operate this right now. Let me see. Now? Right, okay. So we're talking about a very global problem, which is essentially what happens when you talk about budgets in courts is that they realize that there's one budget and very local impacts. So how do courts deal with that? And how do we as lawyers actually make things like that so big and so very normative in some respects? How do we make that tangible? So as you all have discussed already, but it's important to actually say this, I think, in every little piece of litigation, we do this because of this ambition gap, right? We have this whole climate regime, we have the ICJ saying things and the human rights bodies saying things, but we still have this ambition gap. This is taken from the UN gap report of 2024, and we have a huge ambition gap, which is between the range of the green line and the range of the orange and red lines. This is somewhere where we're going. We're nowhere near the green line. So the IPCC said to go 45% by 2030. We're not there at all, and we're also not on track for net zero by 2050. So actually, depending on what you calculate, we're on trajectory to go to 2.8% temperature rise. So this clearly is completely at odds with what we're trying to do legally and scientifically and to protect human rights. So this is the basis of all of the litigation that we're talking about in this conference and many others. And Sejong also used this. I know. Hello, Sejong. Hello, April. Yeah. So I will just briefly, from having done this for now almost 20 years. Climate change and the role of courts is firmly established now. The existence and legal relevance of anthropogenic climate change has been confirmed by courts all over the world since, I would say, 2003. We do not have to fight on this anymore. We also have kind of ticked the issue of human rights being at risk. Most courts have said this, including recently the International Courts of Human Rights and the International Court of Justice and the European Courts of Human Rights. Climate change is a human rights issue, including because of the severe economic risk, I should say, not just the physical risks, which is quite important with respect to who the defendants might be and what you might target. The ICJ advisory opinion, as was already mentioned, clearly now says 1.5 is customary international law. So we're no longer talking about various vague notions of below 2 degrees, which is what the Paris Agreement set out. But, and we see this now all over the world, the courts struggle with the division of powers. So between this between this very, very large ambition gap and the division of powers, there is a real struggle going on right now. And every lawyer applying the law in courts has to be aware of this. So the current issue in framework cases, and I'm not sure whether you've already been familiar or made familiar with this case, framework cases are the ones that we're talking about here, ambition cases towards states mostly. So talking about, what do states have to do and how do you actually legally frame the legal framework. So the legal reception of the Paris Agreement in national law generally is not completely resolved. For example, in the reception of the Klimasenioren judgment right now in Switzerland, we still see the struggle of does the Paris Agreement actually constitute the law, or is there something else, right? So does the Paris Agreement and the NDCs in terms of obligations of state work in parallel or exclude other law? This is not resolved, and we still have to be very wary of that. So the distribution of the remaining judgment, which I will focus on for the remainder of this talk, are we talking equity, per capita, full discretion of states? What is the budget? And you know, having now resolved one of the issues, which, you know, is 1.5 degrees is actually the threshold. What happens if the budget is depleted, which is the case? I will talk about that in many industrialized countries, actually. Then you have the issue of duty of care. So what is the definition? What are the thresholds? Do we actually talk about the duty of care of states as a duty to protect, or which is what, for example, was applied in the Klimasenioren judgment, or are we talking about future infringements and limitation of freedom rights, which was the construct my constitutional court used in 2021. This might not be, you know, very important to people just in the hall right now, but it is very important for judges, because it is a major issue of how to deal with the discretion of powers, division of powers. And then there is this issue, which is also not resolved, the overlap of public and private duties. So how do we deal with the fact that there's corporate obligations and also litigation, as well as state-based litigation, so the framework cases we're currently talking about against states? And how do we deal with this problem of country boundaries and inventories? For example, is Switzerland responsible for the emissions that have been caused because of its finance activities? Is Germany responsible for emissions caused in Taiwan because of the way it consumes goods and services? These things have not been resolved, and I haven't really seen a case right now that is focused only on this issue to be able to clarify it. So, having said all this, I will now turn to my case and just explain how this budget application happened and how we actually won the Neubauer case to some degree, only on this matter. So what you see here are the plaintiffs, the complainants, we say. This was a case we launched in 2019, 2020, against the Climate Change Act of December 2019, which contained a 55% target for Germany until 2030. So what we argued was Article 1, which is human dignity of our basic law. We have a constitution which is directly applicable to people, so you can actually go to court directly, which is not the case in every jurisdiction. We applied Article 1, human dignity, 2, health and life, 12, vocational freedom, Article 14, property, because some of the plaintiffs are actually work on their own farms on the land. And we applied Article 20A, which is a state objective to protect the environment and natural resources for the benefit of future generations. So what we got out of this was the order, which is now, I think, mostly known as Neubauer et al. In March of 21. It says climate change affects human rights, both through impacts and transformation. So the restricted ability to emit greenhouse gases in the future, that was actually the point where the court stopped and took its duty of care from. Future freedom is restricted unlawfully if immediate action is not taken. So really the court looked at impacts of climate change, but what really convinced the court at the end to take action and to actually emit this judgment, which was anonymous, was that if we continue to just emit as we do, i.e. if we continue to ignore the budget reality, then there will be nothing left in future. And I don't know about you, but I have 3 kids. So I'm sure many of the judges had many kids, or some at least. And what they realized was, well, if we go on like this, hang on, what are our kids going to do? How are they going to actually kind of change and transform, and what space will they have in the budget? That's the whole core of this judgment. And the state and its organs must deliver greenhouse gas neutrality within the physical boundaries of the carbon budget was one of the core sentences in the judgment, in the order. And it must be distributed over time in a forward-looking manner that respects fundamental rights. So by doing this, what has the court done? And without very much understanding of German constitutional law, you can see, one, by taking this approach, it has essentially solved the admissibility problem. Who is affected by heat waves? Who is affected by rising temperatures? Klimasenioren judgment. Everybody is affected to some degree. So what they've done is essentially looked at something else. They're no longer looking at this point in the judgment at the impacts of climate change, but they're looking at the impacts in the future by restricting the room to maneuver. So everybody sort of is eligible to argue with the state about this. So they've solved the admissibility issue, which is another procedural one, and also they have given themselves some sort of measure, which is essentially the reduction pathway. So what happened then is the climate law had to be adapted by the legislator, which happened very quickly after this order in June 21. So diving a bit more deeply into this, they first said there is a direct causal link. The world has a remaining CO2 budget. This is now somehow clear to everybody here in the room. But at the time when I filed my first climate change lawsuit in 2018, this was absolute news. It was not, no judge was familiar with the concept of a carbon budget. And to be honest, even in 2020 and 21, this was not widely known. So the first thing, the lawyers in these cases, there are several complaints, not just Neubauer, we had to actually convince the court of these physical realities and of these causal links and relationships. That was at the outset, just to give you a glimpse, the claim had 100 pages of facts and 100 pages of law. So this is what we had to do first. Then in para 175 and beyond of the order, you will find this core relationship between the fundamental right to climate protection and their dimension in the future in terms of intertemporal and transnational freedoms. So by using this budget approach in the future, the courts managed to say, well, we've got to do something now. And it's not as if somebody's or generations to come and young generations today will only be affected in the future. Again, this is because otherwise the claim would have not been admissible. And also then further on, emissions neutrality by 2050 is a constitutional imperative, and each state must do its fair share, which is also a guiding principle in the judgment, in the order. And it really comes from the agenda orders, which we submitted and translated and all the rest of it. So by this, the court in Germany has set its own dogmatic framework in which we now operate. So the court on the budget, because I mean, everybody in this room, I'm sure, is aware how this is so difficult, right? Going back to my first slide, it's global. There is an atmosphere and a budget and some sort of figure that was pulled out by the IPCC in 2018. What do we do with that on the ground? How do we pull it back? So what the court said was not how to calculate the budget or how to do it exactly. It simply relied on a very renowned scientific body. And you can imagine how much work went into this budget and these kinds of statements that is now on the slide for this German Advisory Council on the Environment. So essentially they did a calculation and then they wrote a letter to the government in 2019. And that is what I put out. And this is actually the core of the whole of the win. It says that at the time calculated for 1.775 degrees, which they no longer could really now after the ICJ, and a 67% probability. So they just pulled out the global carbon budget. They looked at this with respect to this temperature limit, and then they allocated this on the basis of equal distribution among the world's population. And then they said, if emissions continue at current levels, this budget would be used up in less than 9 years, and with a linear reduction in just 70 years, which means that in 2037, this budget, based on these assumptions, will be empty. So essentially, they said to the judges, this is a problem after 2030. And if you take this law seriously and the Paris Agreement seriously, the German budget, even under the very favorable per capita rule, is empty in 2037. We actually relied on the budget, but with normative qualifications. We looked at equity. We submitted the Rajamani paper, which many of you will know. We've submitted lots of numbers and argued the precautionary principle. And I wrote a lot about the overshoot scenarios, about the problem of going beyond 1.5 and 7.5 and the tipping points and all the rest of it. But the court only took this very clear picture that was painted by the expert council. We also argued that this is not just an emission budget or a budget problem; it's actually a pathway problem. So we looked at what do we actually need to do with respect to the reduction pathway in the country. And what you see here is a graph that we submitted together, of course, with all of the arguments about the budget. And we said, look, you can clearly see what you have to do, at least as a minimum requirement. You have to actually do and adopt a pathway that is in line with 1.5 degrees. And you see here the pathway that the government then was suggesting, which is the red line at the top. And when you apply the IPCC pathways, which would have been in line to some degree with overshoot, with 1.5 degrees, it is actually much lower, which is a black line, yeah, and the dotted line. So we submitted all of the science, and we actually said, look, you really have to do what you can. This is a very serious situation. And at the end, then the court adopted what I just showed you, which is some sort of application of the budget with respect to this protection of freedom rights. So this is what the court then actually said, having looked at all of the science and all of these normative problems of equity and how to divvy up the budget. And they said this. So the council has calculated the remaining national budget. They don't say that this is the only one that could be calculated. It says, due to the uncertainties and assumptions involved in the approach, the calculated size of the budget cannot, at this point, serve as an exact numerical benchmark for constitutional review. And if you read this closely, you will find the exact same concept in the Klimasenioren judgment. So some decision-making leeway is retained. However, the legislator is not entirely free. Yes, of course. And then you have a special duty of care in Article 20A, which is our constitutional state objective, but you could just as well use other principles, such as the Klimasenioren judgment then does. And so this is what the Constitutional Court said about the judgment in the end. And then they said, well, based on this, the law that the case was about is not sufficient. So what you see in this case clearly is that there's a hugely complex scientific issue paired with the issue of how can I even hear this case, given that there is all of these complex issues and impact statements and everything else. So the court paired these legal issues, the admissibility, and the budget and the science, and came up with an approach which, to some degree, obviously, the lawyers in these cases had suggested, but not quite like this. And they also managed for themselves to deal with the issue of the restriction or the division of powers, because with this leeway that they have given the legislator in this very paragraph, they're not putting themselves in the shoes of the legislator. So I actually think this is a very good example of how the courts deal with these complex issues. And it's also, I think, what you will discuss later on, which is this is why it's so difficult to get a percentage obligation or measures or enforcement from the court that actually address the, going back to the beginning, the huge ambition gap. So what's happened since? Well, Germany is not on track. It's on track to meet the 2030 targets maybe, but after that we are completely off the racks. And that's why we have now filed new cases last year. So let's go back one little bit, and I'm almost finished now. We now have a duty to protect the global climate. We have a duty to observe the carbon budget, whatever that may be in detail. But the legislator is not free to just do whatever he likes, yeah? And there's very little in that judgment of 2021 about the enforcement and implementation of that duty. And they, of course, the court didn't have to do that because the case was only about the law, the act itself. So now what's happened is the Klimasenioren judgment, which contains pretty strong language about the implementation of such duties. And also we're not on track. So we filed new complaints in September 24 using Klimasenioren, and there's actually 2 complaints. So I personally, with the help of Germanwatch and Greenpeace, filed 2 complaints. One is about the ambition, so saying, look, the targets don't actually match 1.5 degrees at all. Our Federal Climate Protection Act, again, is unconstitutional, cannot be, the control architecture and the ambition is not enough. So another framework case here. And this has been now hugely strengthened with the ICJ judgment saying, yeah, actually 1.5 degrees is what we have to do. And the other one is more, it goes back to this issue of, what are the current issues? It goes back to how do we measure implementation? What is the actual state duty of implementation? So the other complaint is not on ambition, but it is simply on, please, can you now enact laws that will implement the targets? So it's an enforcement action, which is really difficult with respect to the division of powers. But we've used the same language of the budgets, and you don't have to understand this graph, right? But it's again,
Dr. Van Hien, sorry for interruption, but we can save all these details in the later general discussion. Is that okay?
I'm done. This is
okay.
It's just, yeah. So we've used the new science both on the ambition action that is new and the questions of implementation. So you don't have to understand it. And I will close by just saying that the EU courts have not taken any kind of decision on this issue. They've rejected a claim in 2021, and there is now a huge discussion going on in the European Scientific Advisory Board and the political debate about what should the budget be. And this, in my view, will have a very large impact on cases worldwide because of the way the science is used, and I'm sure we will talk about that later.
Yeah.
And I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
谢谢 Rhoda 律师带来。
Thank you, Rhoda, for the sharing. Next, let's welcome Sejong Ying to come here and give us a presentation.
Sejong Yoon with Plan 1.5, a climate NGO in South Korea, and also the Council for the Korean Youth Climate Litigation. Slide on. Thank you. So previously in South Korea, 2018 group of young students organized themselves and started Youth for Climate Action. 2019 they want to sue the government. So from summer of 2019 we prepared the case, and March 2020 we filed the first climate litigation in South Korea to the Constitutional Court. And each year another group of citizens will file similar claims, and by 2023 we had 4 climate cases. And after 4.5 years, in August 29th, 2024, we finally get the decision of unconstitutionality. What we claimed is the law, the decree, and the administrative plan are all wrong. They're too weak, they're going to infringe upon, or they are infringing upon, the fundamental rights of the plaintiffs. So the law says carbon neutrality 2050. And there's a target for 2030, but there's nothing in between. The decree, with a delegation of the law, set specific percentage, which was 40% reduction from 2018 by 2030. That was too weak, was the argument. And the plan, as you can see, it goes up and down. It's not even straight. So it adds on the cumulative emission, thereby even exacerbating this current situation. The court's final decision was the law is unconstitutional, yes, accepted for the first time, but they rejected the other arguments. The substantive and procedural requirements thereby set by the Constitutional Court are as follows. Substantive. If the state is going to set a greenhouse gas reduction target, which they should, as a constitutional obligation to protect its people from impacts of climate change, it must be based on scientific facts and international standards. It should reflect Korea's share of contribution. It ought to bear in light of the global reduction efforts, also known as the fair share. And it should not push excessive burden to the future. So fair share, intergenerational equity, those are the two key substantive requirements now officially set by the Constitutional Court for greenhouse gas reduction targets. In addition to that, as a formal requirement, statutory reservation. Greenhouse gas reduction targets affect a wide range of fundamental rights for the future generation, but also very much for the current generation. This is so important that it must be set by the highest form of social consensus, which is the law, and by the National Assembly, not blankly delegated to the government. So statutory reservation was another requirement set by the Constitutional Court in this case. So the law was ruled unconstitutional on the second requirement of the substance, intergenerational equity. Because if we do not have any targets between 2030 and 2050, the political branches are notoriously inclined to short-term interest. So absence of targets will automatically or logically, it has to mean the burden will be shifted to the future, thereby discriminating the future generation. So absence itself constituted unconstitutionality. But the fair share question was left unanswered. Actually, the most debated question of the case was, of course, whether the 2030 target, 40%, was adequate or not. The Constitutional Court's conclusion was, we cannot decide on it. There are many ways, there seems to be many ways, because we argued many ways, to look at this problem, but there's no single agreed upon, everybody agrees, everybody accepts type of standard. And if that's the case, we don't believe it's our job or it is within our authority to take a single standard and say, this is the legal and this is the constitutional standard. So basically, they were drawing the line of separation of powers. This is a question that is to be answered by the political branches, especially the legislative. So they set out a standard in language form that fair share should be reflected, but they refuse to shed any light on how that fair share should be calculated. So percentage question is left blank. However, because it was unconstitutional at the end of the day, it changes a lot. So as a direct consequence of the decision, the National Assembly is required to change the law by 28 February 2026. And it just so happens it's the same year that the government is required to submit NDC 3.0, the 2035 NDC, to the UN. So even if the government was not directly impacted or affected by the unconstitutionality decision, the substantive requirements set by the Constitutional Court should and will apply to the NDC that was to be set by the government. So after we got the decision last year in August, the first thing we started doing was the calculation. We have to come up with something. We have to come up with a methodology of calculation to show that to the government and the National Assembly, this can be done in a reasonable and a scientific and a normatively justifiable fashion. So the first report, the civil society report that we did was, let's calculate fair share. All the framework is actually laid out by IPCC and renowned scholars around the world. So we adopted the framework. We look at responsibility, meaning how much have you produced in your history? Capability, how much money do you have? Equality, how many people do you have? And of course, right to development means least developed countries will be excluded from this calculation because they need to do what they need to do. So responsibility and capability is about if you're richer, if you have more responsibility, you have to reduce more. And for population, it's a human rights approach. All people have certain right to enjoy the consumption of fuel and the production of carbon as far as that's unavoidable. So what we did was we take the IPCC 1.5 reduction pathway, we calculate how much should be reduced and also how much can be emitted for a given year, and we apply those responsibility, capability, population standard, and we get 3 numbers. And we average them. We can simply average them, or we took a weighted average. There are methodologies for it, which we referenced in our study. So we came up with a number, 67%. Having a number was important because we wanted to show that the normative number, what we are obliged to do if we are to follow the Constitutional Court, will be above IPCC average and also within something that we can actually achieve if we really mean to fight climate change and ensure a future to our next generation. And using the same approach, we calculated the emission number for all the years up to 2050 and added up, and that becomes Korea's carbon budget. And 8.7 billion tons of CO2 was the budget. And with the budget, we were able to draw the entire pathway all the way up to 2050. Also, we want to do that because we wanted to show that this could be done. And we wanted the government and the National Assembly to come up with their number and their analysis. So we can fight on whether that's fair, whether that's aligned with the responsibility. A constructive discussion can go on. But life in reality can be much more interesting. While all of this was ongoing, in December 3rd, 2024, I specifically remember because the bill to create Climate Crisis Committee was to be passed on the 4th. But 3rd, we had the martial law declaration. There was a huge political chaos, and we have been using all the time in the following 6 months trying to pick up the pieces of the chaos. But we did. There's an early presidential election. We now have a new government. All the National Assembly functions are restored. So now we're back in business. We lost 12 months from the 18 months given by the Constitutional Court. We have 6. We have a long way to go, but we are going. We are trying to decide where to go from here to here, as ordered by the Constitutional Court. Since June, 4 legislative bills have been proposed in the National Assembly within the Climate Crisis Committee, all of which draws a pathway that is stronger than the linear pathway that had been traditionally proposed by the government, and more importantly, aligned with or above the IPCC 1.5 reduction pathway. Great news. This is the first time we see this type of commitment from the National Assembly. But we can't celebrate too early because these 4 proposals have been proposed by progressive members of the National Assembly. The conservatives have not proposed theirs yet. Until they do, we do not know where this will go, and that is all up to the political discussions. 4 days ago, last Monday, the government proposed 4 scenarios for 2035 NDC. It ranges from 47%, it was 4x% in the documents, but we know it's around 47% as a realistic scenario. 53%, that's extension of status quo, the linear reduction. 61% is aligned with the IPCC 1.5 because our reference year is 2018, not 2019. The numbers are slightly different. And 67% was the number that we proposed. So the government adopted the number and called it the civil society demand based on fair share. So these 4 numbers are going to be discussed from next week till the end of October, where the government will conclude the public consultation process and decide which way to go. Again, amazing progress. We never saw any number that was referencing the IPCC or fair share before, a direct impact of the decision. But it's too early to celebrate because we know for a fact that the number the government was preparing for the last year and a half with all their modeling, with all their consultation with the industry, the power producers, was 47. It's a slowdown from 2030, which makes no sense because our preparation, our climate action up to 2030 and beyond was deemed unconstitutional. Yet, this is the response from the industry, from the experts, from the government. And how do we go from here? How do we make change from here? Is, again, open to pure democracy because we're going through public consultation. So, I wouldn't say unexpected victory because we all want victory when we start. And we achieved a judicial victory. And we are seeing real changes on the ground. But at the same time, we're also realizing the limitation of what courts can do. Because courts, legal intervention is only the part of the picture of the whole democratic institution. They will say what is wrong and why it's wrong. But they will often refuse to say what is right. We debate, whole day we debated whether that line of separation of powers is right or wrong. It could be right, it could be wrong, it could depend on the history of that jurisdiction. It is affected by many factors. But whether that line is right or wrong is really dependent on what happens after the decision. If the Korean community, as a democratic community, can reach a conclusion that really aligns with the substantive requirements of the Constitutional Court, the trust given by the court to the political institutions are justified and they were correct. If not, they were trusting too much. And we will be wasting precious time to make climate action, and we'll probably need to go back to the court again and see, you were a little bit too trusting, let's readjust, let's reinitiate this process so we can get it right. And that feedback is probably what's been happening around the world because all these courts had different answers. European courts were veering towards rule of law because they were tired of majority rules failure on this issue. On the other hand, US federal court is adamant on saying this is all political. We're not elected, you should go to the politics. And Korean court took a hybrid approach where they say intergenerational inequality and absence of targets, that's unconstitutional. But percentage question, I am not going to answer. So in a way, Korean case is very interesting because it looks on both sides. And it's interesting because in real time, we're witnessing what is going to happen next. And we're not just witnessing because we're already part of it. So in the next 2 months, very intensive engagement with the civil society, how to shape and move the public opinion, how to disseminate the right information, that will be the key task for us. And really seeing and testing the resilience of our institution. So at the end of the day, it's all a question of democracy. And today, I don't think it's a coincidence that we have cases from Japan and Taiwan, because in order for this to work, we need to have democracy and rule of law. And it's actually our privilege and responsibility to use this tool to fight this fight. And That's why I was very touched by our declaration this morning, because it really emphasizes the need for action for lawyers as members of the legal community and community of this region. Thank you.
谢谢水中律师带来的分享。接着，让我们欢迎气候诉讼网络的 April Williams。
Now let's welcome April Williamson for her presentation.
Hello, and thank you for inviting us to take part in this conference. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is April Williamson. I lead our work at the intersection of law and science. And I've been invited here today to talk about the carbon budget. This has come up a few times already over the course of the presentations in this session. And I think it's worth us going through this in a little bit more detail to understand the science and how this is going to relate back to cases in Europe and Asia and beyond. So one more thing before I begin. Yesterday we had discussions about the International Court of Justice advisory opinion. I think that's really important context because one of the requirements on states is to fulfill your duty of cooperation and to ensure that collectively state actions are going to be sufficient to keep temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. The court said that it would need to do an in concreto assessment of whether or not a single nation is complying with its obligations. And in our view at least, and I think this is clear to the science community, this is a factual assessment. And to be able to undertake this factual assessment, it is necessary for us to consider the carbon budget. So what is the carbon budget? Starting from first principles. Here we have a figure trying to make things simple. On the left-hand side, oh, is this working? Whoops. I've done something terrible with the computer. Thank you. There we go. So on the left-hand side here, we have an example of what is known as the global carbon budget. How many emissions can we make in total in order to limit temperature rise to a given threshold? In this figure, we have 2 degrees as the example. In the right-hand side, we've got the remaining global carbon budget. How many emissions do we have left from today to ensure that that temperature threshold is protected? So the International Panel on Climate Change has done a great deal of work to try and understand what this number is. So this table here is from the IPCC's 6th assessment report. And we can see that we have estimates of the 1.5 degree budget, the 1.7 degree budget, and the 2 degree budget from 2020 onwards. In the middle of the table, we can see that there's different percentages associated with the scientific certainty. So in most policy making, we're looking at this middle figure here in the red-hand box, 50%. This is considered a scientific best estimate. But it also means that there's a 50% chance that we could exceed 1.5 degrees, even if we observe this carbon budget. So we have alternative budgets with higher degrees of certainty. So for an 83% chance of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, we can see that the budget declines from 500 gigatons down to 300 gigatons, which is very significant. Now, the IPCC only releases its assessment reports every few years, which means that we have a bit of a blank spot in terms of evidence in cases, because this is very much something that courts like to rely upon. However, we have those in the academic community who are keen to make sure that there's up-to-date information. And the lead authors of this chapter of the IPCC every year release an estimate of what the remaining global carbon budget is. And we can see here on the right-hand side of the screen that from 2025, we only had 130 gigatons left for a 50% chance of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. So we've already seen a great decline from this 500 number in 2020 to today. Part of this is due to the global emissions that have already taken place, but it's also due to improvements in our understanding of science to make this number more accurate. So most people probably don't quite know how to put this number into perspective. But in the articles that have been released, we know that 130 gigatons is only about 4 years left of current global emissions. So we are very nearly at the end of our 1.5 degree budget for a 50% chance. So I don't know how to emphasize this more. Action is both necessary and urgent. So we've also had a lot of talk today about fair share, effort sharing. How can we divide up the global carbon budget between states? And I've tried to put some examples here so that we can understand this graphically. So we start out with the remaining global carbon budget. That could be from 2025. And then we have some options. We have to take into account normative considerations for how this carbon budget is divided. The first option is known as grandfathering. Developed nations tend to like this approach the most because the amount of the carbon budget that you are allocated depends on how many emissions you have today. So if you're a high-emitting country, you have a bigger share of the budget. The second option is equality. So assuming all 4 of these example states had the same population, it would mean that they all had the same share of the budget. As Sejong said, capability relates back to your ability to be able to pay for changes. So this could be linked to GDP. So if we're comparing grandfathering and capability, grandfathering would allow state 4, a developed nation, a large share of the pie, whereas from a capability perspective, we might end up with a very small part of the pie because it's had longer to develop, is an industrialized nation, and has more money to be able to pay. Likewise, for historical responsibility, nations that have a high current level of emissions are also more likely to have a high historical responsibility, and from an ethical perspective, therefore, should be allocated a smaller amount of the pie. Now, all 4 of these approaches can be used alone or in combination, which means we have many different methodological approaches to try and divide up the remaining global carbon budget. And this is where courts have run into struggles and problems with trying to identify minimum obligations on the part of the state. So next, I wanted to give a bit of a case study using the European Scientific Advisory Board's report and recommendations on the EU's 2040 target. This has been very influential in Europe and has been used as a basis for evidence being submitted in a number of European framework cases. So the advisory board took a 3-part approach. The first is to establish what the EU's fair share is. Critically, it took into account what it considered to be relevant legal and normative principles. So thinking about those 4 categories, it considered that grandfathering and considerations relating to cost effectiveness, how cheaply you can reduce emissions, don't comply with any standards of equity. And for that reason, it only presented methodological approaches that reflected equality, capability, responsibility, or a combination of those 3. Now, we can see here that on the left-hand side of the graph, the equal per capita approach is the only methodological approach which definitively leaves the EU with a small amount of budget left. All of the other approaches, which reflect capability and responsibility, are either close to 0, at 0, or already negative. So this implies that the EU, if we take legal and ethical principles into account, may have already exhausted and gone beyond its fair share. The next step, oh no, that's correct. The next step is for the advisory board to look at what is possible, what's feasible from a domestic point of view. So how quickly can the EU's emissions decline within its territory? The interesting thing here is that it found that the EU could achieve up to 95% reductions by 2040 if technological challenges were overcome. It then estimated the cumulative amount of emissions that happen under that pathway. And we can see here, we're looking at 52 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. As a third step, it compared the fair share with what is possible under a domestic pathway. And here in the middle, we've got the highest estimate of the fair share which is, as I said, equal per capita. And we can see that there's a big gap, 12 gigatons of CO2 at a minimum. This is very significant and fed into the advisory board's recommendations for what the EU should do for its 2040 target. So, its conclusion. In order to have a fair contribution to the Paris Agreement, the advisory board said that the EU had to aim for the highest level of ambition in domestic emissions reductions that it could. Then it had to look at the shortfall between what could be achieved domestically and what was required under fair share, which, as we've discussed, is a minimum of 12 gigatons, and seek to address these through direct emission reductions happening outside the EU. It wasn't definitive about what this means, but it referred more broadly to climate finance. So, for example, this could be through Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And then finally, it suggested to pursue net negative emissions after 2050. It's not simply enough for the EU to reach net zero. It needs to be able to address the additional emissions that it made in excess of its fair share, or at least attempt to do so. So now that we have covered the basics, I wanted to take a little bit of a break to do a case study assessment of how carbon budgets have come up in cases. So the first one is the Klima-Signorinen case, which Joe already provided a bit of background to this morning. So the court did a few very important things in this decision, and I can't emphasize enough how much of a seminal decision this was in Europe. It's going to be incredibly influential because it's binding on all of the Council of Europe states. So the first thing it did was to set criteria that it would assess governments by to ensure that they're complying with their obligations under the European Convention of Human Rights. The first criteria was for states to set a target that was based on a carbon budget or an equivalent method of quantification, which presumably refers to pathways. So it then did a substantive assessment of what did the Swiss government actually do. Can we take a look at their plans, their targets, and assess this against the criteria to determine if they're complying with their obligations? Ultimately, it found that Switzerland was not complying. One of the really interesting things here is that the Swiss government had targets in place, and it claimed that it could calculate a carbon budget simply by adding up its cumulative emissions between now and 2050. The court determined that this was not sufficient. The fact that you've called something a carbon budget doesn't mean that it has a relation to 1.5 degrees. And it's very clear from the science that if we want to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, the carbon budget is the most important consideration. Your cumulative emissions between now and net zero and beyond, if you exceeded your fair share, are the most important considerations. So looking at the criteria and the substantive assessment, we can arrive at this summary of what states should really be doing. And that's set targets based on a quantification of a national carbon budget that's set in relation to the global carbon budget for 1.5 degrees. And there was clear references throughout the decision for the need for states to act in line with due diligence and based on the best available science. So you can't simply set a carbon budget and that's it. You need to be revisiting this, ensuring that what you're doing is sufficient as time goes by. My colleague has also talked about the Mulner case, so I will skip a summary in the interest of time. But this was really interesting because this is going to be the first case heard by the European Court where they're going to be applying the criteria they set in Klima-Signorinen. And as we've seen from the European Scientific Advisory Board's work, the EU very possibly has already depleted its fair share carbon budget. This is the same for Austria. An expert report that uses the same methodology as the European Scientific Advisory Board's work was submitted in this case, but specifically relating to Austria. And we can see that Austria has had higher than the world average in terms of per capita emissions, and therefore has exhausted its budget quicker than other states. So the remedies in this case, I think, are something to really draw attention to, because we're quickly going to be running into a question in framework cases of what happens if national carbon budgets for 1.5 degrees run out. We don't suddenly have no obligations on the state. I mean, from pure environmental law principles, a pollution threshold where there's harm stays that threshold. You have to do everything that you possibly can to either get back to the threshold or below the threshold. So the remedies have been designed very much in alignment with what the European Scientific Advisory Board set out in its recommendations. And much of this is based around due diligence. So the claimants ask for the government to be ordered to determine its 1.5 aligned national budget, to determine a national emissions reductions pathway which reflects highest possible ambition under the Paris Agreement. It needs to do the utmost that it possibly can to reduce emissions as fast as it possibly can within its own territory. And then finally, address that shortfall between your cumulative emissions under the domestic pathway and the fair share. And this is done by direct emissions reductions outside of the territory and net negative emissions after net zero. So again, very much mirroring what the European Scientific Advisory Board had to say. And once this due diligence has been undertaken, to then set both domestic targets and direct emissions reductions abroad targets to be able to reflect all of these assessments that the government should be doing to ensure that it's doing its part in the role to fight climate change, and that it's doing its part to ensure that collectively the global community can limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. So I will stop there at 15 minutes. Very much open to questions, and thank you so much all again for your time.
Thank you, April, for the sharing. Last but not least, let's welcome Deputy Chairperson of the Environmental Law Committee of Taiwan Bar Association, Zoe Huang. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to listen to this session. I think the previous speakers have already shared very much about the calculation of carbon budget. In Taiwan, whenever I talk about this, I feel that, well, people seem to be unfamiliar or even confused, and they don't even know. Even whenever you talk to the Ministry of Environment and other environmental friendly organizations, they seem to be quite see it as a strange concept, but actually in Korea, in other countries, in Europe, there has already been common discussion. You talk about how to set an NDC. This is already the ABCs and the fundamentals for them. So I will still touch upon carbon budget, but under Taiwan's context, and I will try to lead you to understand when you are setting NDC, what are some of the considerations you should take into. In 2024, we filed for a litigation against the 2050 carbon reduction target. In 2024, as lawyer Xie mentioned, that we have indigenous peoples, fishermen, children, we all collectively filed for a constitutional litigation against the 2050 carbon reduction targets. This year, we also filed another litigation, which is based on the 2030 carbon reduction target. We already see the 2030 carbon reduction, which is 26% to 30%, and we feel that this target, taking into consideration the carbon budget, is completely insufficient. So let's have a look at, be it the carbon budget or the others. Let's first look at how our Climate Change Response Act is enacted. Within our Climate Change Response Act, we actually have a long-term goal, that is net zero emission by 2050. That is listed very clearly. However, our midterm and long-term is actually commissioned the executive branch to actually set up the goals. So you have to, of course, have the advisory and also to actually have a public hearings, etc. So our 2030 goal would only be set at the 2020. So it's different from the South Korea, and the context is a bit different. Now, let's have a look at our argument. We feel that when we are setting national reduction targets, what are some of the substantive and also procedural aspects? We will look at, for instance, which NDCs should be enacted, also what factors should be considered when enacting NDCs, and procedural-wise, we also want to know who's responsible for that, and also what procedures they need to go through in order for it to be a due process. So let's look at the substantive aspect. What should be set? What NDCs should be set? we've kept coming back to the Switzerland case. The Switzerland case at the EU court, actually within the ruling, it said very clearly that in order to ensure substantive and progressive reductions, in order to achieve net zero, therefore you need to look at the overall carbon reduction pathway. You need to set your pathway from today to 2050. You can't say that, oh, we need to achieve net zero by 2050, but our reduction is only 20 or 30%. And then it's hard to say that in the next 2 decades, you're able to reduce as high as 70%. Otherwise, it would not be realistic. So the government needs to be clear why it is done so, and we have to have a very clear pathway. And the previous speaker also talked about if you only started the setting 2 years prior, you would actually focus only on short term. For instance, if you see if that affects the economics or whether or not there is a pushback from the environment, and then you don't have a long term perspective, that is, you are not able to realize or fulfill your obligations in carbon reduction, you will not be able to fulfill your obligation in Paris Agreement. So if it needs only to be set 2 years prior, of course, you will only focus on short-term targets. Now, only by having a comprehensive pathway can you actually enable people and agencies to foresee and prepare in advance. That way you can also mitigate the risk and also the impact of climate on people. Now, from the other perspective, which year needs to be set? For instance, based on our act, every year NDCs need to be, every year annual reduction needs to be included every year. However, the third phase is only focused on 2013. There is a blank between 2026 to 2029. And the problem is that not only greenhouse emissions at 2030 and 2035 would actually cause climate change. Every year, that emission will cause climate change. So we think that that needs to be covered comprehensively, and every year needs to be regulated. And that's also linked to the same interpretations under the Switzerland case. And in Taiwan's experience, this once again show why every year needs to be impacted. The 2016 set a very low, which is 2%, but still a beginning. But have we achieved our target? Yes, indeed. However, in 2024, what was our target? We didn't actually reduce. We, on the contrary, increased 2.4%. That's why we completely offset the progress we made in 2020. And that is exactly why the regulation needs to cover all years in order to avoid gaps and loopholes. Now, what factors need to be considered then? After I filed for the litigation, I've been using this graph for a long time. That is, a state has an obligation. It has an action to mitigate and also adaptation. Mitigation, how much needs to be reduced? ICJ already gave a very clear target, which is within 1.5 degree. Now, 1.5 degree is also about, okay, if that's said globally, if we want to maintain the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, then what's the residual carbon emission we have? That is called the carbon budget. Now, globally, there is a carbon budget, and also individual state also has a carbon budget. So what they've been discussing is about how these global budgets can be allocated to different countries, and they have been different methodologies. Now, with these carbon budgets, once we calculate our carbon budget, how do we set our carbon reduction goals so that our target cannot exceed or will not exceed that budget? And that's why we need to think about, and that's the context we need to take into consideration. So carbon budget is not just about total issue. So it's not just about not exceeding this budget. You also, in the previous phase, cannot use too much budget so that your next generation has no budget left. For instance, in the next 40 years, if in the first 20 years, if you only used 80 or 90%, then they only have 10 to 20% in the next decade. This would definitely infringe the justice for intergenerational justice. So of course, you not only look at the total number, you also need to look at the distribution. Now, Our claim also confirms with the opinions. We kept talking about ICJ advisory opinions, and it mentions that when you are setting NDCs, you not only need to be progressive, you also need to be sufficient enough to achieve 1.5 degree pathways. You also need to take into consideration global stocktake, and also the process needs to be clear, transparent, and also understand the decisions. Now, it seems that the Ministry of Environment says it all and make the decision, but the opinion from ICJ is very clear. When setting up IDC, states actually has a very small room for discretion. They have to take into consideration all these different things and need to achieve 1.5 degree. Distribution total limit is mentioned by European Court of Human Rights, whereas intergenerational justice is considered by German Federal Constitutional Court and Korea Constitutional Court. Procedural wise, what do we need to consider? First, who should set up the NDCs? Should it be the legislators or should it be the executive branch? According to German and also Korean Constitutional Court, it recognized that it should be the legislators that are that are actually enacting those acts. Of course, there have been some statutory reservation, so that means that since the state has these obligations, so they have to at least have a framework in order to ensure that legislators are protecting the rights of people. And also considering the features of these different bodies, since involves fundamental rights, also the transformations of different industries and the survival of humanity. So it needs to be transparent, due process, and also needs to have extensive deliberative dialogue. So if in a proper legislatures, of course, that's more appropriate because legislators are elected by the majority votes. Since they get the majority votes, so they are also able to achieve a consensus with the majority votes. And also going through that, there has been a lot of deliberations and debates. Also, since there's stability requirements for NDCs, it shouldn't fluctuate based on the will or the intention of the politicians such as Trump. So it needs to be stable in order to ensure that the pathway can be achieved. However, in the litigation, we didn't say that it needs to have a very strict statutory reservation. We didn't say that that number needs to be set by legislature, but we still feel that if legislature want to commission or delegate that authority, it needs to at least establish a framework. They need to have a regulatory framework telling what the executive branch needs to do. You can't just delegate that work without giving them a requirement. And the requirements, as we said, is to have a comprehensive pathway to take into consideration 1.5 degree, to take into account the carbon budget, and also to actually follow due process. If that is of course being implemented by the executive branch, of course it needs to follow the due process, including access to information, including public participation and access to justice. For access to information, it's just not the draft content. You also need to analyze whether this draft actually follows our 1.5 degree and whether that would exceed carbon budget. And that's what you need to consider in formulating NDCs.
In addition, for public participation, citizens and people should be allowed to have their voice heard, because for national carbon reduction, many people in industries are involved. So, for example, targeting the farmers or fisheries or the physical challenge, etc., we have to understand in different aspects and different walks of life how they are involved and what are their opinions when it comes to carbon emission reduction. Also, it's very possible that the people that feel that the process is not complete, if state as a whole is to meet 1.5 degrees centigrade, they must be able to make their voice heard. So with all this, if we examine what is happening in Taiwan and we look at if Taiwan is meeting the requirement, for example, which NDCs should be enacted. If you look at Taiwanese law, only the actions or projects done is regulate. I mean, there's a timeline. It's only extended to 2030, and between 2030 2035 to 2050, what should be done? I mean, it's still a blank page. And there's still 64% of the carbon emission must be done during those years. And also carbon budget. In Taiwan, we have very limited discussion, and also the government rarely share with us what is the policy direction, whether they are doing anything at all. So very often we have to look at the references. For example, in Germany, we look at their decision and do analysis. For example, budget per capita. I mean, this is really a violent discussion and discussion. Then we look at the number of population, and then we do a simple math. So according to this, in Taiwan, if it's 26% to 30%, look at the graph. That means by 2030, we will have exhausted 1.5% degree, or even 1.75. We would have exhausted the budget by then. So that means what we are doing now is not at all meeting the goal of 1.5 or 1.75 degree centigrade threshold, and it is against Paris Agreement for sure. And there's no statutory reservation, and in the statutory reservation, there are specific standards and thresholds, but in Taiwan, it's a blank. There's total failure. So a lot of times, the government authorities, they do not have any access. They don't know if they have the standard at all. And if you look at the public hearing, the regulation definition of public hearing is limited. And there's only one public hearing about the 2030 carbon emission reduction. And there's only one hearing in Taipei, and you have to register by yourself. And if you do not register, then, well, you can attend a public hearing, but your opinion will not be heard, will not be registered. So in this aspect, our public hearing is not extensive, is not enough. And for access to justice, well, that's something we don't have to discuss at all. For the people, there's no right to access to justice at all. Meaning that, okay, we have two cross and one triangle, meaning that now we can only have framework litigation. We look at the administrative law and also the constitutional rights. And at the moment, we do not have the access to justice. And certainly in the opening remarks earlier today, I believe our minister, our government is sincere enough to have a conversation with us. And certainly they have a lot of things to consider. For climate litigation, I have to say we are setting up milestones. Maybe by this conference, by these discussions, we can attract more attention to these issues. We can encourage more discussion upon this. And also we look at the cases in our neighboring countries in faraway lands. And they have a lot of experiences, the formulas, the way they calculate, the different pathways, methodologies, etc. All this can serve as references of our future decision. And I hope all this can make sure we have a more comprehensive foundation in carbon reduction emission, our goal calculation. So thank you, Zoe. Please stay on the stage. Now it's QA session. Let's welcome our host and also our panelists. And we will collect questions from the floor and also on the QR code. It's wonderful that we still have you online. Thank you for staying with us.
To have the QA session. And in the interest of time, for your question, I would just speak in English. 那其他人的那个问题，我就用中文来讨论。
And for other questions, the host, the moderator, will try her best to facilitate. Now, we have collected several questions online from Slido. The first question, he or she did not introduce him or herself, but this person does has question to Dr. Rhoda and also Zoe. If a state does not set up a carbon budget and let alone pathways, no carbon budget, no pathways. So is it a target of litigation that the people or the parties can demand the government to set up a path or a threshold. So what do you think? And a second question is for Zoe. At the moment in Taiwan, our Congress, our legislative yuan, is now in a political struggle. So if we are to present our demand in carbon budget or pathways, is it feasible that we go through the legislative yuan or Congress now, which is politically divided in Taiwan? Is there other means that we can deliver this goal? So we need some time for our panelists to think about their answer for these questions. And at the same time, let us collect questions from the floor. So for the questions, please limit your time in 1 minute. My name is Yang Muhuo. My question is to Dr. Rhoda. In the process or in the journey of carbon reduction, we know that in Germany now you have phased out all the nuclear power plants. However, speaking of nuclear renaissance, do you face the pressure of carbon reduction and then you return to nuclear power? Is there nuclear renaissance in Germany? What is the situation now?
The question is open to all the elite speakers. As we are engulfed in the independent nature of existence, being a human, we have a moral obligation to protect and preserve the environment and animal welfare. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted and proclaimed on 10 December 1948 by the United Nations General Assembly in Paris. Ironically, this very Declaration of Universal Human Rights is still being violated, suppressed, and belittled by many totalitarian regimes, when the entity that can express and narrate, that is human beings, fundamental basic rights have not been able to protect and assured. How on earth can we protect the rights of voiceless entities such as environment and animals? It is unrealistic. So my question is, how and what steps are taken by the International Court of Human Rights with regard to the very violation of this fundamental core issue so that the pragmatic solution can be achieved? Thank you.
谢谢。好，那我刚刚看到这。
Thank you. Also, I also saw on the internet from Slido, there's one question to Zoe and Sejong, our Korean friends.
It has advantages and disadvantages. From lawyers' perspective who file lawsuits, is youth litigation a good strategy for you, or is more challenging than other groups? 好，那提到，我想有翻译，没有问题。好，谢谢。那刚刚在。
And also among the audience, yes, there's one more question from the floor, please. Hi, my name is Lin Bo-cheng. I'm a lawyer. My question is, it's for Zoe. It's about, it's more domestic. You mentioned that in 2020, the reduction is 2.1%. And yet, look at the discrepancy of the numbers. I guess it's because of COVID. Because by 2020, around that time, there were COVID and it's affected. Speaking of carbon emission reduction, how much is enough? And I guess the definition and also the estimate of successful rates, there's some level of uncertainty for sure. There could be, say, COVID affecting everything. So when we are involved in these litigations, certainly we look at if the administrative agencies, if they have neglected anything or very possibly they are missing some points. And for lawyers, whether it's for reimbursement or compensation, we are demanding the court to order the administrative agencies to do something. However, to deliver our goal, should we explain ourselves that how do we overcome? I mean, there's some level of uncertainty. How can we make sure that our means can be justified by the end? Because there's always a level of uncertainty. So this question is directed to Zoe. Okay, maybe one last question from the floor.
Question for April and Sejun. So my understanding is that the fair share targets and the 1.5 targets could be different. And the fair share target could be more difficult and challenging to achieve. So my question is, if there's no scientific consensus on what target should be the best, highest ambitious target, then whether the court will be competent to make a decision as potentially a next wave of climate litigation, if it's not for the court to decide whether like issues of separation of powers or margin of discretion within the agency will remain, and to limit the court's involvement in this issue.
好，谢谢。好，我想我们有足够的这个问题。
I think we have collected enough questions. All these are good questions and challenging questions.
Have heard all the questions, all right? How about responding in about 3 minutes? Can you hear?
Can you respond to questions in 3 minutes? Thank you so much. Yes.
Let's start with you. It's safer.
Okay, good. Yeah, so let me start by saying thank you for the questions. I think Germany is a very specific kind of framework and jurisdiction because we have a national architecture for all of these rights, and NDC setting, which is also national target setting, which is our Climate Act. And so everything I say will always have two layers. One is the national layer, then you have the European layer, and then kind of into that comes the international human rights layer. So it's a little bit different from what I understand from South Korea and also from what Zoe just explained. What I do want to say that if the question is there an obligation to set a budget? The German court did not actually answer that question, but it did say that there is some leeway which is restricted. And I have to say, I am not sure how a legislator can make a decision on what the appropriate burden for various generations over time is if it doesn't set a budget. So I am arguing in my new constitutional complaint that yes, there is an obligation to set a budget, but actually for Germany, this is now a moot point because our budget is empty if you assume a 1.5 global budget, as the ICG has done. So really, we're kind of moving on towards this. What was also the question, how can we, what about the pressure if the budget is empty? That's where we are now. And I actually think that what we're employing now is more of a do whatever you can, and the leeway has been, the discretion for the lawmaker has been reduced so much that really climate change considerations must override. The political reality is a different one. So I'm coming up to this question about the nuclear phase out now. Obviously, Germany has has always had an ambitious target as such, and we abolished nuclear power. In the middle of that, we also abolished coal power. So we're now under a lot of pressure to actually build renewable energies very quickly. There is currently no real discussion about nuclear power because actually built out of nuclear power in Germany will not help anyone. It will take too long. It does not solve the problem of transition in terms of energy supply. And we've also had this discussion on the basis of Europe. But to be very honest, just last week, the European Court, in the first instance, handed down a judgment in which it said that it is realistic and reasonable to say that nuclear power might be a way to solve the climate change problem. So I will say that while in Germany specifically it will not help and will not be built out, that cannot be said for the whole of Europe. Then coming up to the question of uncertainties and the division of power question at the end, I think that is they're very important. I think as lawyers and as a community, we have to make sure that we do not completely overburden the courts. And I agree, of course, with all the speakers that this problem has to be dealt with by courts, and that's what I've been doing professionally for 20 years. But we also have to recognize the fact that if we just ask for targets that are absolutely unrealistic, we have to also design solutions for the court to actually be aware of, you know, what are we actually deciding here? That is something that's really important. And I think you can see that from the South Korean decision as well. And as far as that goes, I can only say, you know, keep posted. What the court in Germany will say is going to touch on this, if they say anything at all on our new complaints. And then lastly, on this issue of environment and animal welfare, I really think this is a very important point. Are the standards in human rights the same as for the environment? And my own conclusion is that we haven't even really begun to look at standards of protection for the environment as such. This whole debate is not very well prepared or developed in the legal theory. So yeah, I think that would warrant a whole new seminar. So I'll keep it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Roda. We will. The collaborating institution also includes National Taiwan University Policy and Law Center for Environmental Sustainability. So we will collaborate with our national bar to have another entire day seminar for this. Thank you. And following Dr. Roda's really comprehensive responses, I will invite Sejong for response.
Thank you. Regarding the first question on carbon budget and pathway, and also the question on how to judge or make a decision on a highest possible ambition, I think it's a process. So before the Constitutional Court for Korea, there was no legal standard whatsoever. Now that we at least have those two, fair share and intergenerational equality. What is fair share? That could be a next question. But in the meantime, until the question goes to the court for the second time, there will be a discussion in the policymakers, civil society, and we're already discussing that. So all that back and forth in the political branches of the discussion will concretize a little bit more. And if push comes to shove, that conclusion of the discussion will be subject to judicial and constitutional review for the second time, if necessary. So that's why we're focusing on creating something that didn't exist through this discussion. And as we see in different jurisdictions, it's moving forward, which I think April can actually shed more light on. And intergenerational equality was indeed a great strategy for us because in my view, it really sets the tone from a scientific question to a human rights question. By bringing in intergenerational inequality and discrimination, it just becomes a question that's very familiar to the court. Racial discrimination, gender discrimination, one group being disfavored against another. That's a framework that court really, really likes and understands, and they are very familiar and effective in making a decision. Before that, climate change, very complex science, we're not experts, probably a question for the experts in the government. So I think that was a very effective framework that changed the question to something that the court can address.
Thank you, Sejong. And we might have time for a second round, but before that, let me invite April.
Thank you. Thanks, Helen. That was a really interesting question. I just realized I can hear myself. Hang on. So a 1.5 degree aligned target and a fair share target should ultimately equate to the same thing. So taking a step back, broadly, when we're looking at trying to determine 1.5 degree alignment, we have two different approaches. The first is trying to determine emissions reductions by milestone years, and this is based on pathways. The second type of remedy is around determining carbon budgets and setting targets accordingly. Budgets appear more strict when you're applying effort-sharing methodologies to them because they assume no overshoot. So we're looking at a working group 1 carbon budget, no overshoot happens. Any overshoot that does happen essentially becomes carbon debt, and that needs to be paid back in order for you to overshoot 1.5 and come back to 1.5. If we're looking at pathways, and we're looking at alignment with 1.5 degree pathways, there's a few things that we need to take into account. The first is that if everybody did the median, 45% by 2050, you're implicitly taking an effort-sharing approach, a fair share approach that incorporates grandfathering, because everybody's going to be reducing their emissions by the same amount. That means those with higher emissions end up with more of the budget. Which really very much does not reflect fair share principles, principles of equity, international environmental law principles. Pathways also produce more lenient results because you're inherently assuming that CDR takes place after net zero. There's also a huge amount of assumptions going into the creation of pathways, which again don't necessarily take into account legal and ethical considerations, including, for example, whether we're relying on high-risk methods to overshoot 1.5 degrees and come back. So ultimately, the effect is that if you're looking at setting pathway remedies and emissions reductions targets based on a pathway, which are 1.5 degree aligned, you're artificially increasing your budget between now and net zero because you're assuming that CDR takes place afterwards. So in terms of alignment, ultimately, the budget approach and the pathways approach, by 2100, you end up with the same result. The carbon budget is the same. It's just a question of whether or not you incorporate net negative emissions to get there, and whether or not you're using a fair share approach that reflects international environmental law principles. I hope that helps.
Last but not least, we would like to invite Zoe. Yes, thank you. I will ask the last question first. Bolton mentioned that, well, if you regulate every year, then there may be something unexpected happened. But our requirement is that they need to at least set a target for every year. That things needs to be, let's say, recognized also by the Switzerland at the European court level. But what you talk about is the implementation level. If something happens so that failed the implementation, well, ICJ also addressed this issue. Well, it didn't specify. Of course, it still say that they hope that you can achieve, but if things like that happen, due diligence would be the principle. Whether or not you actually fulfilled your due diligence, whether or not you've exhaust all your measures to achieve so. If something unexpected happened and Taiwan failed to achieve the target, maybe we still doesn't count of us to actually doing the international wrongful things. So my idea is that we still need to set the target first, and implementation-wise, we still need to exhaust all possible means to try to achieve the target. If we really fail to do so, but we exhaust all means, maybe we cannot be seen as violation. Also, you talk about intergenerational justice. Well, I think we identify some different plaintiffs. We have indigenous peoples, farmers, fishers, and children. Whenever we discuss with lawyers around the country, when we talk with the Climate Mitigation Network, they ask why is it the composition seems quite unique? Because they seem to normally choose a specific group of people, but I'm so afraid that the standing will be rejected. So I want to find everyone. As long as one group is being admitted, then at least the court can review the case. But of course, argument-wise, when you are arguing, especially carbon budget, the rights of the next generation, be it youth or children, and actually in Korea, they even have infants. And even also, well, also embroil people, but of course after the judgments, that embroil is already an infant, so that's out of the discussion. But at least you can look at it and discuss carbon budgets in the future generation perspective. And talking about the tension within the legislature here in Taiwan, yes, when I filed for the litigation, I've consulted many experts, including lawyer Kai Lian and Professor Chun Yuan. We explain all our arguments and try to get them and give our recommendations. And many experts were worried that if we use the absolute statutory reservation principle, do we really trust our legislature? And that's also something I feel deeply, especially in Taiwan. Currently, we are this dual democracy, that is the executive branch and also its democratic legality. So we are actually using the comparative statutory reservations, so they cannot actually authorize blankly. They, in the same way, also has the right to prevent people's right from being infringed. And in order to fulfill so, they need to at least set the regulatory framework, asking the competent authority to follow the framework and to think about the due process. And I think that's the basic thing that the legislature need to do. For the last question regarding carbon budgets and also access to information. Well, since we need carbon budgets as a tool for us to evaluate and assess whether our 2030 carbon reduction target is aligned with the 1.5 degree scenario. Currently, indeed, the government hasn't provided such information, but if there is such commission research report, according to the Government Information Act, they need to be made public unless they are concerns of national defense and others. But if they fail to do so, I'm thinking that litigations like this may more similar to like a payment. That is, you need them to do and provide something. It is like a performance request. But we're not asking them to provide such research report. What we also need to do is that when they are setting these targets, they also need to take into consideration carbon budget. That is ultimately the goal we want. So our claim is that you need to take into consideration carbon budget when you are setting the target. So at least they need to have this budget first in order for them to set the target. Otherwise, you want to ask them to provide A then B, that would be too repetitive. So I think that's the logic behind.
In the remaining of time, I still want to voice out this question, and then perhaps Dr. Rhoda and Sejong can have some say on it. So the question is about whether the role of the local governments is in any way appearing in the process of South Korea's litigation or the advocacy. The same applies to Dr. Rhoda. You mentioned several cases you have filed with the court, or even in the advocacies. Do you find any roles of the local governments involving that? What they can do to help? Okay, so may I invite Dr. Rhoda on this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, first of all, to answer this question, after the 2021 order, there was another complaint taken by a different group, and they argued that the same carbon budget idea and the need to be setting a constitutional carbon budget, i.e., would apply to the Länder. So we're divided in states. So we have a federal level and the state, and then the commune level, so the Gemeinden, which is local governments. And the Constitutional Court said very clearly that this whole idea of the duty to protect intergenerational freedom only applies to the federal level, which means that there's now some gap between the federal level and the states, and then also the community level or the local government level, because those are normally attached to the state level. So there's like a little bit of a vacuum, unfortunately, due to this decision that was rendered in 2022. However, of course, on the basis of the 21 decision, local governments do have a duty to come up with their own climate protection strategies, essentially. And we now also have various statutory obligations on local communities. The question or the debate in Germany currently is not so much about the obligations, but about the funds, the actual funds that are needed to have, for example, investment in more energy efficient housing, things like that on the local level. So yes, there is a large debate on how the local governments can actually contribute to meeting and implementing the targets, essentially. But the debate is not so much about the setting of the targets or the way in which human rights approaches could apply to local governments. This is also very specific with regard to the federal setup of Germany, of course.
It's very helpful. And then the last one, Sejong.
Thank you. I think it's quite similar to what Rhoda said, because local government's role in this discussion is very much relevant with the implementation stage. And I think they're extremely important stakeholder. And actually, South Korea, there's a huge discrepancy between the Seoul metropolitan area and other areas. The centralization has become a very serious issue, and with rapidly declining population, it's exacerbating at a great speed. In this sense, energy transition and decarbonization of the industry is going to require a reshuffling of a lot of industrial installments in Korea, because now factories need to go where the renewable energies are, not just around Seoul. So that actually opens up an opportunity to revive the local communities, bringing in new income and new jobs. And if we can connect the need for climate action and energy transition with the local needs of the government and the community, it could actually create a positive feedback. And that's what the civil society organizations and also the local governments are aiming for. And they have a responsibility to address the acceptability of renewable energy transition issue, and also especially the just transition with the coal power plants, carbon-intensive industry. So they have to be, and they will be a very important stakeholder.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another day of seminar on this. Perfect. And so if April and Xinwen have any last say?
Thank you. So in relation to this last question, I thought it might be interesting to think about other countries. So local governments, I think it really depends on the jurisdiction and whether or not there's delegated authority to be able to set targets, for example. So in Belgium, there are several regional governments which have critical responsibilities in respect of mitigation. Federal policy cannot actually be set without each regional government setting a plan. So the Court of Appeal in Belgium found that there was only one regional government that was complying with its legal obligations, and all of the others didn't have high enough targets, but all of them were really assessed as a part of that court case. As another example, I also wanted to bring up a case that's happening in Ontario, Canada. This is a constitutional complaint which concerns the Ontario government essentially backsliding on its targets. It had one target and it adopted some legislation to make that lower. The Court of Appeal there actually found that the government can be held accountable under the Charter of Fundamental Rights in Canada, and that case is now going to be heard at the District Court again on the merits. So a couple of nice examples there, which I hope are interesting.
Thank you. 新闻有吗？有想到，当时有想到拉。
Speaking of local government, have you thought about collaborating with local government to work with you? Well, no, I didn't. But I would like to talk about our carbon budget, since we've been discussing budget. I mean, all the panelists have been discussing our carbon budget. Well, in Taiwan, this issue is very important. And certainly we have a global vision and we then have local goals. As I've been discussing with Sejong, we discussed and exchanged what's happening in Korea and Taiwan. I mean, around the world, per capita calculation, that is a more popular algorithm, but we are discussing whether it's suitable for Asian countries. Maybe this algorithm, this equation is more advantageous, brings more advantage to the Western developed country. That is why in Korea, like Sejong shared, they developed their own algorithm. Maybe in Taiwan or in Asia, I mean, we have different concerns, different level of development in different industries. And also in Europe, you have the continental system. And for CLN, I mean, it's very important to use these tools in CLN. In global organizations, very often Taiwan is mixed with China, or our data is not really separated from China. So maybe in the future, can we have, I mean, a request that they should divide the data for Taiwan and for China so that it will be easier for us to convince our courts. So that is something we want to achieve. in the coming 1 or 2 years that we want to make this done, meaning have Taiwan separate data. And thank you everyone for helping us. Well, if time is not enough, I believe in the future we still have a lot of time to discuss, whether it's Korea that is close to us or Germany on another continent. We are seeing lots of different experiences in judicial aspects in different walks of life. There are development milestones have been set. So once again, thank you very much for your participation. Last but not least, we have another session. And
let's pay special tribute to Dr. Rhoda in the early morning of Germany joining us, and also all the audience and our panelists. Thank you.
Dr. Rhoda, please stay for a moment. We would like to take a group photo of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck to everyone in the room.
Okay. Vielen Dank. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a good day, everyone.
You too, especially. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
那接下来是我。
So now it's coffee break. Please enjoy the break and come back 3:30.
50:30. So mind the time. "不好意思，大会更正，我们休息时间到3:40，多10分钟。
Sorry, a correction. Our tea break will continue until 3:40. Please be back at 3:40.
Will begin at 15:40.
Hello, Emily. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, how are you?
Great. Okay. Now we need to test the voice and the slides. Slides will I will share the slides from my computer.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay. Oh, I can see you. Is my voice clear?
Yes, your voice is clear.
Great. Now I.
I can't hear you at the moment. Are you still able to hear me okay?
Pardon, we test the slides. Can you hear? Can you see the slides I share?
Not yet.
Wait a minute.
Hi, Emily and Jenny. Can you hear me? I want to make sure that your slides is going to be displayed after your speaking, right?
Right at the end.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Hello, Emily. We are still during the slides.
Hello, Emily. I'm Hongyi.
Hey, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine. And now, what time is in your regions?
It's about to be 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, okay, okay. We're very pleased to invite you participate at the conference, and we are checking your slide can move smoothly. So now our workers now they try to prepare the next sections equipment. Do you can see?
Perfect, thank you. And I can see the slide looks perfect.
Thank you. You can see your slide. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And I'll just say towards the end of my comments, it'll probably be about sort of, 15 or 18 minutes. Would you mind showing the slides? Is that okay?
Sure. And now, and thank you. And our test is done. And please, and the section and the seminar will start in maybe 5 minutes. So please wait for us.
Of course, I'll turn my camera off for a moment, but I'll stay here. And I congratulate you for such brilliant organising. This is such a well-run seminar. I'm so impressed.
Thank you. Thank you.
So welcome back. Last but not least, we will have the last panel discussion, the legal profession's role in climate action. Now let's welcome the host of the session, Jason Wu, Vice President of TWBA. He will be our host for this session. Mr. Jian and also CEO Tu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here to be the host of this panel discussion. This is the last panel discussion. Earlier today, as I listened to the keynote speech, and also we already had two panel discussions on climate litigation and also the process of setting up of NDC. Last but not least, this is the last panel discussion of the day. And the topic is the legal profession's role in climate action. In the previous two discussions, we have talked about the progress of some legal litigation. I wouldn't say thriving. I'm not sure if it's a proper adjective. But aside from these climate litigations, as an attorney, as we are in the legal profession, as we have this TWA, this association, what are the means we can resort to as we are confronted by climate change? I think this is a very interesting topic. And we are honored to have three panelists joining us. Let's welcome Emily Morrison, a project lawyer from IBA. Are you online?
Miss Emily Morrison is a project lawyer at the International Bar Association. where she supports IBA's initiatives in relation to climate change, sustainability, and business human rights matters. She was ever practiced in the Australian law firms, and he now is the secretary of the National Environmental Law Association Australia Climate Change Working Group, and has held positions as associate fellow with the Center for International Sustainable Development Law, coordinators of the Climate Law and Governance Initiative, and a judge associate at the Victorian Supreme Court of Appeal, Australia. Hello, Emily. Welcome to join this panel and share your experience. 第二位
Our second panelist is Wu Jiaxin, committee member, ADR committee of TWBA. He is a senior attorney in Formosa law firm, also a member of TWBA, and he's an expert on IP rights and ESG, also sustainability law, startup, and also emerging international arbitration. Wu is committed in the development of ESG and sustainable development in Taiwan. Also a member of Arbitration Association. Also Secretary General in youth litigation in East Asia. So in ESG, Wu has more than sufficient experiences. The last panelist of this session is Helen Huang, Deputy Chairperson, Environmental Law Committee of TWBA. Helen is Associate Partner at Lee & Lee, attorney at law with focus on energy project development and finance. She advises corporations on climate solutions and plays an active role in advancing climate governance and the energy transition. She's a graduate of Harvard Law School, National Taiwan University, and Suzhou University. So the three of them, including Ms. Morrison, a project lawyer at the International Bar Association, and also Huang, also Jiaxin, the two of them from Taiwan. So our panelists will be discussing as a lawyer and also as an association, what are the actions that can be taken. So first of all, let us have Emily to share with us.
Good afternoon, delegates and distinguished guests. I hope that you're able to hear me okay. I'm honoured to join you at this Net Zero and Transnational Action Seminar, and I'm very grateful to the Taiwan Bar Association and to the co-organisers of this event for inviting me to speak for a few moments about the legal profession's role in climate action, and I'm incredibly honoured to be joining a panel of such esteemed panellists as well. As was mentioned in the introductory comments, I'm a project lawyer at the International Bar Association, where my role includes supporting the IBA's committees and bar associations to advance the legal profession's role in addressing climate change, sustainability, and business human rights challenges. For those of you who are not familiar with the IBA is the world's foremost organisation for legal practitioners, bar associations, and law societies. It was established back in 1947, shortly after the creation of the United Nations, with the aim of protecting and advancing the rule of law globally. Today, the IBA's membership spans more than 80,000 individual lawyers from many of the world's leading law firms, and around 190 bar associations spanning around 170 countries across the globe. In my comments today, I'll spend a few moments highlighting the IBA's work to champion the role of the legal profession in responding to the existential threat that climate change poses and the justice challenges that it presents. I'll then provide some observations on the many ways that we are seeing different parts of the legal profession, from bar associations to law firms and lawyers, to advance climate mitigation, adaptation and ambition. And I'll end with some comments about what more I think needs to be done. To start just briefly with some comments about the IBA's journey in this space, this all really began for the IBA at the 2012 IBA Annual Conference, where Mary Robinson, who is the former President of Ireland and United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, challenged the IBA as an organisation to convene a working group and to provide leadership in shaping the global response to climate change. In response, the then IBA president put together a task force of legal experts to prepare and deliver what became a landmark report on achieving justice and human rights in an era of climate disruption. That report, which was released in 2014, emphasised that climate change is a defining challenge of our time. It recognised that while climate change affects every person on this planet, it disproportionately strikes those who have contributed least to the problem and are least well placed to respond. By contrast, it's often those who have contributed most who are also, by virtue of their wealth or their access to resources, most insulated from the impacts of climate change. And these inequalities give rise to fundamental justice concerns, undermining the enjoyment of human rights and exacerbating existing inequalities, poverty and conflict. The report made wide-ranging observations and recommendations which have helped to shape the IBA's ongoing approach to addressing climate change through its activities. In line with those recommendations, in 2020, the IBA Task Force published a model statute for proceedings challenging government failure to act on climate change, to help lower some of those legal hurdles that face individuals and communities who are seeking to hold their governments accountable for climate inaction. That same year, the IBA published its landmark climate crisis statement, a public declaration urging lawyers across the world, acting in accordance with their professional conduct rules and the rule of law, to consider taking a climate-conscious approach to problems encountered in daily legal practice. That statement encouraged lawyers to advise clients of the potential risks, the liabilities, and the reputational damage that can arise from activities that negatively contribute to climate change. It also encouraged lawyers to support their clients in considering and disclosing risks that climate change poses to their operations and their broader supply chains when reporting to regulators, investors, and stakeholders. And it also encouraged lawyers to consider engaging in climate dispute resolution on a pro bono basis for those negatively impacted by the escalating effects of climate change. The statement also urged lawyers, as influential figures and thought leaders within our society, to live responsibly, to reduce our own environmental footprint through our daily activities, and to support sustainable initiatives within our workplaces. Finally, the statement encouraged bar associations across the world to establish committees focused on climate change and to support efforts to embed climate considerations in legal education. Jumping ahead 5 years to 2025, and it's inspiring to see that bar associations and law societies across the world are really recognising the powerful roles that they can play in supporting the legal profession to respond to the many challenges that climate change poses. Over the past 5 years, we've seen many domestic and regional bars, including, of course, the Taiwan Bar Association and the Taipei Bar Association, make public declarations committing to address climate change through their operations and through their engagement with members. Many bar associations are taking a leading role in educating their members on developments in domestic and international climate law, and some organisations have even published guidance to help lawyers understand how climate change impacts their professional duties, and to incorporate climate considerations into many aspects of daily legal practice. We're also seeing bar associations contribute to the development of climate legislation and regulation through making submissions to public consultation processes and engaging constructively with governments. Last year, the IBA launched an online climate registry to provide a platform for bar associations to share these inspiring initiatives. This registry continues to grow, with new entries added in recent weeks, including, of course, the Taiwan Bar's new climate declaration. Earlier this year, the IBA Bar Issues Commission brought together a roundtable of around 70 representatives from about 50 different bar associations and law societies to discuss the challenges, the opportunities, and the good practices that they are seeing from their experiences of implementing climate initiatives within their jurisdictions, and to share their visions for their work in 2025 and beyond. And it was fantastic to have colleagues here today contributing to that roundtable discussion. Those discussions did make clear that much work is to be done, that bar associations need access to improved resources to help them educate their members about climate change. In response, the IBA Bar Issues Commission is currently developing a climate change working group of experts from many different jurisdictions, whose activities will include supporting climate legal education and capacity building with bars, and I'll have the honour of supporting some of that work. The IBA has also published dedicated climate and ESG web pages to showcase resources from across the association, whether that's articles or reports, webinars or toolkits, and I'll include a link to those at the end of my comments today. Before I move on to speaking about the role of lawyers, I'll say a quick word about the role of law firms in addressing climate change, because it's important to recognise that, like bar associations, law firms can also be powerful educational institutions, providing ongoing training to their lawyers to help them understand the legal dimensions of climate change. As well as their educational role, there are many examples of law firms decarbonising their own supply chains and building sustainability targets into their supply contracts. At a recent webinar that was convened by the IBA's Law Firm Management Committee, panellists observed that clients are often the ones who are driving their law firms to report on their sustainability performance and their carbon emissions. I'll now spend a few moments talking about the role of the legal practitioner in advancing climate mitigation, adaptation, and accountability. Of course, we know that many lawyers contribute directly to advancing these goals through advocating for climate-affected states and communities and bringing strategic climate litigation. We have recently seen the powerful positive impact that lawyers and the judiciary can achieve on a global level through the outcomes of the International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion on Climate Change. Yesterday, the IBA's Environment, Health and Safety Committee convened a webinar that explored the real-world impacts that climate litigation can have across the globe, including this new opinion. And I know that climate litigation has been a focus of earlier sessions of today's seminar, so I won't say too much further on it. Environmental lawyers, we know, play a critical role in safeguarding the rule of law, protecting fragile ecosystems and supporting marginalised communities most affected by environmental and climate harms to advocate for accountability. But of course, it's important to recognise that these lawyers often face threats, harassment and undue interference because of the nature of their work. This is an issue which several IBA committees and the IBA's Human Rights Institute will address in a webinar later this month, with lawyers, civil society experts, and the UN Special Rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers coming together to raise awareness of these challenges and think about how the legal profession can help to provide solutions. Looking beyond the role of climate litigators and environmental lawyers, I think that in recent years we've seen a growing recognition that climate change is actually affecting every area of legal practice, whether you're an insurance lawyer, a real estate lawyer, a tax lawyer, a planning lawyer, or beyond. The sessions that are taking place at the IBA's annual conference later this year in November really illustrate this, I think. For example, just to name a couple, the Maritime and Transport Law Committee are hosting a session on climate regulations in the maritime industry and how those might have insurance impacts. The Water Law Committee will explore water law responses to climate-induced water scarcity. And the International Construction Projects Committee will examine how climate change-induced extreme weather will affect risk allocation and force majeure in the context of construction projects. Another example I'd like to highlight is the real estate sector, where climate change not only poses increasing risks through the physical impacts of climate, such as increased flooding, and that's a particular challenge here in the UK where I'm based, but also through transition risks, as governments introduce a raft of different laws and regulations in this sector to mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change. These risks may affect property owners' ability to insure, to let, to develop, to sell, or to finance real estate. And lawyers who understand these risks are, I think, better positioned to safeguard their clients' interests in the context of property transactions, particularly into the future. Some bar associations have released specific guidance to help property lawyers to navigate these challenges and recognise the types of climate-related legal risks that they are equipped to advise on. As these legal risks associated with climate change continue to evolve and to escalate, I think this means that so too do opportunities for lawyers from every practice area to play a role in advancing climate mitigation, adaptation and accountability. Our skills as problem solvers, risk mitigators and relationship builders, and the fact that we are often involved in every transaction, whether that's a major project or a major financing, this positions us perfectly, I think, to have a positive impact. One easy example, perhaps, of where we are seeing lawyers support positive climate outcomes is through working with clients to embed climate change considerations into a range of different contracting approaches. For example, this might be a clause in a supply agreement which requires a contractor to disclose their emissions and purchase energy from renewable sources, or a clause in a shareholder agreement enabling shareholders to hold corporations accountable for their climate targets or their transition plans, or a clause in a carbon credit purchasing agreement requiring a carbon project to meet particular criteria for high integrity credits. We're seeing organisations such as the Chancery Lane Project and law firms working together to help educate lawyers on how to use contracts to address climate risks and drive decarbonisation. And this is something that we explored recently at an event that the IBA and other bar associations convened at the UNFCCC Bonn Climate Change Conference in June. Another way that we are seeing lawyers have an important impact, and linking to my comments on the international climate negotiations, is through following these negotiations and then translating the signals that those negotiations deliver about the future of global climate policy into actionable advice for their clients, whether that's the government or private sector. In this way, lawyers can help clients not only to comply with current regulatory requirements, but also to develop corporate strategies and governance structures that help keep them ahead of the regulatory curve as climate regulations and policies develop in response to these international signals. I make the same comment about climate litigation, where in addition to the critical role of the litigators themselves, lawyers from other practice areas play an important role in translating the decisions of domestic and international courts so that they can be understood and turned into real-world outcomes by businesses, government, and the broader community. A final example I'd like to highlight is the many ways that lawyers can support positive outcomes through engaging in pro bono legal services. As I mentioned earlier, the IBA climate statement encourages lawyers to engage in climate dispute resolution on a pro bono basis. But we are also seeing lawyers and law firms support climate solutions through many different pro bono activities, as well as that climate dispute resolution aspect, such as helping developing country delegations in international climate negotiations and beyond. Before I close, I'll take just a moment to make 3 brief observations about how I see things 5 years since the IBA released its own climate statement, and I'd be grateful if the co-organisers might be able to display my slide while I make these final remarks. First, it maybe goes without saying, and I'm sure that most of you in this room are incredibly aware that climate change and biodiversity loss have reached crisis point, and the effects of climate change are harming people and nature in every corner of the planet. Last month, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres highlighted that, and I quote, "The climate crisis is not just an environmental emergency, it's a human rights catastrophe. The poor, vulnerable and marginalised suffer most. Environmental defenders are threatened or killed. Land and livelihoods are plundered for minerals critical to clean energy. And climate finance remains inadequate while fossil fuels are subsidised." End quote. it's clear that the global community, including, I would say, every member of the legal profession, has a great deal of work to do to address these many and multifaceted challenges. Second, and perhaps more optimistically, our understanding of states, governments, and businesses' legal obligations to respond to climate change and the legal relationships between climate change, nature, and human rights have advanced significantly in the 5 years since the IBA published its statement. We've seen many domestic and international courts clarify the links between climate change and human rights, and the new advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice confirms that the adverse impacts of climate change threaten the enjoyment of fundamental human rights, including the right to life. That opinion importantly clarifies that 1.5 degrees has become the scientifically based consensus temperature limit under the Paris Agreement, and I personally think the opinion provides a powerful legal tool for demanding greater action from both governments and private actors. It confirms that governments have obligations under customary international law to protect the climate system and to implement and enforce regulations of public and private actors to achieve deep, rapid and sustained reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. It also opens the door for states who've experienced climate harms to seek reparations. My work at the IBA is considering, at the moment, how to educate members on the implications of this opinion. And I think that every legal professional can play a role in translating the court's findings into concrete action by government, business, and beyond. Finally, while today's seminar focuses on climate change, I think it's critical for us not to think about the climate crisis in a silo, separate from other challenges including nature loss, pollution, and the infringement of human rights. Climate change is particularly complex and challenging, and I'm sure that most in the room already are very aware of this, because just as its effects cause damage to nature and erode human rights, climate solutions, if not well designed and operated, can equally adversely impact communities and threaten biodiversity. As lawyers and problem solvers, I think we have a lot of work to do to consider how we can have a positive impact across all of these areas, and to advance climate solutions that also achieve positive outcomes for nature and support just transitions for communities and everyone in society. Thank you again for having me at this seminar, and I look forward to hearing from my other panelists and to receiving questions. I've provided a link to some of the IBA's materials on climate change and ESG and an upcoming webinar in the slide, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily, for the sharing. Next, let's welcome a committee member at ADR Committee of Taiwan Bar Association, Wu Jiaxin. Moderator and also fellow panelists Emily Morrison and also Helen Huang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues, and also participants joining us from online. Good afternoon. I am a committee member at ADR Committee. I'm very happy today to be able to join this panel and to actually participate the whole day seminar. As a panelist, but also as a participant of this seminar, I've been joining this seminar from the morning, and I've been taking notes in my laptop like crazy, because actually the sharing of this topic has been very inspiring. And it has also been a bit different from my experience in the past. Now, from the morning to the session we have so far, we have a lot of colleagues and experts already sharing us from the perspective of climate litigation, talking about state obligations and how do we achieve net zero. And today, from my actual practice, I want to share with you the developing business-related role, and I would like to explain to you the role that lawyers can play in sustainability and net zero transition. This is a brief introduction of me. Thank you for introducing me briefly. I joined the Formosa Transnational in 2020. From the first year I joined, I've been involved in ESG and also in sustainability development research and expertise. Now, my sharing will focus mainly on several parts. These are the several parts. When we talk about sustainability, normally we in the past started from CSR. In terms of CSR, at that stage, we hope that businesses or companies as the second sector in the global community actually plays a pivotal role. So they should be able to do something good, and that also to balance also bear their responsibility to the society. But moving forward, we want more from the companies. They shouldn't be coming from a perspective of doing good things. They should also incorporate sustainable developments in their core businesses. So that's why in 2004, UN Global Compact proposed the idea of ESG for the first time. The concept of ESG is actually quite broad. So how do we realize them in actual situations? First, you can look at the Sustainable Development Goals or the 2030 Agenda. Out of them, there are 70 SDGs and also 160 detailed objectives. This would be the ways for companies to see how they can realize their ESG. Now, when we talk about net zero, normally we will focus on the first one, that is the environmental aspect. However, from the morning session to the afternoon session, it all mentions that actually this topic is closely related to also social and governance. Lawyer Xie already mentioned that said today, if climate change leads to acute climate changes, this would definitely first impact these vulnerable groups, such as the right to life or right to survival for indigenous peoples, and that is related to human rights aspects in society. And also, if government has done its governance, they also need to also contribute. They also can, at the same way, contribute to environment and social aspects. My sharing today will focus, I don't know how to go to the next slide. I can't really do the control. Can you go to the next slide for me? My sharing today will focus on two aspects. How do lawyers provide professional services? I will look at it from three different aspects. When we provide services to our clients, we can look at it from a risk and compliance perspective, execution and disclosure, and also risk and dispute resolution perspective. These three areas are the ways that we can think about how we can provide professional services to them, and at the same time, how do we provide these clients to also achieve sustainable development? The second part is about we as lawyers, being individuals or law firms or even associations, what can we do in achieving sustainable development? And there are twofold. First is to save energy and resource reduction and carbon emission reduction. Secondly is that we know that many organizations may want to achieve ESG. What they would do is that they may do beach cleanups and even plant trees. But you know that ESG as developed so far, we want to encourage businesses and professional workers to actually leverage their own expertise and profession to actually achieve their ESG goal. So I will talk about how to actually leverage their own professional skills to actually achieve ESG.
So if you look at how attorneys can provide professional services, well, there are three stages when we talk about what attorneys can do. First, we look at legal compliance. Certainly, lawyers are experts in law, and for a state or lawmakers, when they are stipulating law and demanding the corporations to comply with the law, then by supporting the companies, that is our goal. I mean, that is what can be done in the first phase. Secondly, in advocacy and ESG promotion, it comes to discovery. So at second stage, we look at how a company can implement and reveal the ESG information. And certainly in the process, there might be some concerns or arguments, for example, climate litigations, or it could be between corporation and citizen groups, there might be some argument. Of course, there are other means to solve this problem. It could be arbitration or settlement, discussion, etc. So if we look at the second stage, the disclosure of disclosure and ESG initiatives. Well, in Taiwan, we start with disclosure, actually in Taiwan. So if we have disclosure as our pillar, that means the government demands companies to disclose their ESG information in their annual report, also governance report, and also in the stock market, and also public information. There are segments dedicated to ESG. And also for sustainability progress, there is an act dedicated to manage these aspects of information disclosure. And also, we are all very familiar with ESG report. And starting this year, 2025, all public companies, whether it's over-the-counter, emerging stock, or your public IPO company, you have to present ESG report. And in this sustainability report, we have to disclose the risks in your ESG development and what are the contribution you've been doing. So aside from disclosure, actually, the Financial Committee in Taiwan, they are demanding public companies a different level of capital value. They will have to disclose their ESG and also corporate governance. And the Financial Committee is trying to amend the law. And as you can see here, this is a chronology of information disclosure. For example, if you have your capital market value exceeds 10 billion, and then you have to follow the IFRS rule. And in news reports, this chronology has been introduced. For ESG report or similar reports, we refer to some principles that's in the previous slide. For example, it could be GI, TSB, or SASB. These principles, especially TCFD and SASB, have been integrated by IFRS. So now we have IFRS S1 and S2. These are the models to be adopted per request by Financial Committee. And especially in 2026, in compliance with ESG disclosure, in IFRS, actually it adopted TCFD structure. In information disclosure, government strategy, risk management, integration, and goals, these are the fields to be covered. So, as an attorney in a legal institute, we have to educate our client to prepare the documents. So, in governance, in strategy, risk management, certainly we share with our client what are the things can be done, what are the things can be listed in their ESG report. So in governance and strategy, also risk management, what are the things a lawyer can do to support his or her client. So in governance, we can help our corporate clients to build a top-down sustainable committee dedicated to sustainable development. So these are common formats. It could be a committee under board of director, or it could be a task force. in BOD, if there's a sustainability committee under BOD, then they can have independent directors to serve in this committee to promote ESG development in the company. And a task force in this format, meaning that the chairperson would appoint experts in these aspects to set up teams. It could be managers or other high-level experts to deliver ESG goal. For example, hybrid model, take TSMC for example, they have a guiding committee for sustainability. So the CEO is a chairperson of this hybrid committee. So whichever format, we have to look at the accountability, whether it's implemented in the organization. And this is something we help our clients to examine, to measure whether their compliance, whether their governance is in compliance with the law. Now, let's look at strategies and risk management. Speaking of climate risks, as an attorney, we are not only providing advisory opinions, we're also supporting the client in managing risks. For example, they're confronted by certain thing, how can they solve the problem? Or when they are delivering something, how can they extend the or make the most out of the achievement? Like previous discussants shared, climate change brings urgent and instant impact. For example, the greenhouse effect leads to continuous rise of temperature, meaning that sea level will rise and more land will be covered, will become under the sea, meaning our lives would face instant and lasting threats. In another scenario, a state or cross-national or international organizations, as they are promoting business transformation, it might create other risks or costs in climate transformation. So, for example, in a company, because they are using a low carbon production strategy, that's really helpful. And for the competitors, they might receive negative reputation. So that is part of risk. And for climate change, let's not just look at the risks. There are also advantages. For example, resilience and also the new market. What are the opportunities climate change can bring? Well, due to time constraints, maybe you can refer to the slides. Speaking of climate risks, there are opportunities in these risks. If we look at concrete activities, for example, in M&A, do they talk about ESG? From our research, more than 80% of the surveyed, they say yes. When a company is considering acquiring another company, they will look at the ESG performance of the target. And as a lawyer, due diligence is an important part of our work. And I would like to share with you a traditional DD is different from ESG DD. So there are three aspects, three different things. First, it's a scope. A traditional due diligence scope focuses on whether the company is anything against local law. But for ESG due diligence, the scope is wider. For example, covering soft law, it could be a guiding principle, etc. And that is part of the diligence. Because when a client is considering acquiring some other company, these are the things they consider. And traditionally, we focus on whether a company is doing anything illegitimate. However, in ESG due diligence, we look at the risks and opportunity of ESG. Last but not least, in auditing, traditional DD, it focuses on the company itself and also related companies. However, for traditional for this new DD, we start with a stakeholders perspective. We look at the potential risks and opportunities, and aside from M&A, there are other ways to collaborate. For example, if I want to develop something with certain company, we want to work together, that sounds good. However, in competition law, it could be, there's a risk of united actions, meaning that they are not taking individual actions, but united. And let's say if there's a company, they have a goal for sustainability agreement, they signed it. And for such agreement, in the context of united actions, there will be different, because based on the fair trade law in Taiwan, such action is forbidden. So it's like walking through the, it's like getting across the road. It's like a red light. There's like a red light, yellow light, and green light. Let's say if it's a concerted action, that means there might be some leeways. If you can find leeways, legally speaking, then it's like a yellow light. If there's no leeway for the concerted action, then that's a red light. Then you have to take legal responsibility. So in February this year, Fair Trade Commission, they announced this new law, and it's a guiding principle. And in Article 7, it looked at concerted action. For example, if it brings impact to the competition, and there's more impact in competition than fair share, then maybe this this law or this concerted action is not allowed. And there's another sustainable economic activities, being governed by the Financial Committee. They have related announcements and information for your reference. Now, I would like to talk about ESG and IP rights. In WIPO, actually, it has presented green technology. There are some definition and also green patents, meaning that if you can manage your IP right well, and it's actually encouraging the development of ESG, it's also supporting the delivery of ESG goals. And certainly we have so many experts here, and I'm not going to repeat on that, but I want to highlight that there are many ways, many different categories of litigations. For people, maybe they have class action, or it could be, for example, greenwash concerns, confusions. Last but not least, I would like to talk about what ESG can do. Lawyers' action for ESG. For Emily, she has done a great job explaining the role a legal firm can do. And here I want to make an example. I want to share with you my observation. Feel free to, I hope there will be more examples being shared. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with our international partners, our strategic international partners. Yes, we all agree that a lawyer can do a lot of things. And for citizens, okay, they can clean up the beach, they can plant more trees in the forest. But for lawyers, we can publish books, we can leverage our expertise to enhance the development and delivery of ESG goals. For example, TWBA, they are having this climate reaction declaration. I think that's a very good start. So this is my takeaway. In Formosa Transactional Firm, these are the things we have done. And this is a book we published last year that's focusing on ESG and modern law practices. And it offers comprehensive scope of today's topic. Last but not least, I want to say what future we pass down to our next generation. This is something we can think about. ESG is not just for us, for contemporary people, it's also about our next generation. So by this note, it's my presentation. If there's anything I'm missing, I'm more than happy to answer to your questions in our Q&A session. Thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Jiaxin, for the sharing. Next, we would like to welcome Environmental Law Committee, Deputy Chair of Environmental Law Committee at Taiwan Bar Association, Helen Huang. Good afternoon. Well, we're approaching towards the end of today's seminar. So my presentation is basically, I'm not here to talk about any legal issues. I want to focus more on, the actions that a lawyer can take. So the topic today is the legal professional's role in climate action. So for me, it's quite unique because we have all these lawyers here with us, and also professors here who have been discussing climate issues with us. We also have NGO workers who have been working with us for a long time. So for me, this session is more of a self-reflection throughout my journey. So I'm not going to share with you from a business perspective or a lawyer working at a commercial law firm. I'm not here to talk about commercial law firm as a organization's what niche that or business that we can leverage. I want to look at it from a non-litigation lawyer. Now, I, as an individual agent, and also as a collective, how can we actually show my responsibility? Because many people would feel that, well, climate seems to be a big issue, so it should be the work of a climate litigation, or it falls onto the shoulder of NGO workers. But it's a very complex system, and there are actually a lot of people working and also contributing in front of a computer, just like me as a lawyer. So I want to look at climate action from that perspective. Because of various reasons, I continue to stay at commercial law firm. So in many occasions, people will ask me that, well, if you care about the environment so much, if you care about climate issues so much, why are you still at corporate firm? Well, late at night, or I often ask myself the same question, but that reflects one thing. That is, does the role of a lawyer, does my job as a commercial lawyer constrain my actions and my belief? Do I need to be accountable for my customers? And because of that requirement, I can and cannot do certain things. And also, second question is that as a lawyer, if you have this role and this responsibility, can that also embrace your concern for the environment or climate? Or in many times, you have to actually make a decision morally, and you have to prioritize the interest of your clients, so that outside of your job or in your choice, you will not be able to pay that much attention to the issues they care so much about. And also, more difficultly, there internal ethical and moral convictions or issues. Can you hold true something that you care about? Or because as a lawyer, you have this job, you work at this corporate firm, and that is professionally and also personally, you need to set boundaries for yourself. So yes, I've had a lot of reflections in the past few years, so I want to share with you some of my reflections. First, a lot of times people will ask, as a lawyer, a non-litigation lawyer, if you don't file for litigation, what more can we do as a lawyer in environmental protection and in climate change? Well, the first thing they would say that, well, is there a market? Is it marketable? What exactly can we do? Every time people ask me this question, I always say, well, if you accept the status quo, if you accept the status quo as it is, and you don't want to make any changes, then of course you can't do anything. But if you want to go marketing, if you want to really be able to do something and even be marketable, or not to mention marketable, if you really want to do something, the prerequisite would be, before thinking about what you can do, you can actually take a step back and think about whether you want to change this status quo. What change can you make, if so that you can actually play a new role and play a new task. So what exactly can a lawyer do, and what we can do? What more you can ask is that, can you accept the status quo? If you don't want to accept the status quo, then there's a lot of things you can do. For me, as a lawyer, in climate issues, you can look at it from 3 different aspects. Our actions can be divided into threefold. First is regarding the accountability under these climate issues. So we have met with many excellent international and domestic lawyers. What they do is to ensure accountability, making sure that governments or companies are accountable for their action. And also, climate issue is a big question. It needs a lot of solutions, but solutions are hard to come up with. How do you exactly solve these issues? These solution things is also something that a lot of lawyers are working on. Okay, once you come up with the solutions, you come up with a policy or legislations, and then how do you implement those? How do you ensure that these are enforceable? This is an even more difficult issues. What if compliance is not followed? So these are the 3 areas that lawyers can take action, and we have an important role in all 3 areas. Next, when we talk about climate issue or how to respond to climate change, many times people will feel that, well, democracy means that things move slowly. It's not efficient. Maybe democracy is not suitable for solving climate change. But I've always believed that it's not the case, because under this mechanism, only under this mechanism can we really have a deliberation, and even have a debate and think about an issue that affects everyone in the world. And there is then has a resilience and flexibility to solve these issues. But of course, that makes everything very complex. You have to listen to everyone's opinion. You have to have so many debates, but still, you may not necessarily get what you want. So there's a lot of conflicts, be it at the public level, or public and private level, or private and stakeholders. All these different stakeholders would have a very complex procedures and also interest in mind. So for me, we as legal practitioners, especially lawyers, non-litigation lawyers, we need to think about the complexity of this institution. We need to understand that either to come up with a solution or requesting an individual or an institution to be accountable, or to implement the solutions we come up with. It is a very complex thing. Transformation and transition requires all these different aspects. And for me, as a person who have been professionally trained and understand the delicacy of this system, a big job, and also what I have been doing for the past few years, is to serve as a bridge or as a facilitator. We need to connect the dots for people. And there are many examples of those. For instance, carbon pricing is a good example. Carbon pricing is actually sort of like a flagship policy after climate change response act. But we have a lot of debate regarding the pricing. The industry, of course, will feel that the price is too high. The NGOs will feel that it needs to be higher. There are so many complex issues involved. And then we, as people sitting in the office, sometimes what we are trying to break down is that how do you turn this policy into a legislation? And the government will go to you and say that they understand the problems you face. And of course, companies will also go to you say that I'm now going to pay the carbon fee. How should I calculate? And how should the industry respond to this? So you need to explain to them all the delicacies behind. And also you need to respond to the policymakers. they turn a policy into a requirement and regulations. There are a lot of details from within. How would the articles being said? Is this provision in conflict with the others? Is the provision clear enough? Is it violating the mandates that it is given? And this relies on a lawyer to respond to those, because this is closely related to your legal training. And this is just one case. In my job, I face so many issues like this. For instance, if we want to pursue energy transition, but we've always had renewable energy lagging behind. Now, there are many reasons renewable energies are lagging behind. First, our use of land is very fragmented, very complex. Solving the issue of use of land requires you need to talk to the local governments, you need to talk to landowners, stakeholders, you need to talk to developers and also banks. There are different stakeholders involved, and they may have different objectives, or even they have the common objectives, but it's hard enough to get them on the same table. I, as a corporate lawyer, I need to actually serve as that role of a connector. You need to connect everyone and have this issue more focused. Secondly, now that you have a belief, you feel that you are an agent. If you feel yourself as an agent, you don't need to wait if there is a market. Oh, people are all talking about ESGs, then we should do ESG. Oh, now people are all talking about climate litigations, and then Shell is being sued, then we need to think about whether there is such demand. No, you don't need to wait for all these things to happen. You don't even need to wait for your clients to knock on your door. You don't need that, because you are already taking actions. You are already serving as a connector. You are already a person that understands it all. So you don't need to play a very passive role. You can be an agent on your own. And of course, as an external advisor of the company, in the sense, you need to, of course, guide and lead your clients to think about long-term climate risk and also take appropriate plans and actions. I'm not just talking about assessing the risk, but also to address these plans and risks. For instance, for clients, they want to actually build a new power plant. You need to let them know if the power plant is to run for 20 years, within the 20 years, there will be a lot of new policies, and that would definitely affect and maybe set new restrictions on you in operating this new facility. You need to think about whether that's correct or not, whether your plan would actually affect your neighborhood. It's not just to build it. You have to think about all these different risks, and those risks are not written and explicit in the provision. You, as an external advisor, you need to let them know what are the risks. And also be local or international businesses in Taiwan, they're all looking at transition, and they're also looking at sustainability. We in Taiwan has a rather cheap utility bills, so there are a lot of digital infrastructures all want to build in Taiwan, AI data centers and other data centers. But they're also focusing on transformation issues. So what we need to do is to let them know exactly what you need to do, because power is not limitless, because water is not limitless. And then how can you take the business decisions that you need? And also, there have been traditional large electricity consumers. They will feel that they need to make changes. Then you need to be that push and ask them to do that change. And of course, they will go to you and say that then exactly what they need to do. So oftentimes, what we need to do is to let them know that people are already doing something, what has been happened worldwide, what are the worldwide trends, etc., so that you can make recommendations and tell them what concrete actions you can take, what organizational change you can make, and what, for instance, be it businesses, how do you engage business, or how do you engage the government to talk about this issue.
So very often it's not necessarily legal questions, but based on your expertise and also your understanding, your knowledge of all things, you can play the role that only you can take. And how should we take action? So this is about our conviction. So how do we take action? I mean, it's really challenging. Every day as I sit in the office, I think about, I mean, what are the priority? What are the top things on my to-do list to make sure I have contribution to this aspect for climate change? As a lawyer, as a legal practitioner, we have to think how to implement legal governance in climate action. Legal governance, speaking of that, for example, we may have policies. And for example, we have 2030, we have net zero target. What are the short-term and mid-term goals? And how do we draft these words and making it into a law, something with constraining power? Well, without details, it may sound horrible. And with our legal expertise, things can be proper, whether it's in a process or in the constraining content. It can be more compliant. Whether you are a litigation attorney or you are a corporate lawyer, there are a lot of things you can do. And also designing solutions and pathways for implementation. I think this is the most common thing I've been doing. Very often there's client discussing with me, okay, there's something they can do to make contribution to climate change. For example, in Taiwan, however, even though clients, they can do a lot of things, but in Taiwan, we have really limited references, or sometimes there's no law at all regulating, for example, distributed energy. There are a lot of things that a client wants to do, but is not translated into law, or there's no law regulating this aspect. So as a lawyer, we have to match these different realities, and then we design the solutions and pathways for implementation. For example, we have green electricity. You can say it's really an emerging industry. However, in reality, as we are taking practice, we look at market price. I mean, how do you price this green energy? There's still a long way to go. So how do you discuss with Tide Power and make recommendations to Tide Power so that they can design a more resilient, more flexible framework? So it all depends on how much you know and also the knowledge you possess in this aspect. So for me, I feel every day I'm dealing with things related to climate change and energy transformation. And I would say climate justice is also very important. For corporate lawyers, this is a bit far away because you are not making a demand asking anyone to take responsibility, especially when you work for a corporation. But when you are drafting due diligence reports or writing emails, or you are drafting presentations to board of directors, you are there to let them know what's happening in the world. At this moment, there are lots of available information, existing documents for you to integrate. It's like brainwashing. Just let them know. You keep emphasizing that they need to pay attention to these aspects. It's like, as a lawyer, you can update your client what's happening in the world in climate change so that they need to make relevant strategy, proper response to these aspects. It's like whether it's for government or the corporations, you're emphasizing the importance of climate justice. Well, it's step by step, and maybe it takes some time to accumulate, but eventually corporations, they will start to consider, for example, when they are managing the supply chain, how can they implement climate justice at the same time? And for many people, climate justice is something they are familiar with. However, for corporations, maybe it's not that easy. And both Emily and Jiaxin mentioned, as a corporate lawyer, our daily life most of the time focus on due diligence. It could be a specific project or internal auditing of a company. We do risk analysis at the same time. And as I discussed with my fellow lawyers, how can we design a meaningful DD questionnaire? What do you do? I mean, what are the questions you ask during due diligence? So as I attempted to cover these different scopes, it's like a due diligence report is like a reminder to the corporate what are the risks they are facing. It's not just ESG or climate risks, but it's more about when they make a decision, what are the risks behind their decision making. For example, they might have to pay carbon tariff if they implement certain policy, or they might increase their carbon emission instead of carbon reduction. So you have to remind your clients that any decision may affect their position in climate justice. And also, last but not least, daily legal awareness. I mean, there are lots of information sharing you can do, not just for articles to be published in journal, but for example, when I have friends work in the media, they feel strange to legal jargons, especially for climate litigations. They are unfamiliar with these aspects. And for us as a lawyer, as we maintain interactions with scientists of different backgrounds, they could be experts in environmental science. I mean, with all these expertise and also your networking, you can translate these jargons into common language, into ordinary language that everyone can understand. Last but not least, just one more minute. From my personal experiences, if you are to take a climate action that you want to join certain movement, do not limit yourself only because you are a lawyer or a legal practitioner. It could be your individual decision. It's your action. Whether you work in a law firm, you work for your own, you self-employee, well, you can try to work with people in NGO or in these organizations, just out of your box. And I think taking actions means is really to get out of the box, to leave something out of the scope of your office. You can work with lawyers from other countries. You have networks so that you can have more information exchange with people from other countries. Last but not least, speaking of taking actions or movement, it sounds great. I mean, it looks like it sounds big, but you can start small. For example, just raise a simple question to the authorities concerned, asking them to clarify a article or just a small clause in the act. Or it could be just a few hundred words as you have some sentiment that you have some ideas about climate action. Even if it's just a small gesture, is that pushing forward. It's like a rolling progress, meaning that some questions will be solved, that you are getting closer to the answer. And that is the essence of climate action. So by this note, I'd end my presentation.
谢谢海宁律师的分享。那请
Thank you. Please stay with us on the stage. Now it's our QA session. Please stay on the stage. And also we have Emily on screen.
Is sharing with us. Now it's the session of a Q&A. So we'd like to take questions from the floor and from online. Yes. Do you have?
online 的问题。online 找不到。
这个就是问题。
哦
现在对对
see.
对，现在有3个。
哦 ，OK，
Good. So we have 3 questions online. Oh no, 4. So is there any questions from the floor? If not, oh yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I'm Chang Ho from the Japan Bar Association. So maybe I have a question for the Huan Lixi, the Taiwanese lawyer. So maybe just two small questions. So regarding the disclosure requirement on like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 of the ISSB you just mentioned about, what is the situation of the discussion around the climate transition plan? And is there any discussion in Taiwan about like mandating the this establishment of the climate transition plan among the like public listed companies? So that's kind of my first question. And my second question is, yeah, it can be a broader question, including the Emily, how the legal professions can work with the other professions working in like ESG, sustainability, climate change. Because especially in the field of disclosure, for example, what I have noticed in Japan, South Korea, it's kind of like a very interesting situation of the sometimes competition, but also some rooms for the collaboration. For example, accountants are quite active in seeing this ESG as a business opportunities. And but as the foundation also explained that this may be a room for the lawyers. And so, in what way do you think that lawyers need to compete or can collaborate with those kind of other like professions? That just wants to know. I mean, from the Taiwan perspective as well as from a global perspective. Thank you.
Thanks for Mr. Kim's question. Because now we have a very limited time for the Q&A, and now we have, as I said, we have 4 questions from online. So I'd like Helen and Emily answer Mr. Kim's questions first, and 4 questions from online first, and then I take another question from the floor, and then we try to complete all of this within. I was required to finish this in 10 minutes, but I think it's impossible. So may I have this discretion to extend it another 10 minutes? Is it possible? Do we have the time limit for this venue?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So please, Helen, you answer the questions from Mr. Kim.
So my very basic understanding on the climate sustainability disclosure is that we include scope 1 and scope 2, but there is no specific like very detailed requirements on the climate transition plan like what's being regulated on the EU framework. But we do follow the TCFD framework, so that's just the very basic one. And unfortunately, there's no review procedures by our stock exchange to see whether those transition plan or strategies are feasible or not. So there's no enforcement procedure currently. And in terms of the competition, we also face competition here in Taiwan that all the Big Four, they've taken all the jobs on producing sustainability reports. So the bar associations, we've been discussing like what's the role for the lawyers to to get involved in the whole process. But my view is that it's actually limited because for drafting it's not lawyers' job, so we don't have the standards, we don't have the requirements on how to draft that. So the drafting, it should not be lawyers' work. It's not within our domain. But review those contents could be a possibility because it's pretty problematic in those sustainability reports in terms of greenwashing. So if we have a clear standards on what counts to greenwashing, what's the definition of sustainability, then that's definitely the lawyer's job to review those reports and see how we could improve that.
Thank you. We appreciate Helen's answer. And Emily, could you take the question from Mr. Kim's second question?
Absolutely. I think it's a brilliant question around increasing the potential for knowledge sharing in particular between the accountancy profession, the financial professions and the legal profession, and particularly your comments around financial risk disclosure reporting is certainly a space where we're seeing the large consultancies play a really important role as well as the law firms. And I agree that it's certainly a challenge where the professions need to figure out a constructive way to sort of work together and to share knowledge in this space. I know that through my work at the IBA, I'm fortunate that the IBA's committees involve professionals from both the legal profession, but also some of the consultancies as well. So we're able to come together and actually explore these issues together. And so that's something that I'm particularly finding helpful. But I certainly agree with Chung Ho's observations that it's something that needs to emerge further in terms of the knowledge sharing that these organizations do together.
Thank you. And now there are 4 questions here. It's in Chinese, so I will read it in Mandarin. And I think I will take 2 questions to be answered by Jiaxin 律师。
The first question is that normally if a company is committed to do ESGs and sustainability, they would actually think about and take into considerations their staff and cost. Is there maybe a threshold, for instance, how many percentage of the revenue would go to ESG? And also currently communities do not welcome renewable energy is because normally these developers would only do the minimum in terms of public hearings and also briefings. So can lawyers maybe help and also to do a better job in ESG and also to explain clearer? Thank you very much for these 2 questions. I want to first answer the first one. There is no specific or rigid standard that says that, okay, how a company can evaluate whether they want to conduct and how they want to conduct ESG and sustainability. But if you want to require a company to do so, what we commonly say is that you need to have both the carrot and the stick. You need to not only give them obligation, but also to give them incentive for them to do so. And that's an important thing. Like we said, Emily and Helen and also other professionals also mentions that what we can do with sustainability, of course, brings a lot of opportunities. And these opportunities can help facilitate business to upgrade their industry and even conduct transformation. So I think it needs to go back to the situation that each companies are facing, but we as consultants, we can actually brainstorm and also design along with the companies. The second question is also a good one. When we talk about development and sustainability, there's a very important role, which is stakeholders. Stakeholders are important in terms of power generation. If these power plants are being set in a community, these residents will be very important stakeholders. Now, how do we help these stakeholders and ensure that community members can have more communications with the businesses? Maybe we can issue out surveys and giving out briefings, etc. Or we can also, based on the experience we have in the past, and remind the developers what impact that you may face and what actions they can take in advance so that they can ensure better communication. Thank you. Thank you, Jiaxin. All right, we have 2 more questions. First is that how do you let lawyers to put in more climate-informed awareness in their own business, and they would be willing to leverage this climate crisis in their mindset, not just from a hard law perspective. Secondly, if there is a climate change, maybe demonstrations or protests, can the Bar Association join us and actually participate and elaborate on your climate declaration? Since the question is in Chinese, I will speak in Chinese. The first question is such a good question. I've always felt that I personally have a higher and a stronger climate awareness. So of course, I would take the proactive role and ask our clients to think about the potential climate issues. But of course, if I don't have this awareness, how do we increase the awareness? What I commonly do is that normally I would, for instance, share with I will turn the efforts that you've been doing into little stories. And with these stories, I will tell these either management or the legal affairs or the legal councils what things are happening around the world. So we want to share with you the narratives behind, the context behind. And that way, with these stories and cases, that can maybe stimulate internal discussion within the company, be it from a legal perspective or from a management perspective, and they can think about whether these are related to them, because these are really concrete. And also to understand the operation of a business, then you would be able to understand how they can better respond to climate change. That takes time. Of course, what I'm more familiar with the electricity and the energy industry, and what I would do is that based on my understanding of the industry, I would actually share with them my understanding of this climate system, and I will incorporate them to their industry and let them know what their interests lie. Second is regarding climate change protest, and of course we can do so since now we have a climate declarations for every public occasion. We need to let them know we have that declaration, and we need to advocate those, because the content of the declaration is a result and the outcome of many people. It covers many different publics, so you can pick what you need. If you need the point number 5, choose point number 5. If you want to pick point number 5, then go to point number 5. And we want people to reiterate and let everyone know as much as possible whenever you are communicating with be your clients or even international lawyers, let them know. Thank you, Helen.
You hear that these 4 questions are online. Do you want to answer some of them, or do you have any response for this?
Absolutely. I'll just say 2 comments. One in relation to that broader mindset that we need to see within practitioners at a law firm level. And as I noted in my comments, education is obviously so key, and we need law schools and we need law firms as well to be delivering that education, and bar associations, as I said, can play a really important role in assisting in that education sphere. We are actually seeing some jurisdictions mandate climate legal education as a component of every law program across the jurisdiction in some of the countries I've been speaking with recently, which is a really interesting development. But of course, that mindset shift is a separate issue, and I do think that there's an incredible power for lawyers who are interested in these issues to help drive that mindset shift if it's an interest that they have. I know that when I was in private practice, my deep interest and concern about climate change meant that I would take the initiative to draft a client article about nature-related risks or an interesting climate litigation piece, and that would be the tool that I'd use to engage with partners to help to explain that this is an important area to explore, and through that was able to engage with colleagues around the issue as well and to build practice that way. The other comment that I'd like to make is just in relation to a previous question which talked around development requirements and consultation, and I wanted to highlight that these are really complex and important challenges, and the IBA convenes an annual ESG conference, the next one being in March next year, where a lot of these issues around how to manage these competing challenges are dealt with. The IBA has also published guidance in 2023 on business human rights for lawyers. that really explores how the principles of the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights can feed into the daily legal practice of a commercial practitioner, but also how they feed into the role of law firms in this space. And I raise that because that might hopefully be a useful tool for helping to navigate some of those challenges. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Now I'd like to take the final question from the floor. Yes, please.
对不起哈，就说到2050年的时候的近邻，那到时候的社会状况就是大部分大家都用电力嘛，家里的 cooking 什么一大堆都是几乎都是要用电力。那再生能源越来越多，电力业者越来越多。我想请教一下黄律师，你对那个电力跟再生能源业非常的了解。
I know that you understand very clearly about electricity and the electricity industry in Taiwan, Lawyer Huang. But do we need a separate supervision or monitoring industry agency for electricity? Because we are using a lot of electricity, and when something happens, how do we determine people's responsibility? And since they are the public sector, Thai Power is the public company, there may be unfair issues. So I want to know if you also agree that we have an independent and separate electricity monitoring body. Thank you for the question. Actually, the electricity market varies greatly, country after country. Taiwan is more of a rough situation. We only have one company, one public company, and one electricity grid. So there is no, of course, individual body to deal with whether that allocation follows and distribution follows the rules. We only have Thai Power, the only company, utility company in Taiwan. But of course, having a better plan would definitely strengthen. But I think the core of it is that how do we deal with Thai Power as an institution when things are done by only one entity? Of course, we cannot oversee them. I agree with that. So that question, what we need to think about is to take a step back and say that according to the electricity bill, how do we divide Thai Power into different maybe entities? Distribution is one thing and generation is another thing, and do not have this overlap, and make sure that this runs as a company. And how do we oversee them? I think that's actually the second question that we can ask afterwards.
Emily, do you know the question from the floor about the Taiwan's power regulation? Do you want to say something, or you are not familiar with this question?
I'm afraid that my expertise does not lie there, so
all right, no problem.
Thank you.
Thanks. 好，那非常。
So thank you very much. By this note, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to your sharing, our panelists. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Emily, Helen, and Jiaxin. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your participation, and thank you for all the questions. And I think it's a fruitful day. We have all these discussions and also the declaration. All these are meaningful, very meaningful, especially when we are confronted by the 2015 net zero target. This is an important step to move forward, and it's 2025 this year. Still, we have 25 years, and let's work together. Once again, thank you very much for joining us. With a round of applause, thank you for staying with us. And also, thank you everyone in the audience here physically and also online. We are very happy to conclude today's meeting. By this note, we finish today's discussion. Thank you, and with a round of applause, thank you. By this note, it's an ending, right? Okay, we need to take a photo.
Like to take a photo for this session.
Emily, may you please open your camera? Thank you. We would like to take a group photo. Yes.
I didn't realize I was going to be in the photo. No problem.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure to join you.
好，那
So last but not the least, we have overseas guests here.
Or to come on stage to receive special gifts from Taiwan Bar Association and ERF, which includes the egg roll cookies made by the female diver in a fishing village, which called Magang, as our appreciation for your coming. Let's welcome lawyer Sejong, Koide-san, April, and Joe to come on stage. The gift will be presented by Jason Wu, Vice President of Taiwan Bar Association. So let's take a group photo. Yeah, please, thank you. And please join me in giving them big applause. Okay. Thank you very much. 然后谢谢各位贵。
Thank you everyone for staying with us throughout the day. Just a reminder, please remember to return your interpretation device and also the utensils. Also, just a reminder, don't forget to take your personal belongings with you. This concludes our seminar. Thank you everyone.
谢谢。